OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rest European Series #1. We're in our penultimate day of action. It means the semi-finals have finally arrived. Yes, our groups are concluded. Our quarterfinals have finalized our top 4 teams in the tournament, and by the end of today, only 2 will make it to tomorrow's grand final position. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual. We've been blessed with some very good matches over the course of this tournament. Some very key underdog runs as well, and some that continue even to this very round.
There's a lot of surprises that sort of came from the group stage and into the playoffs. I mean, teams like Amcal and Ecstatic to make the major, to not even be in a top 4 position, a tier 1 organization and squad like Big with recent roster changes, struggling to even make the playoffs. There's definitely been a lot of curveballs as this tournament's rolled on.
And you can see, of course, how yesterday's quarterfinals played out. Bleed and BetBoom beat out Rebels and Ecstatic. They'll be taking each other on first today, and the Young Ninjas and Fnatic also progressed over Aurora and 3D Max in our second semi-final of today. That will be a very interesting one-on-one that could honestly be 50-50 in my eyes, although I do have to say that our underdogs, again, Bleed and Young Ninjas, doing absolute work to press the issue all the way through as far as they can.
And finally getting into the money situation. I mean, we know that this is a top-heavy tournament. Only top 4 get prize money. So for Bleed, BetBoom, Young Ninjas, and Fnatic, you're already in for 12.5k. A chance to try and make it a little bit more. A chance to help out, obviously, the points, to get in with the LAN circuit and try and get consistency. I'm sure a lot of teams that we've already seen in the playoff bracket and now moving into the top 4, they'll be looking to try and constantly make top 8s, constantly making top 4s, and just trying to be consistent event to event.
Yeah, I'm looking to see whether or not the consistency will maintain, of course, between events, and that's obviously a thing for the near future. But for here and now, these are our semi-finals. BetBoom and Bleed, Young Ninjas and Fnatic. We start with BetBoom and Bleed. The battle of the bees, if you will, although very different bees in that respect. Again, we've been following Bleed throughout the course of this tournament, Dwayne, and they have certainly impressed by comparison to what they've done throughout the course of their entire time together. This has been probably their best tournament run so far.
Well, to give you an idea, we've only seen quarterfinal placings from them. We've only seen top 8s. This is the first top 4 position that they've been in, and they're going up against a team of BetBoom that even in the last 3 months, not only have we seen them at 3 different LAN events, but we've also seen them achieve a top 4 online. So a lot of positivity is going to be skewed towards the BetBoom side and more of the wider landscape. But for BetBoom, this entire event and for Bleed has been very successful. I mean, for Bleed to get a 2-0 in every single game, to not even drop a map, they're coming in as being quite a threat in this series.
Yeah, both teams topped out their groups just to set the pace of how well they've done here. And BetBoom especially taking on the likes of Fnatic and Preezy, squads, of course, that could have potentially taken them down if they met them and they had those respective results. I mean, that was certainly a very interesting group to watch out overall. So, yeah, BetBoom coming into this one with a bit of a hot streak. I do have to wonder, though, which of the 2 teams do you think has had the hotter streak today?
I think in recent history, probably the side of Bleed. At the same time, though, I'm more impressed by the results from BetBoom. And the reason for that is they took on alternate attacks in their opening game. It was quite close. They ended up closing it out in the end. They then go up against Preezy, and it's fairly comfortable. They go up against Ecstatic. They lose their map pick, and you're thinking, oh, this could be a bit rough. They could be going out in the first round of the playoffs. And then they just obliterate the Danes. Map 2 and Map 3 were proper stomps. And it does make you wonder for BetBoom, if we are going to get that stomping attitude, this is a perfect game to go up against.
Well, you've got the pieces in place, right? Siren and Chiron have been the key match fraggers for this team. And obviously you've got Zorti, Mr. Consistent as part of this squad. Like, they are, as a collective, a unit that you have to a force to be reckoned with for BetBoom.
Yeah, for Siren, he played very well in that playoff game. He had just over 50 kills across all 3 maps, averaged about 95 odd ADR, and was just the key cornerstone of Map 1, Map 2, Map 3, having consistency. I think for Chiron, we know that he's an incredibly sharp rifler, and Zorti's very consistent on the AWP. I don't know if I can say the same for the AWP out on Bleed.
Well, the Bleed side, of course, are marred with other roster positions, of course. We've obviously been talking so much about Vladen and his slot into the team and how he's sort of been replacing the likes of Lunks and sometimes standing in for Cypher, depending on how the trial list has worked out for Bleed. And typically when you see a player come in and they have a roster change and then they have a spike in form and they have some good results, you typically look towards that guy as the difference maker. But I don't know if that necessarily applies towards Bleed.
No, I mean, Farfan's been insane. He's been playing really well. He's getting into some really good form. I think Cypher's backing him up nicely and giving us some of that form that we saw on Into the Breach. I think that stint that he had on TSM and maybe the first few tournaments that we saw here from Bleed, it felt underwhelming. It felt like we weren't getting that same Cypher. But in the recent form, I would say the last maybe 5, 6, 7 officials or so, he's starting to light up the server like we remember. And when you've got that dynamic duo between Farfan and Cypher in good touch, they can be unstoppable, and I think they've proved that in this entire event without dropping a map.
And you mentioned, of course, the issues with the AWP roles, and I think that might become a pivotal factor because, as you mentioned, throughout the course that we've seen Bleed in this tournament, Cirque has sometimes been a bit of a liability, and if he continues to not hit those consistent, solid shots that you need to hit as an AWPer, there might be some further concerns for Bleed for him.
Yeah, there's a lot of criticism towards Cirque in the public eye. There's no denying that whatsoever. I think when you look at this tournament run, he's been on the weaker side, and this is an opportunity for him to turn things around in a really important game. You're going to be going into this matchup facing a very strong team in Tier 2 in which you have to perform, that you have to put the numbers up, you have to bring the impact, and this is a great chance for him to show what his ability is. I think, again, he has struggled. He hasn't quite found that consistency. Let's see if today is the day.
Well, in spite of the concerns we might have for Cirque, it hasn't stopped Bleed from getting a 5 best-of-3 win streak in the last couple of days. So let's see whether or not that will continue into number 6 over the BetBoom side. Map vetoes, Dwayne. Talk me through the process.
Inferno ban should come through from BetBoom. It should be a nuke or overpass ban to come through from Bleed, and probably overpass because we know that BetBoom have been liking their overpass quite a lot recently. So depending on if overpass or nuke gets banned, the other one's going to get picked. BetBoom like both of those maps, and obviously Inferno, we know that Bleed love it. If it's a permaban for BetBoom, you're not going to get it. So it probably has to be nuke or overpass being picked for BetBoom, and probably Mirage being coming out from Bleed.
Okay, so that should be what our first sort of phase of the veto rolls in. I do have to concur in that respect that I think that they are going to get a weakened map over on that Bleed side because Nuke and Overpass, you mentioned the fact that they haven't really, they don't really like them all in all. I mean, both those maps have been played once in the last 3 months, so just get rid of them immediately there. Mirage getting picked in by the boys, and Overpass does come out from the BetBoom camp.
Yeah, and BetBoom will be very happy about this. Again, getting into an overpass, we know it's one of the weaker maps in the pool for Bleed. Even towards the tail end of the veto, I've actually been quite impressed by the Anubis results that BetBoom have kind of been able to achieve. You look at their Anubis against alternate attacks in their opening game, it was quite competitive, went towards overtime. They then went up against Preezy, and they actually picked Anubis, and it was a lot more comfortable then. Felt as if they were riding good form after an 8-4 T-side half. So across the board, this veto looks quite promising to come in from BetBoom.
Yeah, and they are walking in this one as the default favourites. I mean, just on the basis of ranking and recent, like the last 3 months of where the teams have been in terms of the events that they play. BetBoom have just been at that higher level. They've obviously been up to that Tier 1 environment in the past at the start of CS2, so they've already had that experience, and they've got some very key pieces as part of the squad itself. So, yeah, you do take a look at this veto, and it's very difficult to win for the Bleed side. They haven't won it out. I will say that I've been impressed with their run, because I didn't expect them to beat out Big. They managed to do that. I didn't expect them to beat out Rebels in the last round. They managed to do that all the same. So, the fact that they've gone this far indicates that there is a little bit more to this roster, but the logic does dictate that BetBoom should have this series.
I mean, just knowing the events they're playing in, knowing the consistent placings that they're bringing in these online events, and the idea that this team's been together for longer than 6 months, it's a big caveat to the Bleed side. So while the recent run of form has been impressive for the international squad, I'm backing BetBoom to take this in 2-1.
Yeah, I'm going to join you there. 2-1 series for the BetBoom side is where we believe this one's going to go, but Bleed may have a chance to again impress us, again surprise, and try and take that spot in the grand finals. As we get the semi-finals of the tournament underway here in the Rest European Series, BetBoom versus Bleed to start things off on Mirage.
And we saw Bleed getting off to a fairly slow start on their T side up against Young Ninjas on Mirage and capitalize come that second half. I wonder if we're going to get a similar game. Danis with the Julies out towards the apartments has got a crossfire set with Nafany, who's even got a flash to peer into the apartments if necessary.
Initial utility sent out to the mid-control. Zorti is going to fall back and rejoin his teammates as part of the A defense, but they're not worried about the A side here, Bleed. They're charging in with a split onto the B side. Danist, his Julies, takes fight onto 2 individuals, does damage and doesn't get any of those kills. Neither does Nafany in the back. Zorti does get 1 pick of the USP, but down at 8 HP himself. Chiron also taking damage, unable to get a kill. The advantage stays with Bleed in the post plant.
Yeah, Cirque saw nothing out to short, so this is an indication that everyone's coming through from market. Off angle from Truck, deals with the first from Cypher.
And Zorti comes back on Vlad, and Chiron gets Hampus 2 versus 2 situation here. Cypher and Cirque to hold down very different positions on the bomb site. One player is extremely heavily tagged on BetBoom, the other is a little over half HP. Zorti still winning that fight, and Chiron gets Cypher. BetBoom have just managed to get onto the bomb site. They should have enough time for the defuse. This will be a pistol win for the CT side.
And that's got to be quite frustrating there from Bleed, because look at how much success actually came from that B lane. They dealt with the apartments play of Danist. That flash unfortunately comes in on a little bit of a missed timing, and Bleed are able for both of those apartment players to kind of hide behind harder cover. Double entry onto B and not winning out the round. They will not be happy with the way that went down. 2v4 of the retake. I'm surprised that Zorti deals with Cirque. I mean, red HP, 8 points out there to bench. That is not an easy retake to win.
Brilliant start for BetBoom. Pushed on the back foot initially, but that recovery certainly is something to behold. Bleed, of course, did get the bomb plant bonus, so the guns will be back for them. 2 AKs, 1 Galil, 2 Deagles to boot.
I just want to note something quickly here, Jay. They missed the molly out in window room in the opening pistol, and they've now just missed the top mid smoke. That could actually be a concern here for Bleed if we're consistently seeing missed utility.
And those smokes set as standard. Still trying to work their way out of connector. Mid control established. Cypher is trying to lead that charge, wary of potentially players in from the short flank. They do spot Chiron, eventually tap his head off his shoulders and get the advantage.
And Vladen could actually get caught off guard with the bomb to be dropped. Siren needs this kill when he gets it. Oh, this makes this round very uncomfortable now.
Danis following suit on Hampus 4 versus 2 situation. Bleed have capitulated here. Bomb dropped and everything. Backstabber Siren continue to close in. And Cirque and Farven just caught out in the open. Not much they can do against Danis. And the Deagle shouldn't do much against the rest of the CT side.
It just shows they're out towards ramp. Really need a double up. As soon as that bomb goes down, it makes it very uncomfortable. I mean, another thing to add is that because Zorti gets 4 kills on that retake, he invests into the AWP. I think it's very unorthodox to see an AWP being brought into the second round. You normally see it in the opening rifle. Right there for Bleed. Cypher had a very good opener towards connector, out towards short. And here it is again. I'll keep an eye for just how much misutility comes through, because that will not be something that helps out Bleed in the long term.
I need to clean that up for the next rifle round. The fundamental position to play at this kind of level. And on Bleed's own map pick, not a mistake you can expect or can really forgive, to be honest. Pistols alone for this round, of course, can't really do much against the rifles except hope that they hard stack their way or someone faces in from the underpass position. That will not happen, though. Zorti's caught the first. That HU's going to get quite a fair amount of damage, tagging up all 4 remaining players. And, well, from here, BetBoom should just maintain control.
Yeah, you can see even that jump spot from Zorti. Pretty much saw the entirety there from underpass. So a 3-0 start. Bleed can now look at that next rifle. And again, we kind of spoke about it a little bit in the pregame. Cypher and the likes of Farfen have been the 2 go-to guys. Now, we've seen Cypher crack a couple of entries now, but they haven't been able to convert it. So that's kind of where I want to see Bleed in the mid portion of the rounds and the trading game on the execs, trying to back up the likes of Cypher. You start thinking to yourself, for BetBoom, 3-0 out in Mirage. You look at their recent history, 4 wins, 3 losses. It's fairly consistent map in the map pool for them. They've actually even picked it 4 times in best of 3 histories across the last 3 months. So it's definitely not one of their weaker maps.
Damage done to Nafni. Strong position from Cypher taken up there on short, catching that player off and forcing him back. Not quite the kill just yet. You're up with Zorti seeing Vladen. Vladen sacrifices mostly all of his HP, but gets the kill to start things off for Bleed. Is he going to win the second fight, though?
You can't imagine so. That should be a pretty easy pick from Danis. It's all about timing on whether he overextends. Seems like it is shaping up for a B split at the moment. Nafni on 40 points of health. Chiron even over-rotating. So it's pretty much only up to Danis out into the apartments.
Still slow approach here from Bleed. Got the man advantage, but still have key trade that could, of course, fall apart. Less than a minute to play with here on the T side. The smokes, of course, will come down. Danis On the Galil, Vladen caught, Favin drops the bomb, and those are the two trades that they feared the most out of this. Chiron does get challenged, but now they've got to get their way back up into the apartments whilst holding the B bomb site, whilst dealing with the man advantage. Hampus's flank potentially might get Chiron as Naphtali falls. He's going to turn his attention towards Market, but still watching the murder hole, is still not able to get the kill. 2 versus 3 Betbu. Now pushed back on the back foot. Danis watching out for the tease here. Smoke in the way, 20 seconds. HG's, that might do some serious damage. Line up another spray, no. Cypher gets that kill in. And Siren, all he has to do is deny the bomb carrier here. Cypher's allowed to cross. He runs into Hampus, and by the skin of their teeth, Bleed take the first.
I think it shows there from Bleed, they don't panic. It's a very uncomfortable scenario. There's no denying that whatsoever. You've got good positions on the B split. You've got ladder room already taken. You're coming through from the apartments. The bomb gets dropped. Hampus is in a powerful position, though. He's able to lurk up top connector, get himself into jungle, wait for that rotation. I mean, heads up to Chiron to at least be ready for that. He's even pre-aiming the murder hole. But that one pick there from Hampus pretty much denies everything. Allows himself to get into the bomb site. Enough time there for both Cypher and Cirque to work together to trade off one another. Impressive round from Hampus, a recovery.
Shot from Zorti, lines up the first kill here in Apps this time. Eastside punished the over-aggression of Betboom, but on this occasion, Orpa does show up and Bleed are pushed back.
And this is concerning for Bleed if we can see Betboom getting in advantages on basically the majority of rounds within the first 30 to 40 seconds. Another B split here from Hampus. This time around, he's the only one toward short. Everybody else is grouped up in the apartments.
Minute to work with. Flash is turned away from Molly that should force Zorti into a fight, which he still is able to win. Finally a trade from Hampus, but Danis is still there on defense. Takes him right back out, sees Farvan on bomb site. He gets that bomb cleared up position, gets a double. In fact, the Siren's extension as well. Looks on for the triple, sees that player over at the market window. The market door is closed. A swing forward, sees the second individual. A smoke will come back there, and he can try and secure the bomb.
Try and tap it. Naphtali's actually going to get on the edge of that smoke. Cirque's watching out for it, but doesn't protect the likes of his teammate. And once again, a near recovery round comes through from Bleed. Zorti with great impact out to the apartments to get 2 kills. And very good trades out there on B. And just for a moment, it feels like Farfan might be able to recover that round. A decent effort to get it into a 2v2, but not enough at the end. Betboom, they're looking threatening on Mirage, and with this kind of start, Bleed are going to be getting nervous because you can't afford to be dropping Mirage in this series, especially in the semi-final.
Great efforts from Farvan. It's a shame he didn't go any further. More impressive shots on those AWPs, though, particularly Vizorti. Top fragger of the server at the moment, 7 deep, and looking for more here. Bleed opting not to go back into that apartment's position, just best to play the default elsewhere.
Now, Farfan, a difficult map for him to get a lot of impact on the T side, just because he's an apartments lurk, and just because a lot of the time he's going to be more involved in the late round situations. Cypher has been quite consistent at getting opening picks out here to connector. Naphtali's backed up and playing very defensive to jungle.
Nades up. That should catch 2 individuals worth of damage. The kill on Naphtali bolstered up against Cypher. Cirque needs to back away, find a different angle of attack, and in the edge just gets caught off by Chiron. Anyway, Hampus defended against Chiron with double up. 4 versus 2. Now make it 1 as Farvan trying to peek into Zorti and his AWP rotating the position. Dan is still on site. Betboom not breaking a sweat in the first quarter.
And this is where I think if you are Bleed, you got to start getting these tacks in pretty quickly. This is running away from you. I mean, compare what happened for Bleed in that series against the Poles yesterday. You look at that quarterfinal matchup against a high-end Tier 2 team, a team sitting at 31st on HLTV. Bleed were up 7-2 on map 1 and 8-2 on map 2. They got off to some really good beginnings. They put pressure on their opposition. Felt like they didn't give an opportunity to the Sparrow and co lineup to get back into the game. This one right here, they're on the back foot.
Straight shot from Zorti again in mid. Farvan caught dead to rights. The early maps from Bleed have not been all fantastic. And this one is all the same. Hampus next to fall to the AK. Looking for more out of the CT side. Naphtali gets his piece of the pie. Bomb trying to sneak into the bomb site here on A, trying to get at least a little bit of a cash bonus for Bleed. Cypher with a decent deagle. Gets back towards default. Cirque catches off Siren, but now they prioritize that plant, get the money bonus, which in an eco like this, best you can realistically hope for. No third casualty. It's 6-1, minimum hit by a Bet Boom.
And just, again, prioritizing the idea of the Veto and the Mirage, we know that Bleed kind of have to go to Mirage. You look at their recent history, they love their Inferno. Mirage is their second choice. Now, they're not going to get Inferno in this one. They have to go to Mirage. But think about this from the perspective of Bet Boom. Now, even at the RMR, they picked Mirage against Eternal Fire. We saw, I think, a little bit earlier on in the Yalla Compass Fall event, they picked Mirage against 9. You even look back at the Bet Boom Datra event, they picked Mirage against Virtus Pro in a best of 3. So Bet Boom have shown that they like their Mirage, that they don't mind picking into it. Of course, it's not their go-to. It's normally the Overpass. It's normally the nuke. But Mirage is probably the third choice that they lean to.
And Bleed suffering for that here. Early T sides have been a little bit difficult. Generally, their CT bases is where they're stronger. You need to get something out for this first half, more than a single round, most certainly, and they were able to bring back a decent streak against Young Ninjas during their group match, but Bet Boom are not allowing them into the 8th round here. Nafany and Zorti, straight shots, easy picks, 5-on-3, gained again.
It feels like quite consistently for Zorti, if there's even a jiggle or there's a contact being made, he's winning out the kill. Cypher gets into a good position, aggressive towards top cod. The issue is, what about the rest of his team? Opening kill onto Siren. He needs more, and unfortunately, Farfan, who's coming through from ramp, can't really help him.
Chiron, I think we've known about. Cypher doesn't win the fight. Good effort to open up that connector position, but Cirque's now alone in the 1-on-3. Only 2 kills deep with the big green in his hands.
And what else can Cypher do in that round? I mean, 2 kills to open up A, you've got to get some assistance. You've got to have one of your other teammates creating chances with you. It can't just be 2 kills isolated by yourself.
Cirque at least hears that jump face, but Chiron's seen him. Molly sent, should force out a fight. No, there's smoke in the way instead. Resmoke comes down as he tries to secure that bomb plant here. At least get a little something out of the round. Might run to the AWP of the CT side though. And there's Zorti. Headshot gained, advantage in the half for Bet Boom. Bleed to get back on these guns and try and bring something back. Been a very, very slow start.
Well, just to give you a bit of an idea of that series we saw yesterday from Bet Boom against Ecstatic, after having a fairly tough performance on their map pick, they go into map number 2 of Vertigo and have a 9-3 first half. They then go into map number 3, the third map decider, and have an 11-1 half. They were explosive. They were pumping the likes of Ecstatic, which is surprising considering, again, 2 teams that are fairly evenly matched. Both teams that are at the RMR. We saw, of course, that Ecstatic were able to qualify to the major. So when you kind of get 2 maps back-to-back like that, which were the last 2 maps in this competition, that's scary.
Look at Zorti continuing to pound in with the AWP. Vlad and Court. Siren undetected back here at Sandwich. Nades will not reveal him. It won't do much damage. He does get 1 frag before the 2 trades come back at Bleed. They are hunting for players over at CT as the sprays of Nafany are able to get some decent damage on Cypher. He will finally look for the plant. The nades will come in again, do damage, not deny the plant itself. Kill on Cirque will now turn the advantage towards Bet Boom. They're going in real quick. Hampus holds his trade. Cypher has also been seen. Both individuals known. Shot with the AWP. No scope required. And the AK Adanist is there for the closer. Bet Boom just keep the hype train running.
It actually feels like it's been a map in which Bleed just cannot create success. It feels like they're attempting different changes of pace. They're working their defaults. I will say that their actual entries have been quite successful. They've been able to shape up competitive rounds, but it's the mid and late portion where they're struggling. And this one right here, it's another sort of 2v2 scenario. Nafany picks up that AWP off of his dead teammate Azorti, gets a no-scope at fairly close range, and then they just clean it up. Another round where Bleed don't have a lot to work with. 8-1 up. This is a real impressive performance in the CT line.
Oh dear, Bleed. Have yet to find an answer here. Bet Boom storming ahead. Zorti playing out of his mind. Chiron's also had similar numbers, but has not been as highlighted, I think, as in this match so far. Bleed. Well, at least they can connect the sniper's nest smoke. Hearing footsteps of rotators as well. How much can Hampus get outside of information?
Now, Hampus has had some good timings in the past. This one right here, attention drawn to that rotation out from CT. Didn't expect another player to be outside. And then you've got Danis just jump spotting at Van. You've got Nafany repositioning back out towards B. Connector has been is a sample size of success. A lot of times kills are presented out towards Con. Zorti with the AWP though has got a good timing, does get baited.
Finally a missed shot from him. It seems so rare in this matchup. Chiron and Nafany still have the kills anyway. M4 and AK combining to a 5 versus 2. 2 kills for Nafany especially. Bleed. Nades to do damage, continuing to suppress them in the apartments. Crossfire of both of those TAKs now just ready on the CT side. Mollies will get sent. Timing good enough against Nafany, but Cirque still couldn't get the kill for it. HG's going deep. I think they might have seen that bomb as well on Cirque. 20 seconds, they have to commit towards B. Footsteps being heard. Siren still wins the fight on Farvan, despite going down to 14. Danis there against Cirque. All 5 alive for Bet Boom. They are confident, as you want to see from the favorites. 8-round deficit for Bleed.
Well, there's no denying that this kind of performance puts a conversation of Bet Boom winning the entire event. You come into a quarterfinal matchup, you smoke the likes of Ecstatic, you then come into a semi-final matchup on your opposition's map pick and you're up 9-1. They're making a statement. They are putting in a very good shift. And for Bleed, it just hasn't felt as if this game has been competitive at all. They've attempted, they've come close, but it's still only 1 round to be won for their name.
Pistols out for round 11. Bleed, Hero, AK in on Cypher, hoping that they can get a decent gun buy in for the next one. Nafany does drop at the very least, but Chiron's so quick to regain the man advantage. Just nothing allowed for Bleed to take. Bet Boom snatch every advantage position away from them. Zorti, Danis, 2 more kills. Cirque, nothing he can do. Down to Chiron, 10-1.
And it doesn't help that the CT side have so many AKs consistently. It feels as if there's always been 2, sometimes even 3 AKs coming through in this round streak. That's another one there from Cypher. Like, I know obviously it's a half buy, so it's difficult to put a lot of stake into it, but an opening kill gets presented from him once again, and there's no counteraction, there's no trade, there's no space being created. He's up at 9 kills, and he's had a lot of impactful openings. It hasn't led to much more, though. Bet Boom. I wonder if this winning streak of rounds could just continue right towards the end of the half.
It's quite possible. I want to say it's rather likely, to be honest. Bleed. 1 good round win, of course, ends the streak. You can see the way they're playing around this. The CT just know everything they're playing at. Chiron with his quick bait and switch off of Nafany. And the CT player, Siren, ends up with a triple. It looks so easy for the man. Farvan, nothing he can do. 1-on-4. This will be an 11-1 half for Bet Boom. Unbelievable, unreal stuff. Bleed, man. What a start they haven't had.
Yeah, Bet Boom look really comfortable. And we spoke about it in the pregame, Zorti versus Cirque, in terms of impact. I know it's very difficult to compare, obviously, because numbers are insanely low across the board from Bleed, and Cirque didn't have the AWP in his hands all that often. But when you've got Zorti on one side that's constantly getting opening picks, constantly closing rounds down, and up at 15 kills, it makes you think about an entire series perspective that Zorti's going to have the upper hand. He's going to be the more impactful AWPer.
These have been lights out throughout the course of this entire map up. Chiron, of course, his rifle, one of those core 3 players we talked about so much. Bet Boom. Utilizing those elements to perfection. Bleed now. 10 rounds to make up. Bet Boom's pistol may well seal the deal on this map. Bleed's own map pick a Mirage. Vladen unable to hit a kill shot here. Turning away from flashes over at jail. Leans back in to catch one right to the face. Still gets Danis. Looks for Siren next up. Trying to double up. Cannot quite get the killing blow. Hampus waits and baits and gets that bomb carrier in the back. Great headshots again from the man. 3K found as he finally steps up at the right moment. Gives us a little bit of life here for Bleed. 1 man left as Zorti. Finally feeling what it's like to be on the back foot. He almost has never has been over the course of this match. And indeed, a survival pistol for Bleed.
Well, when you consider that there was an individual out there towards jail, you can't expect there to be another bench player, at least unless they picked on the contact. That's a very hard bait setup getting pulled out there from Hampus, just not fighting with Vladen, making sure that all of that attention gets drawn, and you can see it. As soon as that kill comes through, all the T-side players are kind of looking at the bomb site directly. They're waiting for the repositions to come through from Market. They're not anticipating the likes of Hampus to be at the back of the bench.
Force buy back in for BetBoom. Well, actually, a hero rifle more than anything else, actually, for Zorti. Thought Nafany had forced Invest. He just dropped that gun over to a player with Kevlar. Utility on him to set up for the quick A pop, smoke, and flash. Spray through from Farven gets caught by Zorti. Cypher's SMG from range can still deal with the one man and the second. Third lesser so. We'll get forced back in that smoke. The Hampus combining with Cirque out mid to get the lurker. The bomb plant might just get received here, and Siren dealing with Hampus on the off angle. Doubles up to a 2 versus 2 here. The round is on for BetBoom, and Cirque and Vladen are getting pressured here.
A lot of jungle space has been taken, and Cirque's being heard. Vladen's got to try and come in and recover this.
Oh, Cirque's gone down. This is not good. Bleed. Need to turn that pistol into survival. The bomb plant back down behind default. Kit's on him. Actually, he will get away with this defuse. The round should go the way of Bleed here. They haven't baited it. BetBoom push the issue over on short. Ultimately cost them any advantage in position over the bomb itself. And the round will just about go the way of Bleed.
That is an incredible round from BetBoom. They had what? A dropped Galil, armor for Zorti, and armor for Siren, and that is it. There is Glocks for everybody else. To get away with a bomb plant and 4 casualties, you know that come the next rounds, we win the rifle, that's just it. The map's just done. They're forced on double eco. Their economy's in the drain. It looked winnable for a moment, and it's unfortunate that you try and take jungle space, that Vladen even has a kit. I think if he doesn't have a kit, maybe he taps it, right? Maybe he tries to draw those fights out in the open, but he knows if he's got a kit that he can stick it.
Already the starting advantage has been gained by BetBoom. They do smell blood in the water. Yes, they couldn't get the job done in the last round, but the bi-state wreck, the economy in ruin for Bleed. Of course, single stage loss bonus from here on out. Farven, Vladen, and Hampus, the last 3 players that remain. Farven's nade saw some players, but didn't quite get any of those kills, and hasn't forced any rotations. They're going to look to gamble over towards the B site, I think.
This is where they need to make a slight info play, and Hampus isn't seeing anything out towards mid. Off angle from Nafany is going to catch him off. Reposition can come back from Farfen, but he needs a multi.
Gave him so much praise over the last few days. Now he's got to live up to the hype. Doesn't deny the bomb plant. Him and Vladen is now all alone. Zorti with the pick straight through the smoke, predicting him on the wall bang. And that might be all she wrote, not just for this round, but for this Mirage.
And again, we've seen BetBoom be very successful in Tier 2. We saw them play at Katowice. We saw them play at the RMR. I think they would have felt as if themselves were disappointing to not make it to the Major when you kind of consider the results that they had, that they only needed to beat Na'Vi and Eternal Fire. And Vladen's going to go in for a cheeky little ninja, or at least attempt it, but opts against it in the end. And then you also look at the idea that they're going quite deep in a lot of these online events that they're playing. It's a tough team to beat. It's a tough team to play, especially if you are a newer roster like Bleed. When you look at their recent form, when you look at the 5-game winning streak against Big, against Godsend, Young Ninjas, Godsend again, Rebels, you haven't dropped a map in this tournament. It does feel underwhelming that you're not showing a competitive field.
Map points. No, it feels like match points with the way that BetBoom are playing, honestly. But map points for them on Bleed's map pick. This has not been a good showing from the CT forces on the whole. Slow walks in. Nafany wins against Vladen, starting advantage for the T side.
And this is where they've just got a lot of map presence. You've got Siren as a late lurk in A main. You're working out the window position. There is a massive walk up from Nafany. He's legitimately walking into B solo right now.
Hampus so fixated on the apartments. He's going to get caught off some point soon. Yep. There he goes. And with him should the round and the map up. 13-3 for BetBoom. Monstrous stuff. Bleed did not hold a candle to them. Truly out of their depth in this one. And to say that on their own map pick, that's not encouraging for the series.
No, it isn't. Very good performance from Bet Booming. And I've got to be honest, Jay, it didn't even feel as if they were playing out of their mind. It felt as if they were doing the basics really well. They had great protocols. They had a lot of impact players. And it felt smooth. And I think that's the most concerning part. There was not many threatening rounds. There was not many opportunities. There's not many rounds that you can look at and say, oh, if maybe one kill goes their way, it's going to be the round. It was legitimately Cypher getting opening picks, and that is it in the first half. And they struggled. They really struggled bleeding this one.
Yeah, they have to pick up the pace in terms of those performances, because even though the numbers will speak to them massively outperforming in terms of individual basis, you are right in the sense that the team was working wonderfully. I know that Zorti's going to have some highlight moments, and just from the eye test alone on that guy, he was so white hot in that map up, and I have a feeling that's going to continue into map 2.
Yeah, it will do. Again, he's a very consistent AWPer. He's a guy that we've rated quite highly in the Tier 2 scene ever since we really saw him break out on Forza. And to kind of come over here to keep that up, especially against a team where you know the impact of the AWP on the other side is not going to be as high, it's a great opportunity. And you look at a map like Overpass, I mean, that's an AWPer's playground. That's one of their favorite maps in the pool. So for BetBoom, this is a great start, and they are looking like they're going to contest the entire thing. Not only this first map, not only the second map, but this entire tournament. They're coming here for the title.
They're one map away from the grand finals, at least. It's Overpass BetBoom's map pick after such a hell of a showing on the opposing map. It feels like they might already be bound for the 2-0. Can Bleed stop them? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
There's not much more you can say off the back of map number 1. A 13-3 result for Bet Boom, and Bleed's map pick falls out of favour, come crashing down out of the series. And now we move to Overpass, where Bet Boom surely, they should be at a major advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a clean series. It really should be a pretty smooth 2-0. They didn't get tested in map number 1. Overpass is one of their strongest maps in the pool. They've even got wins against Tier 1 opposition. And for Bleed, I kind of said it earlier on, they banned their Overpass and they banned their Nuke. And whichever one was going to get banned, the other one was going to get picked. So there was always going to be a disadvantage in this video for Bleed. And now that they've lost their map pick, the disadvantage is even larger.
Yeah, like I said, I could have seen a world in which this would have gone 2-1 with both teams winning their respective map picks. The fact that Bleed haven't done that on their Mirage, now we look to a weakened map in the pool for them, a strong one for Bet Boom. Like, yeah, there's no chance, unfortunately. We have seen wild things happen in the group stage and in the playoffs, so, I mean, look, maybe Bleed can do something, but realistically, it's a maybe at most. Pistol round going live, CT side start for Bleed. They have to make this half wonderfully dominant, else Bet Boom will be taking this a clean 2-0.
Trying to get some of their more sort of stars involved in the action. Nafany, though, tries to cancel any ability of that. Opening kill straight away, while the rest of his team are going quite aggressively out towards A, and Nafany, even against the boost, makes it another kill.
Fortunately, Hamper shuts him down for the triple, but how he was able to turn back on that pick. Oh dear, Bleed. Bet Boom storming the A bomb site, taking no prisoners here. Hampus forced back behind Dice, forced to fight on Chiron, finally gets that headshot in, but Blyden is his teammate in the back. Double up for Hampus. Finally, Cirque is dealt with by Danis, but Hampus makes it a quadra to bail out Bleed from a very poor position to start. Might even get the ace for Siren. It's a 1-on-2.
That's a very good recovery. Good rotations from both the likes of Hampus and to Cirque to have a little bit of a crossfire to get Hampus to play from the back of Dice. Siren look to try and see if he can spot out the second. He at least knows where Hampus is.
But Hampus gets the ace anyway. Straight shot to the head. Pistol gained by Bleed. All down to one man's efforts. Bet Boom pushed on an early back foot, even though it really didn't feel like it.
And right there, that will feel as if it was an underwhelming pistol after a very good start. You get a double entry out towards B. Everyone from Bet Boom is aggressing towards long. They've got some util. They've got the flashes up high. Hampus sees that first player out in the lurk towards Connector and then gets out to the site and does incredibly well. Danis gets close to trading out this last individual of Hampus, but not to be. Bleed gets started with a pistol, but now come this second round. It's not going to be a force. It's going to be a light eco. I remember last time around, though, what Zorti was able to do when there was just a little upgrades going into that second round.
Got the Deagle in his hands. Upgrades onto Danis and actually not even Chiron, who's got the Glock. Just those two individuals. Lean forward on Cirque, checking from Con. And Hampus will start things off. Kill found. And away the CT side, Cypher will follow suit onto Nafany. Cirque comes up good at the first pick. Mo down a second, not quite as proficient. Chiron. Let's try to see what else he can pull off here. Cypher looking to engage and get a little bit more cash bonus out of it. Bleed with their second, as you would expect. No Deagle shenanigans on this occasion. Bet Boom, however, have the guns.
Yeah, we saw Overpass getting picked in that alternate attack series, their opening game of the entire group to Bet Boom, and it was actually quite uncomfortable. They went down 4-8 on their T side, struggled to recover it in the second half. A little bit of a scare for a moment, but then you look at that playoff game against Ecstatic, and they were able to get 13-3 on this map. So you just start wondering how successful this T side is going to be. Probably should have won pistol, didn't quite happen. Opening rifle round is a chance to rectify that.
quick pacing from the players at T-Con. Flash against Circle, forcing back. Cypher has caught that opening kill. Farvin close against Chiron. Mows through him. Solo player on long, at long range with the SMG. Zorti can finally look to deal with him, but that's a 2-for-1 trade. And even then, Zorti got tagged to 36.
That's a very good start here from Bleed, and even Cypher's on the front foot. Now, this is an off angle being held from Zorti towards Rock and Tree. If he can just get one more pick, oh, now he's overexposed. Hampus on the boost up, gets an odd timing, and it works out nicely there from Bleed.
To left, didn't notice Danis did Hampus, so Trey returned the pawn, still a single man advantage for Bleed, and they're working their way out that B bomb site, Bet Boom. Not Siren trying to challenge. Nays to do damage, forcing the second player to rotate. That bomb's not committant, though. They're separated from each other.
And they're just trying to freeze the round up, try and see if they can work a little bit of a mistake. I mean, there's an info play at the moment from Zerk and Vladden to at least regroup. They can establish a crossfire. At this kind of range, the MP9s are actually in a good position. Crossfire towards Monster and towards Short Pipe. There is a lot of util for Bet Boom to use. At the same time, they might want to be contact heavy just to not give away any information.
Swing to see Cirque kill for Vladden. Mows through only one. Didn't quite get through the second. Danis triple in this round. Can he get the quadra to clutch that? Nade's coming in dangerously close. Will do some significant damage. He's out towards Bridge, and Cypher quick adjust. 7 points of health to his name, keeping himself in this round. And this will be a retake for Bleed.
Well, it's another successful round in just how competitive it's coming down for Bet Boom. That's 4 casualties and a bomb plant in a round that they don't have a massive amount to work with. They're working a 2v3. The trades are 1-for-1 out there on the B side, but the HE was just perfect there from Cypher. And knows that Danis has to kind of commit to the fight. Wide swing comes out. Very successful opening kills aggressively towards long. And for Bleed, while it was quite close and it was down to 7 points of health, they'll be happy to continue this round streak.
Yeah, Cypher again delivering. The only real good element for Bleed in the last map here for Bet Boom. Major Thorn on their side in the second. 3-0 start for the CT forces. Bet Boom back up to the rifles. Sprays blinded do come up good to do some damage onto Chiron. Minimal overall. Short control's been gained by Bet Boom. Trying to work that opening pick. They do see Vladden, but Vladden gets a lot more damage.
It just fell there for Nafany, trying to make something happen, trying to work an opening man advantage.
Lovely. Spam
from Hampus out towards Connector's going to catch one. And this is Bet Boom being in a very uncomfortable position going into the next rifle round. You're down to Danis dropping, Nafany's down low. All the advantages are here for Bleed. This is a very good position for them to go 4-0, maybe even 5-0 off to the start. And then that would actually feel as if they can threaten this second map of the series.
60 seconds remain. Still time for Bet Boom to recover this man advantage. They're going to walk their way up through Monster. B-site the target. Counter flashes evaded. Smokes come in as Vladden's forced to fight. There's a lot of damage on the Zort. He finished off by Hampus. Farvin comes in from the ramp. Gets his kill on Chiron, Siren, and Nafany. Now just Siren alone. Beyond the smoke, behind it. Bomb is on his back, but I think they know where he is. 30 seconds to try play this 1 versus 4. Seems so unwinnable.
It was such a good position with the economy state of where it was from that last round of only one alive to kind of force a very awkward economy state. Siren up against Farfan should be able to get this kill. 1 versus 2. Smoke off towards Heaven. This swing from Graffiti could be everything, though.
Isolating each of the individual fights. The Molotov comes down on the bomb site as well. He's got to find the only plant angle, forcing Fight Cypher to peak, but that AK locks in the headshot much quicker. Good effort from Siren, but not to be in the end.
And very different with how these rounds are being won in comparison to map 1 and map 2. These are very close. It's not coming down to a massive amount at all. I will say that the majority of rounds have been outside of the pistol, Bleed recovering it. Or I should say, Bet Boom kind of in a position to recover the rounds. But when you look at how close they are, when you look at maybe it just being 1 kill as the difference, Bet Boom will still feel as if in this 0-4 start that it probably isn't a slow start from them. They probably won't be happy with, of course, where the scoreline is and that they haven't been able to continue their winning streak that they were able to on map number 1. But this is still quite a contentious first 4 rounds of the game.
Yeah, high damage output, and you can see it on the economy of Bleed. One good rifle win or even a steal from Bet Boom would be enough to completely break the buy state.
Well, it's difficult to say that because there isn't a rifle round now. I mean, knowing that there's a half buy, you're expecting most likely 3 to 4 alive. You're not expecting a huge amount of impact to come through from BetBoom in this round. They've got a decent amount of upgrades, and they've got quite a lot of utility, so they're going to look to try and get damage.
If they get it, that would be objective achieved in round 5. Passed into the default, did stop short of that smoke without going for the rush out of Monster, but the utility is ready for them to try and storm that B-bomb site very quickly. Flashes are sent, Siren the first man in, Vladden and co. Blinded, Farven is caught, Cirksort picks up one, Vladden locks in 2 kills of his own, and BetBoom are ripped apart on the execution, trying to beat them with pace, but only 1 casualty taken on the CT side.
Excellent flashes there from Hampus. You could see that without those flashes, Vladden goes 1 for 1. Vladden gets overwhelmed out there to the toxic barrels. Those flashes diving just underneath the barrels position, really helping out on the defense. Cypher is alone towards A, so if he does go down, it will be a bomb plant.
He doesn't. Dink got close, but the AK goes one better. Zorti actually does get the bomb plant in. But the retake and a 1-on-4. Tech9 without Kevlar. Nade taking for 29 points of health. Loads of damage done there. And from here, should all be over for this round of BetBoom. At least they got the cash bonus. At least they'll have a very strong buy going into the next. They do not get those 2 or 3 kills that they would have ideally liked to gain out of a half-invest round. So Bleed's economy will also recover. Next gun round to see if BetBoom can finally break the streak.
Yeah, you can see Hampus and Cypher have worked to be that dynamic duo in the early stages here of Overpass, and I'll be keen to keep an eye on them to see if that can consistently come through, especially when more rifle rounds are provided. Good AWP pick there from Cirque to help out, but from Vladden, makes those couple of kills look easy from the toxic barrels.
All rifles in check. AWPs out for Zerk and Zorti. Both on similar numbers as well for this map so far. Zorti's AWP posted to look in from Park, watching long. Footsteps were heard by Cypher, so he backs away from that position. Hampus trying to look for blind wallbangs once again, was successful with the down connector. Vladden spraying. Danis trying to look for his head, doesn't quite find him.
Yeah, BetBoom, love to be able to work an opening pick. Might even see a boost up to come through from Siren. A lot of pressure out towards B from Bleed. HE stack actually out to the pillar.
Catches Vladden. The AWP Cirque strikes back, though. Instant incendiary blocks any further action on short.
They might actually look in for a secondary pick. Hampus is going to get boosted up. The timing sees nothing. This is a really good info play, and that's going to rotate 3 players to Tobel up out here towards A. They're going to leave Farfen as the only B player off of that spot.
Going to take some time for the bomb to get out here, but it will look to end. Cypher prodding out Long's going to get info on 2 to telegraph the hit even more so. They are down to 2 defenders on the bomb site itself. And that molly goes deep. The shot from Cirque missing. That's what you didn't want to see from him. Danis able to finish off the pick, and Hampus, he's not accounted for here. They think it might be clear. Swing on the AWP bar. Sortie adjustment to contrast the AWP performance. And Farven has no choice but to save.
And if you are Hampus, you're fuming about that round. You have been able to set that up really nicely. You've gone up against the HE stack. You've made the info play. You're stacking up the A site. And Cypher just overextends that little bit too much. If he jiggles and he gets info and he falls back towards side, yes, it's very positive. But that was an unknown stack towards A. Bleed had complete annihilation of the info. BetBoom were running into the trap. They were running into the heavy stack. And a couple of good picks from Zorti with the AWP just deny everything. BetBoom find there first.
Only goes so far as 5 in a row for Bleed on CT. Farven at least able to escape with an AK for a bit of extra punch. Money should be there for a buy-up. 4,000, 5,000 can afford that AWP. The Cirque started so well with that AWP, but again an overcooked and mispositioned flick on the A defense. Back on the big green for this one, lacking in helmets for the CT side, but that's fine given the AKs on BetBoom. The utility limit is going to be more concerning.
BetBoom know themselves to be in a position now where they can start driving in some good success on the T side. Cypher looks to get flashed quite aggressively out here from the party stairs. just to try and prod for some information, see what's going on. That jump face, though, from Chiron spots exactly everything, and Hampers actually gets yet another kill out here on B.
13 deep in 6.5 rounds. And quite a number of them on this position through that wall on the boost. A thorn in the side of BetBoom. Can't account for him at this particular moment. They are spread apart. No boost can come over. They've suppressed on vision. They can't swing out from the short elbow. They can't move past the smoke on Monster before it clears. Try and see a couple of players looking for faces. And a good nade combination against Farven and Hampers. Farven particularly down at 34, but still no kill.
And this is where BetBoom need to try and find at least a response out here to the bathrooms. We've seen a lot of B-leans in the majority of defaults. Out here to long, there is a little bit of a walk creating. The two A players are actually quite aggressive. You've got Cypher and Cirque as a crossfire out here towards the bathrooms and Banana. So long is going to be free to take the A site.
.30 Tamaka has crossed. BetBoom finally put the utility in. Chiron starts to make the move. The AWP still set for Cirque, still cut down by the AK. And I think Cypher was seen, catches that one individual, turns on the second. Might have to throw swivels onto the player that comes in from top mid, but Zorti's AWP on site can get the advantage back by one. Still a 3-on-2 to bleed, though. The plant comes down, and he turns on that AK to Hampers. Now the man standing is completely even. He's looking for Farben next up, going back to the AWP. That finally costs him. And Siren smoke on the bomb. Look to isolate one spray, doesn't get past that first kill. 6 minimum hit by bleed.
Well, right there, that's another great hold from Cypher. I think when you look at the round, it's actually collapsing. Yes, there's a rotation to come up from Hampers. Cirque struggles with that AWP to win out that first fight, and it comes down to Cypher to kind of slow that round down, try and get a lot of impact out there at the bathrooms, buy time for those rotations to come up from the B players. For a moment, you might think that that's an overextension too far there from Hampers, that he had his teammate in at bank of Farfen that could have played together off of that, could have put pressure as two there onto the bomb carrier, and at least getting it planted there from Zorti. But it's Cypher, man, is creating a lot of good winning opportunities for Bleed.
Vladen strikes first. Nathany, man down in Monster. Siren tagged to 15 on short. Bleed work again in the early portions of these rounds here. Utility damage minimal as they try and get some responsive on BetBoom. Forced to slow back down the default.
And realistically, we might be seeing 3 or 4 even T rounds being gained here by BetBoom, which would be not encouraging to say the least. Bleeds have felt as if the opening kill department has been in their favor almost the majority of these rounds. Once again, it's Nathany, whether he's in connector, whether he's out to short water, or whether he's out to Monster, just constantly getting picked off by spams and bursts.
.45 seconds, M4 and AWP. Cirque watching and waiting. Flashes sent. Cirque does not have that kill. They walk right past Cypher, who only just barely gets his second kill, actually. Siren's AWP now all that remains. BetBoom mode through upon their execution. The half advantage will go the way of Bleed. And I have to say, mirror image of the halves here, the way we saw pretty much the exact same thing happening for BetBoom's favor on Bleed's map pick. At least Siren can get an exit, but there's not much else other than that.
Well, it is showing that it's only a few kills that are making the difference. I mean, that round right there, while it was a strong crossfire between Cirque and Cypher towards the bathrooms and up on A, one thing that you could see on the radar before that contact even comes through is that Vladen's clearing out the majority of Monster. So him making that aggressive maneuver had already forced the rotation up. So there was 3 players to defend on that A site. They're in a good position. They're reading the game well. They're making some good info boosts. We've seen it a couple of rounds where just a slight maneuver forward is stacking up another bomb site. And then for Cypher, it's just multi after multi, which of course is going to help the situation.
Early and late round, the impact from Hampus and Cypher respectively, working well for Bleed. Second tactical called by BetBoom. The first one only got so much as 1 round. They need to get a rifle win and try and springboard it from there. Once again, they've done economy damage to the CT side, but they've still got AK's worth of firepower. They still have that AWP on Cirque. You got 2 Galils back on Betboom. Bleed. Must be understanding it's a must-win round for their opposition, so 6 to the good, set up the CT side. Let's see our Betboom counter.
And very aggressive to get out towards Park. HE towards Cypher. And Zorti waits for an opening pick to present out to Long. You got the boost up from Hampus to look into short water. No one there. Very heavy default from Chiron. And this opening pick towards Party could be everything into the rounds.
Good crossfire here from Cypher and Cirque. Cirque's AWP to watch out the birthday entrance. Cypher going to keep his eyes on the mid and the connector presence. Oh, he turns on the double. He doesn't even need Cirque's help. 2 kills found. Nafli finally trades it. Cirque does fall back, but it's still, again, an advantage for Bleed.
And when you've got Cypher and Hampus putting up 25 kills between them, and we haven't even closed down round number 9, it's showing the individual impact that those 2 guys are bringing to the server right now for Bleed. Another great round from him. Betboom have to try and work the defense elsewhere. Try and see if they can force a bit of an over-rotation, get Chiron to work out here to the bathroom, sell a little bit of a fake towards A, but they are ending B. They are shifting into a B split.
No smokes coming down just to try and hold presence in mid. The CTs are calling their bluff. The push forward as well from Hampus will get information, so rotations can begin from the 3rd man of the CT forces. Cirque will hold up Heaven as the 2 hold the bomb site itself. Vlad jump facing for info. Nafany not going to see him ahead of that smoke. Flashes go over. Chiron trying to prod. Vladim's just going to hold his position, as will Farvan be back passive. Hampus' backstab finally closes short. Has been taken by the CT side. 2-man advantage for them as Siren's also spotted. Farvan can get called out for information to deal with that man. And Hampus continues to press, continues to lock them into the bomb site and lock them out of the round.
And I think it's just showing that the multi-kills are what's hurting the most from Betboom. They're getting into a lot of scenarios where once they get into position of taking the bomb site, they're down by 1 or sometimes even 2 men. And the info plays are hurting too. Hampus clearing out the bathroom, stacking up the B site once more. And Bleed have been very protocol heavy with these info plays, not giving that many opportunities of overpeaks, tucking into the bomb sites, establishing some strong crossfires, keeping mass AKs alive in these last couple of rifle rounds. Betboom off to an insanely slow start here on T side.
And Bleed continue to be the beneficiaries of that. More AKs on their board, more confidence, more rounds. 7 in the lead. Betboom continue to be broken. Only 1 AK is what they can afford here. North Cirque ready to receive it out long.
A lurk smoke comes through defensively towards long, so allows the T's to walk up on the back of that. Now, Cypher previously likes playing around the trash can and aggressively into the bathrooms. He's alone on this play.
Cirque's got Nafany. It's the AK gone now. Cypher is expecting him to make their way out the bathroom's entrance. He's in at Divider for now. The utility's being sent. He will get checked upon. They just about get that kill together. Danis turns on for that second, and Cirque is forced to miss a shot. His second face cost him the man advantage and cost him the site. Most likely cost them the round at last. Betboom get a second.
And that's got to be a good feeling right there, especially when you lose the opening pick. You're probably thinking, oh no, not again. Not another one of these rounds. It's going to go the way of Bleed, but very good trading game. And right there on the bomb site directly, when you think about the assistance and distraction that Cypher is offering towards Divider, you're almost expecting the likes of Hampus or even a Cirque to be able to find more off of that. And the crossfire towards Dyson Truck felt as if it got overwhelmed quite quickly. So some good entries from Danis, assistance by Chiron. And Vladin and Farfan are just going to hold on to these AKs. Could this be a late resurgence at the tail end of the first half?
Well, if it is, this is the start. And Bleed have had so much above them, it certainly is a positive that Betboom would appreciate at this stage. Both those AKs will stay in, though, and the money's still decent enough for Bleed where they can get the buys together. Cirque, Cypher can buy. Hampus have to get dropped. 6 to the good still on the Bleed side. They will bring home those guns, and Betboom will still have a bit to make up.
Well, realistically, 4 T rounds would be workable. 4 T rounds would be recoverable in that second half. We know that these rounds have been more competitive than what Mirage has been. I think the scoreline, I don't know if misleading is the right terminology, but we've seen a lot of competitive rounds, but we've also seen a lot of impact from Bleed in the late scenarios. I think Hampus and Cypher have brought the majority of round victories to Bleed themselves. So if you can try and quiet them in the last couple of rounds, if you can deny the multi-fragging ability from Cypher. BetBoom, though, this is not how they thought Overpass was going to go down. And similar vibes again to the alternate attacks game, not similar vibes to how the Ecstatic game went down. And the one positive is that they did go 11-1 on the CT half against Ecstatic yesterday. So in the very recent history, we have seen some monster CT sides from them. But these last couple of rounds of the half are going to be vital. These last couple of rounds are going to be pivotal for BetBoom to win.
Guns, of course, returned by Bleed, who would love a 10-2 half. Hampus and Cypher, especially with the amount of work that they played in. Those are the only two players on double-digit frags for Bleed. Everybody else on just 5. You can really see who the star men have been for the CT side. Slow walks on BetBoom. Mid's been left unprotected by Bleed. Circsorp only watching long. And Cypher does have connector, but he's so focused on short, he's allowed them all to go by.
Yeah, this is a dumpster smoke being lined up from Nafany. You got a rotation from Hampus that can come up quickly. Cirque with long AWP means that he's not going to be able to bring much. Cypher, though, can be able to strike and get another multi-frag.
In for the triple, perhaps, revealing their back. Stannis caught off by the lack of ammo in the magazine. Sirens counter backstab, can close the pincers on Cypher. You still got that AWP on long, though. Farther than blind spraying. Nades on Danis to just 9 points of health. He'll be an easy pick to find.
Chiron's got another smoke, but even he's being spammed up. They'll know that he's been close towards bank. AWP from Cirque has not been able to get into the fold just yet.
Flash is sent. Bleed not ready to act. The second flash will come over. Chiron being checked. His position will be checked by Hampus in the end. Kills on Danis pretty easy. Siren with that one frag. 66 points of health. The AWP going to mark him. Second rifle there as well. Isolates that one individual, but Farven finally gets the headshot required. The defuse will come through, and Bleed will once again be able to hold on to the round.
And I think from our perspective, that whole round looks actually very likely that BetBoom are going to take it. You've got the AWP towards long from Cirque, who is not really in a position where he can find impact. That rotation from Hampus is coming up from the likes of the B site. There's really only one on A. But then it's Cypher again. Catches a really good timing, gets out here to top con just when they start setting up nades. And I think the rest of the players on the bomb site are trying to keep their attention drawn to hope that Siren can cut that rotation in the end. But it wasn't enough. Another highly impactful round from Cypher.
Once again, BetBoom bolstered money to the bomb plant bonus, can afford the rifles for round 12. One more good round. Chiron gets Hampus, dink down against him, leaves him low HP. They're going to go faster than that B bomb site. Vlad's going to get caught in sandwich. Can't deal with Nafany. Farven gets one back, a second, not quite so much. 4 versus 2 for BetBoom. Bleed, Cypher again closing in with the backstab, has missed the mark on that smoke. Cirque gets caught off by a quick headshot on Chiron. So this M4, all that's left to go down to Dallas and concede a third back to BetBoom. To close the half, 9-3 up for Bleed though. 6 to the good on the CT side.
And realistically, when you look back at this first half, it hasn't been a poor performance fundamentally from BetBoom. They've just lost the half to Hampus and Cypher. Like, that's legitimately what it's been. Those two guys have just been creating too many opportunities between themselves to give themselves such a great scoreline. BetBoom will just feel as if it was maybe half the performance from Cypher, if it was maybe half the performance from Hampus, that this could be such a different scoreline, that they would have so much more success on the T side.
Well, you mentioned how BetBoom have some pretty monstrous CT halves. Maybe this could be another one of them. Pistol win for Bleed. And set them up for victory, much like it did for BetBoom in the last map. There's Glock set towards outside a monster. 3 players on the B side to defend it in the pistol.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good idea that this is going to be a B play. Now Nafany's got flashes to try and deal with these monster players coming out.
Quick flash forward, Siren allows that kill. Counter flash with the T side will try and drive him back down. It's unable to get a pick back of his own. Farvan and Cypher again step up. Those the Brit looking for a bit more against Nafany. Farvan combines with his man to make it 4-on-2 for Bleed. Blanche should be secured. Retake might provide a couple of easy picks on the two tagged up individuals on there. Bladden needs to go for the flank. Chiron leans forward. Farvan doesn't hold any prisoners. Triple for him as he gets his own individual impact. Doesn't even get caught off by Zorti. 4 kills for him as Bleed take the pistol.
And you look at that entire setup there from Betboom and think it's the perfect counter. You've made the info play out towards Park. You're setting up towards B. You've got 3 on the stack. You've got that flash forward to allow Siren to peek in, but it's the counter flash from Bleed that's so uncomfortable. Hampus' flash comes in high. It allows Siren to only get 1. They try and fall back and play defensively on the bomb site as Cypher and Farfan just start overwhelming, and then that's when Farfan just starts ripping up the kills.
Watch this sequence again. Beautiful adjustment. Betboom. Now down to the Force. Not saving for the rifle into round 15. They're going to have to let it go all the way to map point on Bleed. And then the 9-round comeback to overtime. We saw Bleed try and get a similar thing together. The Eagles of Chiron and Zorti, though, going far better here. 2 casualties, no trades, damage being done to Farvan next up. The Nades will try to open up gaps as Cirque tries to work into the bomb site. Rotations are being called here. This round's got started real quick, but Vladin gets control back quicker.
And look at the way that Bleed freeze off of the back of that. They get a double entry towards A. They're anticipating the over-rotation. Just freeze up. You've got good rifles. You've got that AK. You've got double Galil. And there's plenty time on the clock. Now, Nafany has not over-rotated from Bleed. From the B side, I should say. You've got Siren and Danis that are going to play together on a bit of a crossfire. And they'll probably want to try and look for some more. Rather than just being defensive. They want to try and prod around this.
You've got smokes getting set up by the T side. Vladden and Farvan are tagged here. Farvan especially, 34 points of health for the man. Smokes go down a bank and dumpster. And the 2 pistol players will wait for them to get real close. 20 seconds. Nafany is on the way as well. Galil takes face. Danis takes swing. Dealt with by Vladden all the same. Siren, smoke to cover him off. Does still get that kill back onto Vladden, but no more than that. Nafany's nade takes him aback. The 5-7 looks to strike still. The captain still looks to hold this clutch together. Cirque, 6 seconds. The pistol spotted him, and Cirque just keeps control down to the wire. Near steal for Bleed. Or for Betboom, I should say. Their lifeline is wasted.
You look at that round and think, how has Cirque actually managed that? When you think about the position at that kind of range, the low HP that Cirque is on, you are favoring that 5-7 every single day of the week to win the 1v1 in the end there. Cirque has to get that immediate connection, has to get that immediate headshot, and he does. Betboom, another round where frustration is going to be high. A 2-man advantage with the pistols out there in the bathrooms and Banana. And then this last kill from Cirque. It's unexpected. I think that HG was not even meant to go down out there towards Truck. And Nafany looked as if he was going to close it. 72 points of health, up against 24. It goes the way of the Galil.
Betboom, another force back for them. Do they feel alive? Do they look alive from here? Molly sent, Nafany swinging in. Hamper still gets his 2. His AK far more powerful than any weapon brought out on the CT side. Did see Siren fall. That smoke could bloom. The smokes and Molotovs will cover off the positions of the Ts. Need to get on site in that plant. Chiron's Deagle strikes on 1. Farvan close with the SMG. Focus on the long range fight. Vladden still holds control at Galil only for a moment. Cirque back to a 1-on-1. Plant secured. AK versus SMG. Zorti moves up and Cirque spray is off. And Betboom finally get their steal evade map point for now.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds have been very chaotic. You can see that there from Bleed. They get into the B site, they get some early entries, and then the SMGs. I mean, anytime you're working around util, you just know it's going to be spam. You just know it's going to try and be peppered sprays, get themselves in, see if you can find some connections. And right at the end there, you can see, what, 3-4 kills almost coming down in the matter of a couple of seconds. Spam bullets absolutely everywhere. And in the end, Zorti comes up with a clutch.
And that 1-on-1 held together on the retake. Bleed 3 Galils out for them. Forcing the buy with that bomb plant bonus. Could have ecoed for the next rifle. They got the buffer room to do either one here and still be okay for now, but serious opportunities opening up for the CT forces. BetBoom need to start the comeback now.
Yeah, well, down to a position where if you do try and eco, you take that pressure away from your opposition. This is a good force buy here from Bleed. You know that you can put pressure instantly back on your opposition rather than playing it safe and allowing that economy to grow. Happer spots out the first jump spotter. You've got Zorti at the sign undetected.
Galil's watching advanced angles taken by Fav and his teammates back away, though. This is a lurk to hope to catch rotations in from mid. CT start backing up for the rotates, though. They think that B might still be the play.
This lurk from Farfan is going to be very key, very pivotal to trying to discombobulate the CT side into really where this round is ending. Noise is being made out here. This is a chance for Farfan to wrap into heaven late round once they take B.
40 seconds for Master of Nafany trying to spray on Cypher. Farfan leans forward. Danis and Nafany get their kills in. They lock it all down. No pressure applied to Bleed in this round. BetBoom with 5 on their board, 4 players alive, and now a harsher eco from the T side.
And this is where what we want to see from BetBoom in the second half is, can they bring that same level of individual impact that we saw Bleed doing? I think when you compare just the star performers and the individual moments of pure impact, it's been the way of Bleed for this entire map. We've seen more X Factor, we've seen more individual moments creating opportunities. This is an uncomfortable scoreline for BetBoom. Even though pressure's going to be off for this round because it's a light eco, just knowing that you're up against 7 rounds for Bleed, that's the uncomfortable nature.
It's all in that deficit. Glocks will try close the gap. Get up close to the CT forces and land a couple of good head dinks down, and kills found as appropriate. Cirque spotted. Now Hampus will try and make his move. Vladden does get caught. Many wrap that corner. Dink down. Ego's falling. 1 AK can get picked up. That SMG spray was all over the place. And once again, Bleed are going to go quick. Hampus does get caught by Siren still up on the bomb site. 2 picks found for him. Farvan tries to jump in. And order is maintained by the CT defensive. Cirque SMG does find 1 player getting burned down. Bomb plant bonus won't be allowed, though. Nafany too quick to cover him off from Dice. 6 hit by the CT side. Bleed's got 3 kills, though.
And that kill from Cirque with the SMG actually allows him for the potential to go with the AWP. He's opted against it. They'll be very happy with that eco. That's good economical reset chance. You try and take more weapons away. You make the economy in an uncomfortable stance. BetBoom. I'm keen to see what Zorti's made of. Again, you consider the impact, especially on the CT side of Mirage. Opening kills, multi-frags, round-winning plays, very similar to what Cypher and Hampus were able to do in the first half of Overpass. I wonder if Zorti can start working that form now that he's got the AWP in his hand.
Similar situation for Farvan on Bleeder, has picked it up in the last handful of rounds. Now joining Hampus and Cypher's kill counts. Those 3 players, 3 of the 4 AKs they have for the Bleed buy up. BetBoom. Passive line of engagement from the CT forces, as the same for Bleed.
Now this AWP from Zorti, at least keeping eyes on for the front side of the bathrooms and out there towards Party. Now there's just some utility being used from Bleed towards Long, but in the end it seems like it is going to be a regroup. You've got Danis watching out for the boost. You've got Nafany on the site with another smoke to get down towards Monster when this one clears. They've also got Siren with an incendiary. Bleed have still got 1 lurk from Hampus, so watch out for that around the next 15 seconds or so to see if he can drive any sort of counter rotation or just show a little bit towards A.
Well, Nafany's seen something over on B. Smoke HE combination. The blind sprays come back from both sides. Nafany does get caught in the end. He got that opening kill. Dan is still holding his nerve here with the M4. What's it after USP? Farvan doesn't see him. The jump face is caught. He barely gets that kill. And Hampus gets caught next up. Cirque behind the smoke. So wary of a backstab. So confused in that exchange. I can't believe that BetBoom got away with as much as they did past Monster. But they hold on to number 7.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why they did, Jay. They didn't respect Monster. Now, Nafany jiggles forward, sees one, gets a pretty good tell that it's going to be a Monster play. He re-smokes down, and rather than falling off, maybe playing on the Monster wall or going back and repositioning towards Toxic Barrels, they're out there to the pillar position, they get on the front foot, and that makes it so difficult for Bleed when Monster is re-smoked to pop through it, to be able to get out to the bomb site. BetBoom disrespect the Monster take.
Is this where it starts to fall apart for Bleed? The streak is really coming together now. 4 rounds left in it, half by Scout and upgrade pistols for round number 19. BetBoom to secure the 8th for the next rifle round. Will then get to 10 after that. And at that point, the gap is closed to a single round for the Bleed camp. Need to put some damage, need to find some reset potential. From there, you can win a rifle and then just go to the finish for the Bleed side. That's got to be the aim here. Minute to play with in round 19.
Well, the damage in this round is take the AKs away, as many of them as you can. Don't allow BetBoom to bring 3 AKs forward into the next gun rounds. And I think when you look at Bleed's starts of the buy eco, we still have not seen enough from them in this second half in terms of gun rounds to legitimately say that this comeback is on. Zorti with the AWP looking out towards long. 3 towards A. At least it's the right read.
Completely sent. Smoke's in the way as Zorti does fire off a shot, not quite connecting to the T's. They make their way up. Cypher's the Eagle, fights on the Siren, gets tagged up. Hampus and Farven can get those 2 trades back. Zorti's up with Danis AK burning in the back. Zorti does get Farven, and Danis still finds Serb. Bomb needs to get picked up and planted, and Danis is just too strong. Given those 3 kills with a small gap of vision, they get away with 2 AKs, so 1 taken aback by Bleed. Not quite the full set. And that gun buy will bring out the full sets.
Well, that was very close. That actually looked as if that was going to be an eco still. Double entry on the site directly, and Zorti on low HP. I'm getting worried. But right there, that takes guts there from Danis to get on the front side of that dumpster smoke to try and keep fighting on the site directly. That's not easy to get 3 kills there. Very good work from the youngster.
Rifle round once again. BetBoom. Chance available to them. Vladden's hearing that jump face. They couldn't quite catch the shot onto Siren, who is hoping for some hamper skills. And Cirque's AWP strikes on Nafany first and foremost. All-important start. Danis seen as well. And the AWP, shaky as he's been throughout this tournament, solid as a rock for this 3K as he opens up the B site on his lonesome. Has that been enough for Bleed? Are BetBoom broken here?
A fantastic sequence coming through from Cirque. Trying to work that AWP into more and more, and he makes it 4. Zorti now just has to try and prioritize this AWP staying alive. Cirque has had a magic moment to get Bleed up to map points.
Get out of here, boys. Wow, Cirque. What a moment. And what's around? Again, we've given him some critique. We've definitely brought up his problems over the course of the group stage, but at this moment, when Bleed needed someone, it was him. And if nothing else, he can hold that to his name. The map point of Overpass, gained by Bleed. 4 of them to play with. BetBoom will hold on to the AWP, as you mentioned. Zorti's priority here. Keep that gun in. They will have a buy-up, of course. Guns can get dropped. Guns can get bought. Can watch it again. The second kill was an extension that he just punished, but it's the 3rd and the 4th ones. Open up the site, defend it against the initial retake. Is it closing time?
Well, it should be. And again, this is always going to be the caveat when you have a 9-3 half, win pistol and win anti-eco. The scoreline difference is just too far. BetBoom have showed a decent opportunity to come back, but it's still going to hurt. AWP battle this time around goes the way of Zorti, so an opening pick that goes the way of BetBoom.
Well, Sark unable to continue off that spike in form. Shut down as the first casualty in this round. Vladden, seen as that smoke fades, tries to find Nafany, but he falls away.
Now, this is a very good start from BetBoom. Got a bit of a info play out towards Monster. Nafany's seen this previously. Now he's playing anti-flash out to Monster, and there could be a bit of an info play too in the bathrooms. You got Zorti with the AWP, the jump spot from Chiron. This could actually be a contact into short from Bleed.
Minute to play with, 3 on the defense. Danis expected there to be a boost up. Cypher going to try and play entry. Siren back at jungle. Flash send, check position. Nafany caught off. They're blinded. Danis and Siren get a couple of kills, but Farben maintains possession of the bomb site. The bomb's on him, though. A tick of that Molotov will get him. The plant can be secured at the sandbags. 3 on 2 for the retake.
Zorti breaks open that smokes and spots out Farfen. Good info now.
Wary of him, though. Incendiary's held. HE's land on Hampers. Farben is still alive in this exchange. Hampers goes down now, so 9 HP to win the 1v3. Can only go so far as the 1 kill. Bleed are not done yet.
I think it just shows there from Cypher, while he's able to get that opening kill towards Monster, it's still being drawn into the setup. That rifle out to the pillar comes up very successful, and then I like the way that Siron just kind of backs off and doesn't really give a massive amount in that round to Graffiti. Tight shot there from Zorti to win out the opener, but Siren playing defensively was a winning condition, and especially when they spotted the likes of Farfen so early into that post plant, it was info for the late round on the retake. Bleed are going to have a rifle round in round 22, potentially round 23, depending on if they get a plant or not. And then, of course, round 24. So we're probably looking at 2 good buy rounds to try and close out in regulation.
One out of 4 recovered by the CT side. Bladden had to boost up Hampus. Can he see the player over at Toxic? No, he doesn't. Danis has seen him instead. Adjustments will be attempted, but nothing really gained. Information for now.
Zorti still hasn't been pressured out towards the bathrooms. They've seen the boost. They've heard quite a lot towards B, and the AWP is seeing nothing in Divider. And this allows another triple stack to come down on B, a smoke to come through for cover. Zorti has a crossfire of Chiron, just jump spotting at Dice to hold his banana on this.
And that Ort may be about to receive some presence. Oh, look at the pixel angles that Cirque could work with. He didn't hit that shot, though. With that angle being held, they should recognize that there's at least 2 players out there from mid. Zorti almost mistimed his look away. Does catch Cypher for damage, and his AK is looking to hold this. Incendiary will stop them for now.
Yeah, Siren's thinking about that rotation up towards A. That's good time stalling here from the AWP. And now for Bleed, I mean, they have to end A. They've got no other option.
And Zorti still standing. The first port, of course. Cypher to slow walk around that corner. Kill on, corner held. Flash doesn't affect Zorti at all. His 2 kills are found. Farben can force him out of that corner, but ultimately runs into the trap, which he still gets out of. Cirque again in the clutch. 1 on 4 has found just 1. And now needs 3 more. Bomb on his back. Working in against Siren. Sees him. Cannot adjust the spray. Bet boom. Still in this game.
And Bleed need to make a tough decision now. Do we buy or not? Now, Farfen's down fairly low. He can get AK armor. Won't have a lot of utility. And Hampus can buy, but it will probably be Galil armor. So they've got to make a decision. Do we want to buy in completely? If we buy in completely, we could ruin our chances of a good gun round in round 24. This is where both Gassard and the in-game leader of Hampus need to weigh up the risk versus reward. Do you get 2 decent gun rounds in a row? Or do you get 1 weakened one and 1 strong one?
We're seeing an AK and a Tech 9, and Galil's coming out, so half invest for round 23. Look towards the true chance in the next. The bomb plant bonus would be wonderful for Bleed right now. Discussions have happened. The team has made their choice, made their bed, and now they have to lie in it, and it's a fast-paced play from them, cancelled by the Incendiary.
It could be a double pump off of the back of it. Hampus is setting up util for them to come out of Monster. They're going.
That nade lands on 2 individuals outside of that Monster play. Nafany keeping his head tucked away as Cypher gets domed in by Danis Farlin, trying to frag back. 4th man also making his way forward as Hampus mowed down Cirque with 1 pick. Not quite a second, even though Chiron and Danis are low. Farlin is all that's left here. Caught by the nade. Bet boom now, 1 away from overtime. Bleed. Oh dear, from the 9-3 advantage. Are they about to bottle it?
Well, it shows that, again, Overpass is not their strong suit. It's one of their weakest maps in the pool. They've only played it once on HLTV since this lineup's come together. 9-3, like you mentioned, 11-3 with the pistol and the anti-eco conversion. And surely for round 24, this is where you want a moment from Hampus or Cypher or Farfan. One of those three. We saw how impactful they could be, especially Hampus and Cypher in the first half. Can someone make magic happen? Can someone close like that round from Cirque with the orb?
Just one to the good. Bleed need to turn these AK straight. Need to see individual moments, perhaps from Hampus and Cypher or Farfan. Those three guys making difference, particularly the first two. In that first half, it's a slow approach from Bleed, though. They know they have to get them set up. They're taking their time in doing so.
And not a silent rotation there from Siren either. They're going to stack up 3 towards A, and this jump spot from Chiron should see the bomb. Yeah, he's seen quite a lot in bathrooms.
I might call the fourth player in. Danis will be next up on the rotation. Smokes get set. Flashes come in. The open. Zorti, accurate as you want it to be. Siren does get caught off. Cypher needs that second. Chiron's only half blinded. Farfan gets his frag. Zorti pressured by several individuals. As Cirque gets traded, Danis is still going to burn. And Nafany is all that's left to hold this clutch. Bleed. Will they nip it in the bud? Nafany. No flash to send him through the smoke. He's got to dry walk it, and Cirque shuts him down to close it out 13-11. Very, very nearly losing control of regulation, but for Bleed, they get map 2.
It was tough, and probably should have been a lot easier. Again, when you have an 11-3 scoreline, doesn't matter what half it is, doesn't matter what map it is, you're expecting to close in relative ease. And right there for BetBoom, they drew that back into a very competitive affair. It looked threatening, but the comeback wasn't on in the end. Yeah,
I think you definitely highlighted the issues that they have on Overpass. Again, it's not a map that Bleed often end up playing. It was definitely because of the fact their CT side was so rock solid on today's proceedings that they were able to get that scoreline that ultimately pushed it past the finish line. But you are right, that comeback was very nearly there from BetBoom. We saw signs of Zorti again stepping up with that AWP. We saw the CT composure able to do so much work that Bleed weren't able to break over the course of time. So good effort and hell of a way back into the series, because I got to be honest, like, the fact that they won that map is far further than I thought they were going to go.
Yeah, for Bleed, they've at least given themselves a chance. There'll definitely be a lot of talks after Overpass. I don't think they'll be happy with the result in the way that it went down. Yes, you do send it to a third map, but you should have closed a lot earlier. And if that is kind of the performance that we're getting of a really one-sided map to go the way of BetBoom, you then come into Overpass, it should be one-sided, and it's not. There's still a lot of positives to go the way of BetBoom come this third map decider.
And not a lot for the Bleed camp. At least they are alive for Anubis, our third and final map of this series. The semi-finals certainly have kicked off in quite a booming fashion as we head towards a break. We'll see if BetBoom can close it or if Bleed can take back control.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. a complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
So we do go our three-map affair when it looked like it was going to be an easy situation for BetBoom. Ultimately, their comeback was unsuccessful on their own map pick, and Bleed push us to Anubis. Dwayne, before the break, you were saying something about that. For Bleed, it's not really an encouraging series because you get blown out on your own map pick, and by the scoreline, you barely are able to take your opposing map. So, like, definitely BetBoom are playing at the advantageous position here, but this was the map they struggled against Ecstatic on during the quarterfinals here.
Yeah, that doesn't concern me, though. I mean, I look at Anubis for the likes of Bleed. We've never seen them play Anubis against a high-end Tier 2 team. We also haven't seen their Anubis in this tournament. Whereas for the likes of BetBoom, okay, yeah, we did see them lose it to a team that qualified to the Major in a close 11-13 loss. But then they also looked quite comfortable against Preezy, and they've also shown that they've beaten Na'Vi on this map before. So I look at this and think that it's still in favor of BetBoom. For Bleed, I need to see more from what I saw from them on Overpass. I need to see consistency from them and not just a good performance in one half.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I do look at that that first half specifically and just understand that really it was only down to two players. The reason why Bleed were able to go as far as they did. If they didn't have that backing, or if they weren't as good as they were and also didn't have that backing, then I feel like that probably would have been a closer scoreline on that map. And considering it went down to 13-11, then by the end of it, I think maybe BetBoom could have actually nipped it in the bud. They could have been the ones that took the last bit of control there. So it is kind of one of those situations where I look at this and I think that maybe Bleed shouldn't have won it. I mean, they did get that advantageous scoreline, but it's just like one of those things where it really could have gone either way towards the end of positions, and one or two rounds really made the difference for Bleed taking that map.
It did, but at the same time, when you're up 11-3, you should be closing. I think that's just the bottom line. The score was just too slow to start from BetBoom, and we can sit here and say, but Cypher had some really impressive rounds, Hampers, this and that. The bottom line was that BetBoom didn't show enough in the opening sequence, and I think that's going to now be something that we need to kind of judge, because it's now been back-to-back maps in which it's been first-half blowouts, really. And if we come out to a map like Anubis, if there is a blowout scoreline in either direction, then we have to anticipate that whoever has that heavy lead is going to be able to close out the game.
Yeah, the only concern comes down to the difference of how those blowouts were followed up, because in one blowout, it just carried straight forward to a simple 13-3. In the other one, the team on the back foot were able to get some sort of response together, even though they weren't able to get the comeback all the same. So even though I still believe that BetBoom are in the advantage here on Anubis, I do wonder how much Bleed are going to get out of this one. Maybe a half advantage, and then the pick in the half itself is going to make quite a key difference in the knife. I mean, I'm really not sure what to make of things, because it just feels so inconsistent across this series for Bleed.
I mean, another thing is that Vladden's going to be a key point. I think he's been a fairly consistent rifler over the course of the group stage. He's dropped 13 kills in map 1 and in map 2 combined. I think Cirque as well has been very much underperforming. Yes, he had one very impactful round that got them a necessary T round with 4 kills with an AWP. Outside of that, we haven't seen much from him in this series. So I think getting a bit more out of Cirque, getting a bit more out of Vladden, I think we're going to expect impact from Hampus, Cypher, and Farfan. There's no worry there. It's the other two guys on Bleed that I'm going to keep my eye on.
Yeah, I have to agree. Bleed. What have they done between maps? What have they done during the break to see themselves on and get themselves a chance against the BetBoom squad? Pistol round going live for the final time in this semi-final. Our first of two for the day. Bleed and BetBoom. Bleed on the CT side to kick things off, and BetBoom very fast into mid. All the pistols rushing it down here. Flashbangs will catch off Vlad and completely blinded. Cypher goes back sight with one decent trade. That's all he's going to gain. 3-on-2. Where do they go with this?
It actually, for a moment, looked like they were going to split in towards A, but it seems like they're going to split into B. Temple Lurk coming through. Hampers hearing these footsteps. Chiron just baiting distraction and finally gets that kill. Farfan now the last one left in dark.
1-on-3 for him. Here's those footsteps coming in from Danis. The Glock jumps the corner, gets caught up on the head. The plant is safe away from Electric. Swing forward. See the second man. Farvan's caught him. Down low on Chiron. 11 points of health. Farvan's clutched it and got that positive start for Bleed.
You really wonder how that actually happened. I mean, that secondary kill is an insane shot to get through with an immediate headshot. Man, oh man, BetBoom did everything right. They go aggressive into mid, they trade out successfully, they split B, they even deal with Hampus on the B site out there in Temple. But Farfen, this secondary kill is so clean and so close to a reposition to harder cover. Oh, BetBoom will not be happy about that. And very similar to how maybe some of the rounds went down on Overpass, it shouldn't have gone the way to Bleed, but it did.
That's all you need sometimes. Of course, very early doors here, and BetBoom will be forcing the buy up. Those AKs coming in, Glocks out, Glills out rather, across 4 of the players here on the T side. Initial starts will fall back into spawn and get away from contact.
And for BetBoom, an opening pick is going to be vital. Now, one thing that does need to be encouraged in this round is that because there isn't a MAC-10, the util is going to be light. So it's going to be a bit more, I suppose, contact heavy. I mean, this does look like it is going to be a stop call anyway, so we can kind of regather our thoughts when it gets replayed. But just knowing that there isn't a MAC-10 is going to show us a little bit of a different stance of this entire round and how it's going to go.
Yeah, if it wasn't a stop call obvious enough, they just threw all their Glills off the map, so...
Yeah, another thing I want to talk about from BetBoom in their game against Preezy, the winners matchup in the group stage. We saw Anubis get picked, and it was an 8-4 half on the T side. They weren't really in a position where it felt like Preezy were taking contest. It looked quite comfortable. I remember Chiron and Nafany were really enjoying their A splits. We saw a lot of that against the Danes. They were coming through from camera, coming out from A main. I wonder how much of that we see this time around. Because again, you're always going to know that your opponents are going to look back at your previous games and you want to show some differences. But certainly against Preezy, the A splits was the specialty on T side for them.
And we got to see a B split to start off the pistol, of course, so maybe that will shift over and the rifles truly come in. Of course, it's still a force by round. Maybe it could still come out for round number 2. We only saw so much of a default. Their initial prod towards B was cancelled very early. So not much to go off of in terms of this early game. Still feeling things out for Bleed, although their performance in that pistol does track with the fact that one man's done a massive amount of impact so far.
And when you always think about a default on the T side of Anubis, you normally get your house smoke and your electric smoke and then you molly out to the mid doors. And that's normally what you're going to set as a precedent for the majority of rounds. Now, when you know that you've got 3 smokes and a molly, that's where you've got to be a little bit more decisive. That's where you've got to pick your moments on using your utility early. And if you want to maybe keep that molly for a post plant or an exec, rather than working it in the early rounds. Bleed would love to try and see if they can follow up. Very heavy outside of B early, so this does tell us that it should be a B exec.
Incendiaries on. And smokes to respond back. You've got Nafany looking for Vladin. Vladin gets his frag together, looking to double up. Chiron gets caught at the end of the smoke, the same by Serg. Still got Danis looking for his own trade. Again, the spray is awkward, and Serg and Farman can continue to find those frags from beyond the smoke by players making their way out open. Bomb drop, lurk of Siren, completely irrelevant here. Second confident for Bleed.
Well, right there, I mean, it's a little bit of a gimmick. You'd think after getting that one smoke down that you want to try and cancel, that you want to try and maybe start walking into mid and taking a contact elsewhere. But Nafany looks at that opposition to try and see if they can catch them sleeping on the bomb site, maybe get them caught with util out in the open, catch them repositioning. It's a risk to walk in and try and get out to jail. And from Vladin, we can see that he's watching for that. He's waiting for that maneuver. And as soon as the first player goes down, the round's just going to crumble. Because for BetBoom, you can't just leave that AK alone. You have to keep charging. You have to try and see if you can keep that pressure up, see if you can keep trading off of one another. If it wasn't being watched, though, how different that round could have been. Bleed with a very clinical 2-0 beginning out here on Anubis.
Very nice way. As again, Streak Heavy has been their success. See if Hampus can get the kill after time against Siren. He's going to see him here. Does get the kill before it hits 0, so money bonus will still go his way. BetBoom still don't have enough to buy around. Early tactical called in by them as well.
Now this is a chance to even prioritize what they want to achieve come that next rifle round. Again, there it is, just checking on the edge of the smoke. Cirque even pre-firing through that smoke towards the jail position. Bleeds. Haven't seen any Anubis over the course of this group stage. You have to look back even further to when they played it against Mouse NXT, which, to be fair to them, was actually the only time that we saw Anubis get picked in best of 3 history for them. They started out on that T side, and they managed a 9-3 half and closed it down quite comfortably in the second. So on occasion, in the more recent officials that we've seen from them, we know that there has been a pick to come through from Anubis. It's just not as much game time, not as much top-end competition from them. And for BetBoom, that's why you would still look at them as favourites come this third map decider.
Pistols versus rifles. Cypher stands the crossfire. Cirque falls away from it. Actually, Nafany gets Cypher as a result. Khalil picks up Cirque, does shut him down. But meanwhile, Hampers has fallen towards the B main position. Vladden's going to strike out at A main on Siren. Still close quarters from a couple of individuals. Farvan especially might get pressured by 2. Chiron has been seen trying to vacate mid, or at least hold presence over that rifle now. And Farvan holds for Zorti, sees his man, gets his kill. Danis with a responsive, should be able to secure the bomb plant with this.
And this looks promising. This actually looks quite winnable. Rather than having trigger discipline, you can see the way that Farfan struck early. Now, Cirque is not going to drop from mid, so he's going to actually wrap all the way around to B main. This is going to take him a while to get into position. It's about slowing this round down, and they've got a kit on the back of Vladden.
He's leaning in first, not going to wait for Cirque. Might not have the time to wait for Cirque. Sees the man in the back corner, caught off. Chiron now hearing where Cirque is. Information on both individuals. Smokes onto the bomb site. Still isolates Vladden. That kit can get picked up. Cirque on the defuse. Held together. Chiron's bursts and sprays. Flashes will keep Cirque blinded, but it doesn't matter because Chiron does not peek forward far enough. Doesn't get the kill and doesn't get the round.
It always looks so easy from our POV, doesn't it? When you see the X-ray onto the bomb, you think, oh, just spam towards that direction. But when you're in that scenario, you try and see if you can pepper a couple of bullets. You just don't quite find that connection until it's too late. And for BetBoom's sake, I tell you what, that is a fantastic eco.
Yeah.
You've got 3 players with armor, a couple of upgraded pistols, and you get away with 4 kills and a bomb plant. But quite similar to Overpass, do you feel in those sort of scenarios that you should be winning it when you get it down to a 1v1 like that?
Heavy damage sustained on Bleed. Resets potential here for BetBoom on their own rifle by the Orbs and the AKs in as standard. Playing for contact outside of B. AWP sees the shoulder and Danis get caught. Cirque turning it up in this early game. 5 frags deep.
And this is where more pressure is going to build towards another A split. Now, you've got Nafany as that late lurk in from camera. Needs to deal with Cypher, but can't manage it. And now they can come out of A main.
They have to come out of A main. They've all committed, including the bomb. Vladden seen the first. Cypher's cut him down. Siren traded back the same. Might got caught up on each other there, but it doesn't matter. They've held the site defensive. 1-on-4 for the Orb. Has to save it. And a minute to do so. If Bleed go for the hunt, he's probably getting caught off.
And it just shows you how much has now been almost tangled out of that 1v3 clutch that came through from Farfan in the pistol. How different this early game would have been if they just close it down in the post plant. A great multi-frag sequence there from Cypher. We saw a lot of it out on Overpass. And that one right there, he takes that first contact in from camera, deals with the likes of Nafany, and then just transitions out towards the bricks, looks down to the players coming through from A main, and once again, Cypher puts up a load of damage.
Second tactical taken by BetBoom in just 4 rounds. Starting to get flashbacks to that Overpass as Cypher's quick burst to the heads. Again, he's been playing fantastically in this series. Might not be top fragger, but he's not that far off. And Bleed in general, we are starting to see better performances from those 2 individuals. Cirque, top of the board, alongside Farvan. Vladden keeping pace. That's with the extra punch of Cypher and Farvan. This is looking like a well-defined CT side.
And this is what you have to expect from Bleed in the very early few months of the lineup's history, is that individually, you want to see those stars come alive. You want to see the impact. And maybe when we get deeper into the year, when we get closer towards that player break, that's when we can see the stronger protocols. That's when we can see the stronger team play. I mean, it hasn't helped for Bleed that they haven't been able to kind of stay with a stable 5 since the lineup's come together.
Perhaps it'll work out for the best in the end here. Initial kill on Farven does get caught off to one of the upgrade rifles they have. Zorti is a gap in that smoke. Yeah, Cirque's caught him. Advantage regained. Nade to pop open said smoke. Will not see where Chiron is. He's on 10 HP anyway. He's close towards that smoke. He'll just get naded out in the first place. Either way, no real workability for BetBoom at the moment.
And this is where, from this position onwards, Danist is going to have to be almost a mystery man. Try and see if that Galil can just see if they can create something. A bit of an opening pick, a bit of an avenue in. Hampus out towards his B site is alone, so his job right here with the smoke and molly is waste time and bring those rotations back over. Cirque and Cypher can both rotate in from either cave or temple side on that B hit.
Smokes onto main will block off one of the rifles. The second one can still come in, picked up from earlier. Counter incendiary. Chiron can't afford to get too close, and if it spreads towards him, he's a goner. 30 seconds remaining, second molly, same position. Time being stalled. They're waiting on Vladin to push, but the nade that should finally get the kill they're looking for. Nafany is ironically caught here. Chiron stays alive, but time is short. BetBoom need to act or save. They look to call in for the save.
You wonder if they actually drop after time. I mean, Danis is going to try and make his way in. Cypher just gets caught off guard. Danis can try and get a double entry, but there's nothing that can be made. Chiron now just has to try and hold on to this last rifle, make sure he doesn't get hunted after time. An uncomfortable eco to come through from BetBoom. At least they keep armor and an M4 into the next round. At least it doesn't completely rip the economy.
Yeah, the other 4 players will be on for the buy. Be 5 on the board of Bleed, though. BetBoom. Wow, that was the most perfect nade you will ever see. They still got three players to fall in the CT forces, so it wasn't comfortable for Bleed either. Losing one of those AKs, only 1 left in play for Vladin. The rest of them can also buy into this round, so full gun set for the 6th.
Now, Cirque's actually brought that AWP aggressively towards A main. This is something that we haven't seen from him. We saw him play out to Electric in that last round. Flash around the corner, has to reposition, and as he looks to reposition, getting blinded, he gets caught off guard. Siren looks to try and make it too, but Vladin just knows that he has to fight into the angle.
Barely caught the information. He got the spray together for the casualty anyway. Cypher now ready for them to fade that smoke. Sees that second man caught on the reload, though. Will get rushed down by Chiron. Now it's all left to Vladin on that A site play. Defense needs to hold from the 1 AK. Backup is trying to get here, but how's he going to do this? Play passive, let them get the plant, wait for the retake? That might be the best call.
Now they're trying to cut that rotation out from Hampus. Out here towards mid. This could be a big pick, and it goes the way of the CT line.
Oh, Zorti, uncharacteristic. We've seen him hit some stellar shots over the course of this series, but not in that exchange. Advantage now for Bleed. Plant has been secured. Now waiting for all feet to form up and the smokes to clear.
Now, these smokes are certainly wasting some time. Chiron gets himself out there towards the back plat, out to camera. There's going to be a strike from Danest.
Nade, flash, Chiron still undetected. Swing with the spray on 2 kills, not quite landed, but Farven is so low. And Danest will get Hampus elsewhere. BetBoom will win the first gun round and the first round of their game.
It didn't actually look like that round was going to go their way. When you consider Vladin's 1-for-1 in A main, when you also consider Hampus dealing with the likes of Zorti out there in mid, man advantage on the retake, I think it showed out towards A main, getting caught with util just on a timing as Chiron swings from the back plat. And then Hampus tries to get into camera quickly and gets caught off guard by Danest. Vladin as well did not opt to pick up that AWP and sort of play in and around it to try and deal with that camera split into A. Instead, just maintain the territory, kept the AK alive. BetBoom win their first.
Well, Bleed will be back on the investment. The damage that was done to that previous eco is not enough to reset them in full. Cirque's AWP especially being brought out here. Shot did ring out from one of the AWPs. Nades and mollies back forth. Cypher in from mid. Close quarters. Getting Chiron with the bomb. Extending way too far forward. Danis also revealing himself. You've got Cirque flashing Cypher in. He's expecting there to be more aggression on the AWP. Sees one. Doesn't connect that shot. Danis is finally seen. Cypher with 3 on the MP9. Make it 4 on the MP9. Oh dear, BetBoom.
Now you can see how gimmicky it gets out there towards mid. Nafany tries an aggressive play, tries to see if he can work just the utility, and then right there it gets to a position, maybe calm to trade him, put pressure on, but it gets to a point where there's a lot of individual fights being made, and at that kind of position, with that sort of weapon, you're not expecting Cypher to get that much. Maybe 2 at absolute most and then get traded, but he just gets so much. Cypher's had a fantastic best of 3.
Beauty. So much money gained, free AK for that man, and of course, mass impact in that round to get minimum 6 for Bleed. Bet boom. Down to the Glocks here, buy isn't 100%. May have to go half seas and go for the max loss bonus in the next to get the true guns out. Not the start that they wanted, and very characteristic to what happened on Overpass. Perhaps to a bit more of an extreme, but still, that was enough for Bleed to get themselves a lifeline in this series, and this could be one to end the series if it carries on.
I remember Cypher putting out a tweet only a couple of weeks ago, and I'll actually quote it. "I don't really know why there's a misconception about me. People think I'm lazy or acting like a bum. I literally have 100+ hours every past 2 weeks, focus every day and improving. It's crazy to assume that just because I'm having a rough period." And I think, again, it came with the very opening first few events that he was out here from Bleed and didn't quite show that full ability, and maybe having a difficult time on social media, seeing what people's reactions are. But from what we've seen from him in this tournament, that does not feel like the Cypher that's struggling. That does not feel as if a Cypher that's having a bad time. He has created a lot of victories. We saw that in the group stage, a very good performance in their opening game against Big, followed up by a consistent performance against Young Ninjas, and then a very strong performance with Farfan yesterday in the Rebels in the quarters.
We've seen in the past how high he can hit. The biggest stages in the world, he has shown up. Shot of Cirque. Also showing up in this map. One behind Cypher, the top fragger. And that AWP, we've given him a lot of critique. The Bleed, however, he is one a number of players that are really pummeling in Bet Boom now. They do go in for the heavy invest, not saving for the true guns. The 2 AKs will come in for Zorti and Siren. The Galil of Nafani trying to strike first. Cypher is there in mid. He backs away to the A defense, so this could be a camera walk.
Cypher repositioning is actually in a good angle right now. This is a very dominant angle, especially with an AK. Try and draw them in, and they're actually not going to go through their smoke. They're going to try and speed up and go B quickly off of this.
Lavin's ready for anything to put that smoke down to try cancel. Will they push forward to that smoke? Apparently not. Meanwhile, M4's looking for Chiron. His Mach 10 at close range. Hampus can deal with him. Cirque was tagged in that exchange, but he still gets Siren and Electric. The split play now has to come in from CT and Temple. Bet Boom may get surrounded here.
Yeah, this is tough. This is very tough to try and recover it open. Even Cirque is in a good angle to try and get that first and drop the bomb.
Shot in, looks back towards Temple. Zorti covers off Fav, and Cirque is still back there, though they're aware that he must be hung with a pillar. The Hampus protects his man. Nafani breaks open one pick, but he's such low HP, and Cirque holds true to the triple and to the half advantage of Bleed.
And I think very similar for Bet Boom out in the first half of Overpass. There have been some competitive rounds. There has been some rounds where you can honestly look at it and say if just one kill goes differently, they get a good timing. They create the space. They overwhelm the bomb site. But at the same point, it also shows that inability to close rounds, that inability to, when they get on the bomb site, to make sure that they get themselves in a post plant, make sure they get themselves in good positions. Bleeds. You want to say 7-1 on the CT side, you set yourself up for victory. You set yourself up to a very good position. As Cypher up against the half by pretty much nearly gets the ace.
32 HP off of it. So quick in this round, we didn't catch it. Vladden's there to close. Okay, Cypher. Yep, definitely showing up. I think him and Cirque are in their own competition. Who can top frag? It was Cypher in the 2 rounds ago, and Cirque took it with the York play, the 3K in that defensive. And then watch this. Mowed down all. Wow.
It's a powerful position in towards mid. And we've seen a lot of times, especially with those aggressive maneuvers, especially with those quicker plays in behind the re-smoke, that's where Cypher's been able to put the majority of the damage down. Bet Boom. I mean, they'd love to recover at least 4T rounds. At least end this half on a bit of a high.
Well, they'd love to. The question is, are they going to? Damage that they did in that last round was extended only towards that AK that Cypher had. Vladden's AK still in play, gets Chiron to start. HG's towards Siren and Danis lands right at their feet. Both players tagged by quarter health each. Look to split into A site. Perhaps they might back away and change tact. Cypher is still playing ahead of this smoke. Nafany and his crosshair might be trained against him. Is Cypher going to walk past the captain? It seems like that might end up being the case. His back is turned, but he checks that corner anyway.
And now you can even see that rotation that's come through from Cirque to try to help out Vladden. They saw pressure towards A in the early portion of the round. Vladden was able to escape. Now Farfin is just keeping eyes down towards Electric, but it almost feels like a very heavy retake B setup. Farfin at Cave, Hampus out here at Temple. It's very defensive on B.
Three players will meet the two. Farfin sees the lineup, does get damage onto Danis. The Incendiary means that he can't press. So he's going to have to use that smoke, and backup has been called. That HE, though, so well placed. So much damage being done. Siren to 19. Danis now even lower than where he was before. Zorti's got to do so much. Danis gets caught in the back. AWP there with support. Cypher engages with the Molotov. Zorti 9 now for the 1 versus 2. Headshot needs to get gained. Cirque hiding in that corner still lands the wall bang through the concrete. And Bleed might take damage, but they are on a hot streak of rounds.
And it is so insane to think from just a mentality point of view that you can come in, for Bleed's perspective, to your first ever semi-final, going up against a high-end Tier 2 team, a team that's been quite successful at the LAN atmosphere as well, to prove what they could offer against Tier 1 teams, to lose your map pick 3-13, to then come out towards Overpass, get yourself that 9-3 half, get yourself that 11-3 scoreline, and yeah, even if there are some struggles, you close it. You make sure that that entire map goes your way, and now you come out to Anubis, and this is the performance that we're seeing for the international squad.
What a surgence they've had here in Res. What a future that might be in store for them. Grand finals look so on for Bleed. Bet Boom. Yet to get much out of this T side. A 10-1 half at the very least in this scoreline for the Bleed camp. Zorti trying to burst through with Nafany, trying to find where Cypher is. He does take a lot of damage, but he does find Chiron and somehow nearly get away with his life. Zorti does cover him off.
And this is for BetBoom, where they haven't been able to manage much map territory. Yes, they lost an opening pick out there to Canals and found a retreating one onto Cypher to mid. But it seems like it's going to actually be a play out towards B. They can get an exec forward. There's a bit of an info play. This could legitimately be both Vladden and Hampus regrouping aggressively to B main and setting up that backstab for the retake.
Open face from Nafany before that smoke can even bloom. Farven gets the advantage and they retreat. They want to play the retake. They know that they can still make it successful. They are closing in very quickly though, particularly on that backstab. Farven providing covering fire. No one's attention is drawn towards Hampus. They're considering it. Siren does check his man. 3-on-3.
And not many nades though for the post plant, and already Farfen comes in with a quick kill towards Cave, and they've got another smoke to get down.
Does come in, but counter Incendiary from the CT forces, and Farven gets blocked. Vladden costing a man advantage. And now him and Cirque will try their hand at the retake. Orp shot straight through against Zorti. He goes falling. Siren knows where that bomb has been planted. Could be a body block. He prays through. Doesn't get the man. Doesn't get the contact. Doesn't get the kill until it's far too late. Cirque again taking a round for Bleed.
And when you consider that Cirque had, what, 3 kills at the end of the Mirage, that it was just the Zorti show on map number 1. He has really been able to turn it up with a lot of impact on this final map decider. Very clinical kills from him. BetBoom. This has just got to be one of these situations where you can't believe it's happening. Again, some of these rounds are quite close. It feels like in that 2v2 that you've got yourself a good chance, a good window of opportunity.
Wow.
And then it doesn't happen. Then it's another round that just goes the way of Bleed, and it's just suffocating.
The underdogs turning the corner evermore. BetBoom, Orp in against them. Zorti is caught. Cirque again to open up a round.
An opening man advantage that's just so pivotal for Bleed. BetBoom. they have to just almost NB on the majority of these rounds because they're not being able to offer up the mid. They're not being able to contact and pressurize A main either. You've got Farfen on the other big green. The first time we're seeing it come out.
Double face, straight shot on Chiron. Farven doesn't miss either. Counter Incendiary blocks them from entries. Flashes may still come in. Cypher is here for support. Farven's going to need it because he's such low HP. The blind sprays will not get anything more out of this. Bet Boom ticking past the first minute, need no responsives. The Orb of Farven still waiting. Hampus does get caught. Finally, Danis swings on the low HP. 3-on-3, but look at Cypher. The impact he's had, walks through that smoke, and Nafany can deal with him. Advantage for Bet Boom. They might get a consolation round out of this half.
And this is where Vladin coming through from Electric needs to strike in quickly. Cirque can't do much with this smoke down at Temple.
Gonna last for a fair bit as well. AK on AK, Siren doesn't turn. Cirque is now dealt with, and Vladin picks up that one frag, ducks underneath the crosshair. Nafany and Danis, the last two individuals. That flashbang, the body block to find the man. It will just keep him at bay. Time is so short on him. Checks the back lines, but Danis and Nafany can combine for that kill. Triple in for Danis. But only 2 rounds for Bet Boom to close out their T-half.
And this is Bleed trying to make a statement in which they could be the only team completely undefeated to make it into the grand final. You think about Fnatic, you think about Young Ninjas on the other side of the bracket. They still lost games in the group stage. Fnatic lost one to Breezy. Young Ninjas lost one to Bleed. Did Bleed go all the way? Yet to drop a map in the group stage in their opening game in the playoffs. They've dropped one here. But with a 10-2 scoreline, it feels like it's closing time. It feels like you're in the perfect position to get this series over and done with and really squeeze all of the life out of Bet Boom.
T-side to task and only 3 rounds to do it. Similar situations to Overpass, and we saw how Bet Boom were able to return. Can they do the same thing here? They'll need to do the same thing here. They want a chance left in this map and in the semi-finals. 3-man unit on the A defensive. 3 USPs to meet what should be the oncoming onslaught of Bleed. Cypher caught first by Zortine. He spams up Farman the pre-fire. Cirque could also get caught off. Chiron gonna try rush him down. Cirque with that pick. Players are blinded. Swing on Siren. Can't get the kills in Vladin. Does get a trade or 2. And they bring it back to a 2 versus 2. The mid lurk from Hampus comes in against Nafany. And Danis is all alone to hold an all-important lifeline pistol for Bet Boom.
Lack of info on where that reposition is. Trying to come out from Heaven. And there's a moment here that Danis might be able to strike on Vladin.
Back's turn, checks Heaven. That's all the info they need. Hide, playoff contact. Peek together if you must do. Danis making way to the one side. Vladin's caught off guard. Hampus challenged, but Hampus holds true. Bottom fragger of his team. That doesn't make a difference to the impact. Pistol taken 11-2. It is closing time for Bleed as they look to stun Bet Boom out of Anubis.
And we know that Bet Boom are a very emotional team. I think we've seen that in some of their LAN performances. You'd imagine that the tilt factor is high. That round right there, you are desperate for a start in this second half. You need it to survive. And what happens? But Zorti gets 2 opening picks and you're not closing the round down. You're not closing it out. The lurk in from Hampus. Danis to try his best in the 1v2 and bleeds. This has been a fantastic performance from them. And while we saw a very one-sided performance from them in the first half of Overpass and struggled to close, I do not think it's going to be the same counteraction.
Bet Boom need to turn up or get out. It's got to be from here on out. Force buy into round 14. Damage has been done to both sides, more so to Bet Boom with Danis to 27, Nafany at 62. Farben returned back to on 58. Cypher and Hampus alongside Cirque in mid. Nafany's going to back away.
And this is all about the timing and the spacing out here to be. Farfen out towards his right-hand side. Does it get cleared if they go aggressive?
50 seconds. Slow pros. Danis hears that footstep, puts that fire down immediately. No further incendiaries though. SMG does swing from Siren. Cypher does get caught off guard, so that's one frag as they sneak in the man advantage. Can they maintain it though? Perhaps not. Hampus looks in. Nafany's Eagle does strike back with 2 fantastic headshots. And once again, BetBoom look to come back from the brink here, at least maintain themselves alive. Farven still fighting, but with 20 seconds, his time is up.
And that lurk in there from Siren really shaped up the entire round, and I think Bleed know themselves, we can't cancel. We can't go elsewhere. Even though Siren's been able to catch the info that he's dealt with Cypher, I mean, BetBoom know it's going to be an MB, and Bleed know they're running into a trap, but there's nothing else you can do. You've already committed. You've already got mass players and that bomb outside of B main. You have to go. There's not enough time to reset and work the default elsewhere. Nafany with 2 very strong defensive kills on the sides.
And that forced by steal for BetBoom keeps Bleed at bay for now. They will be forcing their way back into the 15th round though. Deagles, Tech9's out and about. T-side setting themselves up. Defaults as you would expect. Slow walk up in mid. Nafany is playing passive. And the camera door ready with a flashbang. Would love a smoke in this position. Cypher's seen him.
And this is where Bleed need to make a decision. Do we go quick or do we cancel? They go fast into camera.
And they overwhelm Nafany for it. Siren could isolate one pick, but Vladin comes in from main with the timing strike perfect. 4 versus 3. Bleed might be lacking in rifles. BetBoom need to go in with this though. They don't know where everybody is. They focus fire on Cypher. Finally get that pick, but Farven struggling against Zorti. Eventually comes up with the kill. Danis moving forward. Does finish off the job. Vladin's picked up a Galil. Hamper's got a FAMAS of his own. Danis, all that remains. He's picked up a trade back. The Molotov that should force Vladin out of the way, and the flashbang smoke combination on the defuse. He'll tap, but Vladin peeks ahead of it, gets his casualty in, and that's Bleed on map, match, and semi-final point. 9 semi-final points to play with.
And look at the Kraken entries that they're able to get there. They show the presence quite early out there to mid. They flash into camera, and immediately it's just 2 kills. Cypher to get 1, Vladin to get the other. Those A players do not hold their weight. And for a moment, it feels like maybe there's a clutch to present. With the incendiary out there to the pillar, with the flash towards main, the smoke on the bomb. But Vladin just peeks ahead of it. Peeks before that smoke can come down, and BetBoom, I mean, they're struggling to even get a strong buy here in round 16.
Have won with forces before. You can't always consistently rely on it. You might have to rely on Siren and his M4, the only M4 in this round, dealt with by Vladin. Molly sent a Cypher, picks it up off his dead opponent, turns it on to Nafany, looks in with the next 3 individuals. Zorti with an Eagle back, trying to rely on those headshots again. He's such low HP. And look at the player on site, burning down to get map control, get the bomb site for the T side here. They might catch Zerg. Vladin might also get flanked in. He's seen where Danis is. Chiron adjusted to, but Farven's there for the closer. And Bleed have confidently taken their rightful place in the grand finals.
And this is yet again, Jay, another playoff game in which they have impressive starts. You look at Rebels, 7-2 up on map 1, 8-2 up on map 2. You then look at this series. You go 11-3 up on map 2 and an 11-2 up on map 3. That just shows, right, those real one-sided scorelines. It was a massive helping hand. A huge performance there from Bleed today.
And even on Anubis, the idea that you're getting that confidence much earlier in the half rather than allowing that comeback to come through from BetBoom, they look locked on for that final map. They pulled some serious aces up their sleeve, and BetBoom just weren't ready for it. It's back to the drawing board for them because they'll be out top 4, admittedly. But Dwight, as you were saying at the start of the show, they were really contesting to take the title.
Yeah, of course they were. I mean, their Mirage was a huge statement. It's a map that was come through as a Bleed map pick. You look into Overpass with the successes that you have, and realistically, they just didn't give themselves enough chances in the first half of both Overpass and Anubis. It was the Cypher and the Hamper show out there in the beginning of Overpass. There were some certain struggles to close, but I think it showed there for Bleed that once they were just able to get it out of contention of maybe like a bit of a steal of a 2-0 or even an overtime, that they came in and they put up another good performance on map 3. So for Bleed, this has been an impressive tournament run. This was their first semi-final. Now that makes it their first grand final.
And the idea as well that it was the Cypher and Hamper show in that second map up rather, and then it became the Cypher and the Cirque show in the third. Dwayne, you said before we went into Anubis you wanted to see more from Cirque and more from Vlad, and we certainly saw a lot more from Cirque, and Vlad also ended up keeping pace as well on the scoreboard. So the idea that they have that potential just shows that Bleed have the pieces they need to make success work. It's now a case of just finding that on a consistent basis. Whether they do that in the grand finals is yet to be seen, but it's positive signs overall.
Yeah, look, this last handful of weeks of officials, or maybe handful of officials to the last week and a half, it's been really successful for them. They're finally getting some results up on the board, and they're proving it against stronger teams. I mean, getting an opening win against Big, the 2-0 against Rebels, and now a 2-1 against BetBoom after just being demolished on your map pick looks really positive. It feels like there is intent here for Bleed, and we can see that they can go deep, that they can really press for titles. And now looking at them in the grand final position with how the last couple of series have gone for them, they've got a serious chance of winning this entire thing.
Indeed, they do. Their underdog run will continue as BetBoom fall before their feet, but they're not the only underdogs left in the tournament, Dwayne. Our second semi-final sees the Young Ninjas taking on Fnatic, and the Young Ninjas themselves have also impressed. Imagine if they impress and beat Fnatic, and then we have an underdog v underdog grand final with two very impressive units that we didn't expect to be as good this week.
Well, if we do get that, we'll get the rematch of the group. Remember, that winners matchup out in Group A was the likes of Bleed versus Young Ninjas. So there's a very good likelihood, or at least a decent chance, that we get a rematch from the group stage in the grand final.
Well, that all depends on whether Young Ninjas can, of course, get that victory. That match is set to start in about 45 minutes' time, so we're going to go to an extended break. But when we return, Young Ninjas and Fnatic are set to do battle in the second semi-final of the tournament and of the day. So do stay with us here in the Rest European Series.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Welcome back to the Rest European Series. It's time for our final match of the day and our final match of the semi-finals. We have already found one team forward to tomorrow's final game, and of course that is the Bleed squad, who took out BetBoom in quite an dominating affair towards the tail end of that series. One underdog through. Let's see whether the other one can do as the Young Ninjas take on Fnatic.
And this is a matchup where, for the Young Ninjas, I think if you just narrow in this one tournament, they have been surprising match after match, map after map. They have upset a lot of teams to get into this position today.
Absolutely. You can't deny the playoff position against Aurora. I didn't suspect that it would go down in a 2-0 fashion. Didn't think it would be as dominant as it was because of who Aurora are, but Young Ninjas have done that. They obviously took out Big during the group stage. They beat Amcal so proficiently on those two best of threes. I mean, they've the only team that they've really had a struggle against here in Rest is Bleed. So the level of competition they're beating so far has been pretty decent. But, Dwayne, I do want to touch on one little key thing, because we talked about the issues they've had in other tournaments, Zero Tenacity beating them out. Well, they just came off the back of a best of three with Penitta, where Penitta also beat the Young Ninja squad.
Yeah, and actually in that break, had a little bit of a chat with Retro, who was casting that game, just to get a bit of an idea of how Young Ninjas were looking. Now, it actually probably should have been them closing in 2-0 fashion. He was saying that out on Overpass, they lost a couple of scrappy rounds that really hurt them. And again, that was the first map of the series in which they lost 11-13 on their map pick. Their losing streak now over on Overpass. They came into Mirage, which was Pemitta's map pick, and stomped them. We've seen some pretty good Mirage performances from Young Ninjas in portions, especially that first half against Bleed. But the last map decider of Vertigo, they actually had a pretty good scoreline at the turn of the half. They get up 7-5, they hold their weight, but struggle to convert the gun rounds in the second half. That doesn't bode all that well when you've just taken a loss and now going up against a stronger team in Fnatic.
Indeed, Young Ninjas have done fantastic stuff up until this point, and they certainly have surmounted even, I would argue, tougher challenges against the Fnatic squad than the Fnatic squad, because this is a team that are also in a bit of a weird spot right now. I mean, they are looking to try and qualify for events now. They're not always getting those key positions. Obviously, they're going to miss out on the major and the like, so they're going to be missing out on all these other big tournaments that you really expect to see a name like Fnatic at. They are going to get invites to Tier 1, so I do feel like we have to kind of hold them to that kind of standard to a certain capacity. But look, at the end of the day, I don't know if they're necessarily the strongest team the Young Ninjas have taken on so far here in Rest.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree to that sentiment. I think this is clearly a Tier 2 team with a Tier 1 player in Crims. I will say that their recent run of form online has looked impressive. I look at their result against Preezy, the opening game. That was a battle. That was a real good firefight. It was kind of Matty's giving it a good go to see who was going to get the most kills between him and Roy. They then go up against alternate attacks in the elimination game, and they just destroy the Germans. Just don't even give them a look in the series. And then they rematch against Preezy, and to be honest, it was actually fairly comfortable. They didn't get tested a huge amount in that best of three at all. And then they go into the series against 3D Max, where again, you're looking at two high-end Tier 2 teams. Should be a fairly competitive game on paper. And it wasn't again. And I think that's the surprise that Fnatic have given me in this tournament, is games that should be close and games that should be competitive actually haven't been. It's looked really comfortable for this international squad.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. I was surprised to see the 13-4 in that Mirage against 3D Max. So, like, again, the scorelines look good. The team seems like it's proficient in that respect. Of course, whether or not it carries forward is another thing entirely. As you mentioned before, they are a Tier 2 team in makeup. I can't disagree in that respect. But Fnatic obviously need to get some good results on the board, because they are a team that would be looking, just off the basis of the name they're playing under, to go towards those bigger events. And a good run, a grand final run, a championship victory here in the Rest European Series will, of course, make a good case for them to make it to the Rest LAN as well.
Yeah, and I mean, LAN is obviously what this team is built for. When you still have someone like Crimson in the roster, you want to be towards the higher end of Tier 2, and you want to take all these opportunities to get to LAN that you can get. And I think they showed that at the RMR. They would have felt themselves they had a very good chance of qualifying to the major. Didn't happen? Okay, look at that as fire. Look at that at fuel. And I think a few of the guys on the Fnatic side addressed that on Twitter, that they were gutted to not make the major. I mean, that is, I suppose, for the calendar year, the main expectation and goal for a lot of teams, especially if you qualified to the RMR. And since that point onwards, it hasn't felt like it's a dejected team, hasn't felt like the results have been rough. It's actually been very positive. So maybe that loss to the major was a reason why we're now seeing even more success for Fnatic.
And their approach to the circuit as a whole definitely seems to be a lot more focused than the Young Ninjas. I talk about, obviously, the result from earlier today. That was 1 out of 4 tournaments they're playing, including this one at present on the Young Ninjas side, versus Fnatic, who are only focused on Red. So they've had tons of time to prepare, to look back at what the Young Ninjas have done and come up with a game plan. Executing on that game plan, though, is another question entirely. I think this match... I don't know if Fnatic are walking in as favourites like by a massive margin, but again, it's kind of a bit of a weird one to weigh up for in that angle.
Well, they've got a really good veto advantage, I'll tell you that much. The reason for that is we know that Mirage gets banned from Fnatic. We know that Young Ninjas don't really like their nuke. Now, Young Ninjas have been loving their Overpass. Overpass is actually one of the better maps in the pool, Fnatic. They're actually a team that like picking into Overpass. So I think Fnatic are going to pick Ancient, and I think Young Ninjas are going to pick Overpass. If the Swedes do go towards Overpass, Fnatic will be very happy about that. They're getting results against Tier 1 teams and high-end Tier 2 teams on this map of Overpass.
Yeah, that is a map that might end up being a bit of a crux in this best of 3, especially for Fnatic if they want to try and aim for that 2-0, which you must imagine they want to try and do so as well, because I mean, even though they're playing in a lot of the online cups, they are trying to have their hand at some qualifiers, so just get that extra time to prepare for those. They will go ahead and pick into Ancient. Vertigo comes out from the Ninjas.
Surely we get Overpass the third map decided, then float it right towards the tail end, and yeah, could have seen it as a map pick. They go into the Vertigo instead, and I mean... Vertigo is one of those maps where we have seen a very good performance against Big on it in the decider game. That 13-2, they looked really comfortable. The one maybe caveat I have here is that it's not known as a map pick. It's always the Overpass. They always go that direction. And looking at the way that they failed on Vertigo just, 20 minutes ago before this series gets wrapped up, and the 13-4 that Fnatic were able to get against Prezi on Vertigo, there is risk, and I suppose it shows from the underdog that you have to try and get a little bit of a curveball. You have to go a slightly different direction because of the team that you're playing in this head-to-head.
And I mean, it's quite a curveball to take, to be fair, because on the Fnatic board, the only map victory they've had in the last 3 months was against Prezi during the groups. It was a 13-4, admittedly, but that's the only victory they've had. They've had losses to them. They've lost to Gamer Legion during the RMR most famously. Saw beat them 13-5. 3D Max beat them 13-9 during the Rest Masters. So there's a lot of results, again, against top-end Tier 2 teams that they haven't been all that successful on that Vertigo. So actually, I do feel like it's a bit more confident for the Ninjas side in terms of a punish pick.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, you got to look at what happened. I mean, you mentioned the 13-4. They also played Prezi on this map in the groups, and that was an overtime. So you go overtime in the first time, and then the 13-4. I think the recent history has shown that Vertigo is in good touch. I've liked the way, stylistically, that Fnatic have played. And just knowing that Young Ninjas have kind of not had a break in between that best of 3, they're now going into another one, with Fnatic kind of not upsetting, but putting in performances higher than what you would expect against high-end Tier 2 competition. They've got to look at this matchup and say, we should be taking it in 2. Looking at the front end of the veto, we should be closing it in 2. At the same time, though, when you are Young Ninjas, that's basically 2-0 Amcal, 2-0 Big, 2-0 Aurora, it shows that they're going to compete. It shows that they're really going to try and take this series as far as they can.
Yeah, look, they've impressed us every step of the way. I've been a big fan of the way that Misdem's been calling on the Young Ninjas side. They look like a coordinated unit. I mean, the first series against Amcal certainly was chaos central, but you mentioned it yesterday. You didn't think it was all that chaotic against Aurora. It was a lot more structured. And watching back that match, I have to do agree in that respect. So they've got great foundations as a team, as a set of players that could do some damage in this one. So I do want to at least edge out that Vertigo. I do kind of want to give it towards the Young Ninjas side. In terms of whether they win the series, it's a little bit more up in the air for me. Again, I'm not 100% sold on Fnatic just yet.
I mean, just to give you an idea, they're a lot more inconsistent than Fnatic are. I mean, for Young Ninjas, they went 3-0 in the A1 Gaming League, and they're awaiting their playoff game. Here in Res, they've looked really good, but what about the Alyssa Invitational? Lost their opening game to Zero Tenacity, now lost their opening game against Permitter. Teams that are sort of outside that top 60-70 window on HLTV. It's not as if it's all been success. And I think for Young Ninjas going into a very strong game up against a tough team to Fnatic, they've got to get that consistency. They've got to show us what they offered in the group stage and not what they've offered in other events.
Yeah, that's the one thing I think that the young ninjas need to focus on the most is those consistency in those rifle rounds. Because we saw, you mentioned obviously how that was one of the key things that Permitter were able to exploit against them, not converting those rifle rounds, allowing that series to go towards their way. If you let that go against a team like Fnatic, who I would consider to be much higher above the Permitter squad, then they're going to punish you and carry on some streaks of their own. So yeah, those two key things are the things you're watching out for the young ninjas, both in the long and short-term proceedings. But I still think they're going to give it a good go. Again, they've proven quite a lot over Rest.
Yeah, and from this point onwards, I mean, there's nothing to lose. Again, this is a brand new project that's not even been together a couple of months, and yet you're in a semi-final position. They've been able to impress a lot. So coming into this series, trying to see if you can upset once more. I think for Fnatic, you're going to have to deal with Crims and Matties. Crims is in really good form. That performance that he had against Preezy in the final game in the group was really strong. The performance that he had against 3D Max was entertaining, especially when we were seeing some 360 USP shots coming through on Vertigo. And then I think for Matties as well, he's kind of proved, especially in this event, this has been his most consistent event under the Fnatic banner. This is probably the one where I've seen the most from him, and I think especially in a playoff game, this is a great chance for that dynamic duo of Crims and Matties to get a lot of impact.
Well, I'm looking at the dynamic duo of JoeCab and Blue Phoenix over on the Young Ninjas side. Those two have impressed me quite significantly. So let's see whether or not the Ninjas will apply that potential to a Fnatic victory as we get into our second semi-final of the day and of the tournament. Pistol set on Ancient, our first map.
Now, getting the Julies boosted up towards Tree on a pistol round is quite unorthodox. I reckon Maxter will get a multi-frag here. Young Ninjas are in a really good setup with 3 towards A.
That's up behind Tree. Smokes are going to get set. Silence is holding it off angle. Max does draw out first blood. Silence can strike over the back of that body, and Matty's first to fall. Goosh down damage. Silence still gets away with a second kill and looks in for more. Finally, QB in with that trade. But Fnatic have been locked out of main. The bomb being dropped and everything back up most certainly here for NIP. And Blue Phoenix will burn, but there's a lot more work for QB and Afro to do.
Afro being seen out there from Mistem on that boost up towards Tree. Maxter actually aggressing with the Julies, finally getting that multi-frag in, and now QB's being punished. Tries to see if he can run away and get the range game involved.
Has to do so. Does isolate Mistem as his two teammates do fall back. Bomb's on his back as well. QB can try the rotation to B.
On for the ace, and to be honest, Jay, this is workable. I mean, 1v2, low HP onto Maxstar. I wouldn't say the round is likely, but it is certainly workable.
We'll certainly get the bomb plant, so cash bonus will be available for Fnatic. Everything else after that becomes the concern for QB. He also hasn't cleared out those backlines, hasn't cleared out Cave, so he won't know where the rotations will be coming in from. Take his chance at long. Bombs planted for the backside of the pillar, so holding this position, he can't extend out towards short. As JoeCab and Maxter start leaning forward, don't have time on their side, especially as Maxter gets caught off. That's an easy kill. JoeCab being heard, Diffuse being stuck the full 10 seconds. QB tried to call a bluff out here, needs to make his way in. He sees his back poking out, will dish out some damage, and JoeCab off the bomb. That probably won the round right there for QB. Can't get the ace, but he gets the pistol for Fnatic.
And right there for Young Ninjas, that actually feels from the initial stance that that's an unlosable round. You have impact from Tree, you've got impact from Temple, impact from Big Box. There was just no way back. And right there, QB starts isolating a couple of picks, starts maneuvering forward, and then right at the end, they win that out. A 2v5. That should not have happened. Young Ninjas will be frustrated at that entire round. And for Fnatic, I think we get to see a bit of QB.
That we do. Talked about Matties and Crim so much during that pre-game, and it's only a pistol win, but it's an impactful one that gets things started for Fnatic. We talked about momentum quite a lot for this team. The force buy of the Ninjas will face up against the full buy of the T's. Only one AK can be afforded on QB's part. Body will take the lean into the Mac 10. You've got Silence's scout ready to receive him. Missed that shot at the crack angle. Max is also there in donut. Afro, headshot down. Body mows down one, but QB's in for the very fast responsive towards Max's trade. 3-on-3.
And this looks promising because QB can now start just showing more of that emphasis out towards A, pull a little bit of an over-rotation. I know the bomb is down out towards Donut, but they can just freeze. And the range game with 2 Galils and an AK and a 3v3 is a really good position.
Yeah, I like this from the Ninjas. See the bomb, don't defend it directly. Instead, stack up the bomb site, because it's probably most likely going to have to be an A commitment. Smoke onto Mistem as QB does go down. Molotovs will clear out the back, but they counter-rotate into the B site instead. So Fnatic respond to Nip setup.
Now, I would say that QB was quite unlucky to win that fight. MP9 at that sort of range, you're not gunning, is going to win that first duel. Smoke out towards short. They'll probably try and take long as well. Can Young Ninjas still close this down? The HP difference from Maxter is going to be rough.
Plant secured. Nice of Max to get that FAMAS off the misstem, but he's very separated from his two teammates. Double play in from Matties and Crims. Galil's watching both the entryways. Footsteps being heard. They're both going to get smoked off, though. One rifle, top of the box. He can look over, but he can't see that diffuser. He knows where it's been planted towards, though, so he's got a decent line into Max's position. Taps it, sprays through, reveals what's going on, does get taken aback, and now Crims just waits and baits. Smoke should start to clear sooner. Resmoke comes onto the bomb site itself, though. Spray's very awkward, and Joe Cab can deal with the last.
Now, thank goodness they smoked off Cave and didn't smoke off towards Ramp. How different that round could have been if that smoke goes elsewhere. Right there from Crims, the vertical angle, tries to at least break the front side of that smoke, try and see if he can work an advantage. Not to be. Very good trades out there from Donut, but it's this kill. This is the defining one when QB drops. That is very long range for an MP9.
Works for Nip, though. Fnatic. They're right back on the buy-ups, though. They get the force in thanks to the bomb plant bonus. Body on his Galil, Afro on his Scout. The Ninjas, of course, bolstered by holding on to a number of T-side weapons. 2 Galils and an AK for Jocab, who looks to try and press here. Check out lane, but see nothing for now.
Yeah, this is really the worst outcome possible from Fnatic. You don't want to be winning pistol and then losing the next. After such a great round from QB2. Resmoke down towards the doors. They can flash over high towards Ramp and stop the CTs getting aggressive towards Ramp. They're still going to try and peer down anyway.
Well, it's going back and forth through that smoke mist. I'm trying to isolate Matties. Matties turns away at the wrong moment. It's a bit of an awkward spray, but does come together in the end for the Ninjas, and that takes away that lane control for Fnatic. Crims might have to work back out at elbow.
This is where it's going to be quite contact heavy. Crims is desperate for a returning pick and might just be able to catch one from elbow.
Well, body prods out initially. Crims does get overwhelmed instead by Maxter, so 2 men down, no trades for Fnatic. Further utility suppression from the Ninjas, who hold on to the defense. Very little workability room here for the T's. They have got some smokes, so set one up for QB. Flash in for body, perhaps. Long and short will get contested. The CT side are going to have more central site defenders here that have to be dealt with. Body gets one of them. Scout shots bring it out. Jocab gets body, and QB will also fall. Afro now to deal with them all. Switching back to that Galil. 23 seconds. Missed still on the site. Half HP, but doesn't go down. As Nip take the lead.
And it's very difficult to understand what we're going to expect from Young Ninjas out on this map. I think when you look at their entire pool, we're quite familiar with their Mirage, we're quite familiar with their Overpass, we're quite familiar with their Vertigo. Ancient, we don't really know. We don't see it all that often. Saw it a couple of times out in the regular season of ACA Intermediate, but haven't seen it in HLTV officials, only the once. Fnatic, though, going up with a Force Buy, not getting away with a huge amount of impact, no bomb plant bonus, no upgraded kills of only 2, so light eco here in round number 4.
Allowed number 3 instead for the CT side. See how much money that Jocab can make with this SMG. Again, poising himself pretty well towards the T side positions. Smoke to the left side of B doors allows Jocab to close up some distance. M4 of Silence finds Matties. Jocab also known about jump facing, trying to see if he can spot any more. The rifles are really doing all the work here, though. Jocab does get $600 of bonus cash. But the round does go the way of Ninjas regardless. Now Fnatic get up to the buy.
And one thing that we have seen from the organization of NIP, especially with their Academies roster, is that when it first came into the fold and when we first started seeing Academy teams, they were kind of one of the first teams to really pioneer getting up on HLTV and getting officials under their belt, working themselves pretty quickly into a dominant position in Tier 2. I think within the first couple of months, we sort of saw that they were hanging around the top 50, 60 position on HLTV. So it's no surprise to see with a new direction that the team's finding immediate success. It's just whether they can continue that success for deeper runs. Instant anti-rush util towards lane doing a lot of damage.
Still going to keep up the pace here on the T side. They get Mo down at the end, but Crims comes out of elbow and gets 2 frags to return to a 3-on-3. Blue Phoenix maybe next up the task. Flash is sent his direction and a smoke down at Donut. QB does not take face because of it. His AK just slowly crosses back and holds position. Set in with a slightly slower approach now for Fnatic.
And this is where you have to expect for the majority of best of 3 that Fnatic are going to be the stronger team. In these 3v3s, these kind of scenarios where they slow it down, where they freeze, where they search for info. Just when it looked like that lane take was very successful with the opening couple of kills, it was Crim's double out there from elbow. A lot of back and forth trading, a lot of tight spacing. Mistim has not made the info play into red just yet. He's going to wait for Jocab, and all three CTs are going to make the info play together.
Walk forward from Blue Phoenix. The gun barrel seen. The AK can strike. Look for the second and see where Mistim is as well. That will commit the bomb to B. He now needs to win a 1-on-3.
Now that's really good patience right there from Fnatic. Draw in the info play, draw in the mistake. Tidy double, and Afro now needs to stay alive and wait for Crims to reposition.
A good read on Afro, though. Pre-aims the angle, and Molotov to force him back. The counter-molly of the CT side's also there. Mistim trying to force Afro to take a directive engagement, and eventually he does to win it for Fnatic.
Yeah, right there for Young Ninjas. They'll be hesitant, I think, in the next few rifle rounds, Jay, just to see, do we make info plays, right? I think it's very difficult because Young Ninjas are a team that we've seen on CT side be very proactive. I think when you look back at their games against Aurora, when you look at the group stage games, they like being on the front foot. They like trying to make info plays, double up together. But if Fnatic are quite comfortable to freeze in the mid-round, I wonder if they adapt their play style.
On the early rounds, it's again the same time the lane take from the T's. Maxter boosted up to try looking from window. Fnatic sprays blinded, trying to catch these guys off. It's smokes that will fade. One will fade before Crims can see. The kill goes the way of the CT side. QB forced to trade it back. Matties gets involved on Maxter, but Jocab able to respond the same. Back to a 3-on-3 again.
Jocab with the reposition, gets caught from ramp, and once again we see exactly what Fnatic are like when they slow it down. Afro does get caught off guard from ramp for a moment, but 2v2, there's a lot of breathing room. There's time on the clock. There's a bit of a push forward actually from Blue Phoenix, but he will miss that timing. He'll have to try and set up a backstab, and Mistim will have to play very defensive on B.
Body's got to do so much work here for Fnatic. Hubie's on 3 points of health. Smoke at the ready, needs to go down at short to cover off Mistem's cross. Swing for the headshot. Seen his man. Mistem gets QB. And now Body is all that remains. Bracketed in by the CT side. Slowly closing in the pincers is Blue Phoenix. Smoke will go down at long. Check that angle for the captain. Plant it. Ball bang denial. Blue Phoenix is just going to wait it out. Body now to win 2 directive engagements. Stays his man but doesn't get the kill. And Ninjas are back on track.
Well, so far, Mistim's played very well. I think when you look at Afro getting that one pick onto Jocab, you're almost anticipating a little bit of a retreat to play the man advantage, but Mistim just widens up the angle, makes it quite uncomfortable there for Afro. Now, one thing I think you said was that Jocab and Blue Phoenix, Jay, wanted to keep an eye out for players that impressed you over the course of this event. I look at that game against Permitter that's only just finished, and the majority of guys on the team were fairly quiet outside of Maxter. Maxter was the more consistent rifler in that best of 3, especially on the map of Mirage that they were able to take quite convincingly. Missed him, though. 2 impactful kills, gets the 4th, and 4-2 on the CT side with where the economy sits. It is a very good start here from Young Ninjas.
And Fnatic even taking their first tactical of the day. Looking like it might be a hero rifle set up for Body. Loss bonus is a little bit light. Actually, they're going to go in full force, so 3 rifles to play with. That bomb plant bonus again, keeping Fnatic trying to contest. Mac 10 in for Crims, the automatic SMG that won't be effective against 4 players in the NIP camp. And QB's Deagle, we've seen his pistol play. He is top fragger on the board for Fnatic as well.
Blue Phoenix seemed like he wanted to go quite aggressive with a nade in there towards A main. Nothing out towards mid, so I do wonder if Max is going to reposition out quickly and try and fight towards Donut. They're getting some good info, so it should just be smoke CT, take Donut perhaps. That incendiary will waste a little bit more time, and it allows Max to try and assist with Blue Phoenix, playing insanely defensive out in CT.
Smokes up, flashes sent. Here comes the execution. Maxter tries to go deeper smoke to get a bit of cover central of the bomb site. He's let 2 players cross. He looks back towards Donut. Turn the flash away from 1 player up close and personal. Matty's, oh, quick turn on Blue Phoenix. Lovely stuff, but Silence is involved here. Body gets caught. Afro goes for a swing. QB forced to get the trades back and now forced to clutch it. Galil in hand. Did he see Jocab? He'll see him as the smoke starts to clear, but he cannot get that pick in. Very fast and aggressive from Fnatic. It doesn't work out.
And it probably looked like it should have done. When you consider that double entry that was granted by Matties with the AK, that feels as if it's done enough. But that pressure point out there from Temple and the quick reposition in from CT created a lot of chaos. You could see there for Young Ninjas, they wanted to keep it up. They didn't want to play defensive, didn't want to play retake heavy. Silence. Him and Jocab coming in very successfully. And Fnatic will look at that round and think, man, how's that happened? It was such a good start from Matties.
And no bomb plant this time, so no force buy. QB's Deagle was able to strike back once again. Blue Phoenix picked up. M4 now in T-side hands. The lane control that Fnatic had is going to have to get forced away. Silence moving in alongside Jocab to push them back. Starting advantage has not been taken back by Nip, though.
Well, QB's having a great start to this map, isn't he? We're getting a lot of impactful frags from him. We saw, obviously, the pistol, him getting 4. We've now seen in the rifle rounds that he's been able to work a couple of picks in from mid. This time around, like Eco, he gets the opener on A.
Passing that M4 off to Matty. He's the only player with Kevlar here on the T side. Mentioned him and Crims being the 2 key stars of Fnatic over the course of this tournament. Both men rather low by comparison to QB. Body will be the forward entry. Looking for Silence. SMG spray around the corner. Does get dealt with by QB. Line up for the AK. Can get the rifler and the triple. Mistem does run out of ammo on Afro, but the USP is still good for the kill. I mean, they still get 3 kills rather on the against the Nip camp. So Fnatic overall can be rather happy with that eco.
It got very close. I mean, Mistem gets a huge spray transfer, or at least a spray control to get quite a few kills. If he's maybe getting 1-for-1 traded there, that round probably goes completely out of favor. Very good trades out there from the doors. Silence only gets away with 1. The Heaven player doesn't get anything at all from Jocab. And it's down to the in-game leader, who, to be honest, seems like he's the most impressive player on the server right now.
Top frags are Mistem and QB. Ninjas once again working with the impact that their top brass has brought. Silence, his AWP wants to bring some impact here. Going to get boosted in on Afro as he looks for his own AWP frag. Are they ready for this? Absolutely not.
A very easy pick there from Afro. Pika's advantage with that boost. Could look into Temple and, of course, close towards Tree. And looking at this lurk actually towards lane, I was going to say it might just be an instant save depending on how much damage comes through. But now that they've been able to not only get that kill out from lane, that's also the bomb territory that they've got outside of the B doors.
Crim's trying to fight back against the aggression 3-on-3 being gained by him, but you are right. Getting that kill has turned the round all on its head. When Fnatic's first casualty, you mentioned the save call may well have been there. Now they've lost the advantage. They've lost the bomb. Have to vacate A site. Maxter continuing to hold his nerve out here. Afro's AWP does return, but down to 73 points of health. Continue to try attack against this CT force here. Jocab next up the task. Afro, is he ready for this cheater position? Checks it. Oh, he lands a stellar drive-by. 3K, and now Mistem tucks himself behind the box. 30 seconds for Fnatic to act. Nade sent his direction, will dish out some damage, forced to fight, takes the 1, pops his head up, looks for QB next up, sees his man, looks again, but QB just playing games with him. That Molotov will send him out into the open, no harder cover, but time ticking away, and QB will win the fight.
That's very well played there from QB. He realizes time's on my side, and he can't escape if I molly him. So protect yourself, get that molly out, and then wide string white towards the tail end. Right there from Fnatic, they're just defaulting, okay? They get the opening pick towards A, they're thinking about creating that A space, and then 2 players, I think it's Body and Matties, lose their fight. Body is trying to retreat with the bomb. He's trying to get that bomb away from the B doors, out towards A, and a very good timing actually comes through from Young Ninjas in which they capitalize on lane. They put a lot of emphasis forward. Fnatic probably shouldn't have won that round.
Yeah, I mean, very awkward stuff. Nip, however, do concede one. Joe Cab's going to get caught blinded, but still finding body. Matty's jumping in. Look at the aggression they're going to take into this force by NIP. Together with two individuals back. Mistem's going to catch Matty's. That is the man advantage for the CT forces. The AWP of Afro again able to strike back. Maxter is caught and Mistem and Silence continue pressing, but so does Crims into the backstab. Fnatic slow it down to set this and destroy the B defenders.
And Crims has just walked all the way through mid and up to red. And you could see that as soon as he gets into red, they actually stop fighting from the B doors. Now they need a little bit of distraction before this contact comes through. This is two easy picks. Trigger discipline here from Crims. Easy as you like. And it just shows that while the contact and the contest was pretty successful down there at lane, that backstab and that hole in the defense, Crims is just able to exploit.
Chaotic stuff. For a minute, it felt like Nip were going to win the round. Fnatic. And they do lose another player here. The 5-7 of Blue Phoenix, unable to get QB, though. Caught off guard. And that force by now should reset to the much more standard pistols of the Ninjas. Fnatic can get to 5. And even though I feel like the Ninjas have had a stronger half here so far, Fnatic might still close this scoreline gap.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, unfortunately for the Swedes, they have kind of lost their real threatening opportunity. I look at Fnatic thinking 5 T rounds is enough to close in this second half. They've shown depth in this map. It's one of their strongest maps in the pool. Young Ninjas had them on the ropes. When you're up 6-2, when you think about how uncomfortable some of those rounds went, when we even sit there and say they probably shouldn't have won that previous, it makes me think that that lifeline of pressure and real threats disappeared. As soon as they see this stack, they can start working out to B.
Nade, Molly, Mac 10 actually doesn't even get away with that many kills, so bonus cash will be evaded. But this round should be going the way of Fnatic regardless here. Work their way into the B bomb site because they saw that pillar, that pyramid. Put that bomb down, hold the post plant. Which shouldn't see much resistance anyway, because again, they've only got USPs.
Fnatic hearing a lot of these footsteps come towards top shelf, so Crims can try and position himself.
A bit spaced out, but ultimately that one pick will not mean much. Mat 10 won't also be considered a massive loss for Fnatic. 3 alive to go into round 12, where they have plenty of cash to rebuy into, and a similar story on the Ninja side.
And for Young Ninjas, getting a bit of a taste of what Silence is going to be able to apply. Again, a player that we're quite familiar with in the UK scene, playing with LVN and co out on 7 AM, but still yet to get much of a taste of him on the international scale, especially at this sort of level. Hasn't had the AWP in his hands all that frequently, and he's actually going to take it out to an A anchor role here in round 12.
And Max, look how far forward he's going to make his way up. Afro allowed that pick. The nade to try to open up the smoke. It's not going to go towards the favor of Blue Phoenix as he cannot see anything ahead of that flash. Meanwhile, Matty's working in at lane as his body. Joe Cab revealing himself at Cheetah with those sprays, those wallbangers, hoping to attempt something. Fnatic, slow it down.
Very clever there from Crims, that as soon as Afro gets that first pick, he HE's the smoke to almost catch the next player try to trade that AWP up. Didn't quite work out, but it's still the man advantage. Now, Body is making noise out here towards ramp, and he's not pulling a huge amount of attention in terms of rotates. Silence is still defensively towards this Brokey and tempo angle. He needs to get one kill here. He's got to post and get a kill.
Rack angle held. Mistem's caught Body on that lurk play. Now the AWP tried to look out position, but Afro's got him marked and QB boosted to deal with the rifler in the back. Joe Cab gets swung upon, and that should be round and a half. 6 apiece as Fnatic will indeed close the gap.
A very good recovery from Fnatic. It was a high-pressure scenario. They were struggling out on their T side, and they've actually been able to bring it back to a manageable scoreline. Mistem, he's going to try his best at this 1v4, but 16 points of health? I think unlikely.
We'll give it a try because he's got no choice. And no choice but to also die. Matty's with the wrap around the kill straight to the back of the head. And again, I do think Ninjas played the stronger half overall, but that scoreline speaks to an even stance as Fnatic transition over to CT side. Is this where they pick it up?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I thought that 5 rounds would kind of be enough. 4 would be testing, because I think, again, when you're down 4-8, if you lose the opening pistol, if you lose the opening rifle, it does seriously threaten the scoreline. But 6-6 is a very happy Fnatic. You look at just the composure that they were able to bring, and their knowledge too that, I suppose, similar to the last series that we kind of lost the map to Hampus, or we lost the map to Cypher. I mean, Mistim is 17-6. He had some really good holds on that B site in the first half.
Well, Kyubi 17-9 on the other side of the board. And his teammates picking it up towards the tail end of the half, but he was the reason why they went so far in the first place. Fnatic set in with their pistol round. Afro and Kyubi want to try and get ahead of the game here. Maxter, scene of the jewelry face. USP missing every single bullet. Does get one. Silence with a return. 2-for-1 trades, however, favour the T side line, and Body cannot seem to get a trade of the backlines. Blue Phoenix looking to strike from red. Krim sees him. Mistem looking to challenge. Body and Matties get a couple of kills, get an advantage back. Mistem can finally strike back to an even man stance on the retake.
Now, him and Silence need to try and see if they could double up. Now, Crims has got a smoke. This can go down onto the bomb or to cave.
Shot on Mistem first and foremost. Silence has been seen. Known with very little breathing room. No need to use the smoke on the bomb. Get the defuse and the retake in for a pistol win on Fnatic.
Well, if I am Young Ninjas, I'm fuming that we're not winning that round. Think about the entry impact that they were able to get out there from the B doors. A fairly unfortunate timing for QB, where he's kind of walking down, he doesn't see anything from the doors, and just when he looks up towards top lane, that's when they come out. The Julie's at that kind of range. You're thinking, oh, there might be a multi-kill presenting. No, he gets nothing at all. Afro struggles, only gets away with one. When you know that you've killed 2 B players and only lost 1 yourself, that looks really positive. Get up on the B site, pressure short, pressure long, try and get the bomb down, and then all of a sudden, Bodies, Matties, and Crims just start recovering the rounds.
2 for 2 in pistols.
What about the force buy, though?
I was about to say that. 3 on the trot back from the Nip side, of course, in the previous half. Set up that lead, which ultimately turned to the comeback that Fnatic had to pull together. Bomb plant bonus as well gives a very defined buy to the Young Ninjas. Galil's on 4, no AKs. That might be fine, though.
Very silent across the board. No contacts being made. No info plays being pushed. You've got a double A set up and a 3 on B. Now, they don't need a red player because they've just got a jiggle on a spot from Matties, and if he takes contact, he can smoke himself off a donut. Now, Joe Cab, I assume, is going to be the late lurk in from lane to cut rotates, and this is going to be an A lane.
Well, smoke set to the A execution will pull attention away from the B defensive. Blue Phoenix's shadow is seen. Crim struggles to get that kill, though. And now they look to strike. Matty's looking to swing. Mows through 2. Bomb carrier now suddenly left very, very alone in mid. Blue Phoenix still looking to strike out of the side, but Afro sees him pushing that smoke. And Jocab and Silence now need to act on the B side. Jocab specifically looking for Body at range with the XM. Probably not a good idea to swing that, mate. Still got the tag off at least. Small amounts of damage. Silence now facing in the FAMAS. Wins out that engagement, so perhaps the bomb plant is still on the table.
Yeah, Body has to play retake here. Can't offer up another fight. Has to wait for the repositions. He's got a teammate of Afro coming in quickly from red.
Body going to check this corner. Ooh, case of timing. Afro better be ready for this instead. Both players stacking up on long. Body not sure where they're going to move towards. At least the other 2 CTs have closed out the cave potential. Long is the only place they haven't checked. Onto the bomb site, onto the defuse, they'll tap it, look to engage, both line up. Body does get his XM kill in the end, and plenty of time for the defuse.
Hey, you could just feel there for Matties, the King of Slovakia coming through real nice. And that entire round was a little bit of a distraction. A move forward out there at A main from Blue Phoenix, but it was the walk contact into Donut that just got denied. 2 kills very quick.
And 3 players alive for Fnatic. For Young Ninjas, even though they got the bomb plant bonus, it might not be worth a force buy here. Half invest, upgrade pistols. Yeah, it seems like the most sensible solution. Go for the guns in the next and the first true gun round of the half.
If it was more expensive, maybe. If they just got a couple of extra kills at the tail end of that post plant.
1 more frag and that would have justified it in my eyes. Economy's still a little bit hit and miss from Fnatic, so Ninjas can still do some damage and try and work with it in when those guns come out. The Fnatic working the map control again at lane, push for QB, sees nothing at all.
And this is where, for Young Ninjas, search for clues, see what's going on. slow it down, make a couple of individual maneuvers, try and see if you can recover a couple of hungry individuals. Across the board, though, you may be expecting 2 picks at absolute most.
The Scooby-Doo tactic, spread out and search for clues. Oh, awkward flash there. Damage allowed to be done by the M4s. His body and Matty, actually Matty only gets 1 frag, but still 3 for 1 on the trades. Not even opting for that M4. See whether the pistols can again get up in the face of Fnatic. As nade set onto Jocab. Engagement there for body. Not accounting for this cave position, which might allow a flank from Maxter. He has been held on that quick swing, though. And he still does damage. Okay, it's getting a little bit more difficult for Fnatic. They do manage to hold the line. QB should be able to get this pick onto Jocab. 3 remain alive. Fnatic up on 9.
And QB playing very well across this entire matchup. Very impressed by his performance. And I think, again, when you look at the player that he is, normally hard anchor on the T side, hard lurk on the T side, kind of similar player to an extent of someone like Exercise. It's difficult to apply a huge amount of impact. But he's certainly been the guy that's stepping up and required here from Fnatic. And for Young Ninjas, we obviously saw them threaten the very opening sequences out in the first half. It makes me wonder when they're going to sort of threaten the early sequences here. Is it going to be the opening rifle round in which they do?
Flashes deep. AK and Maxter finds Matties. Kicks things off on the right foot for the T side. QB, very heavy extension out from looking in towards lane and window. Orb of Afros will to get the trade back instead from Red. Maxter down. The onus rests on Crims next. Perhaps that donut position may be contested, although Ninjas are playing Red instead.
Yeah, the double cheater could be a bait and switch. If the first contact comes through from QB and then the swing can come through too, this could be very dangerous. 12 points if Elfie wins it out. They do lose the likes of Crims, though, out in donuts.
Smoke deep. AK swapped up 2. Footsteps will be heard. QB will get focused on, but body gets that responsive. So 2 versus 2 still. Afro, his AWP now at main. He can deny that bomb plant as Molotovs and smokes go down to those right positions, but they're not ready for main position itself. 2 fantastic shots from him. And Fnatic keep the CT streak running.
And if you didn't know about Afro before Fnatic, I don't know if you were watching Tier 2 at all. This guy was a menace out there on the French lineup of the Double Pony, the LDLC, the out there on Heat as well. He was a part of sort of that core of players, that lineup for many years in his career, where he made his name known the most. And to be able to sort of get that call up onto Fnatic and then regroup with the next player too, try and get that synergy between AWP and in-game leader.
Asset to Fnatic that has stepped up in the second half. Yes, it was only QB on the T side, but now Afro's going. Matties has increased his numbers as well. In general, this CT side is dealing with what NiP are throwing at them. Smokes set into the A execution. Matties Incendiary immediately should try and look for the cancel. That's exactly what NiP take.
HE placement looks pretty good out there towards A main. Chip damage only to Blue Phoenix, but look at the reads.
Matty swings, perfect headshot on Silence. Second one thrown off by a counter flash to the T side, but it doesn't matter. Crims is there for extra assistance. No man falls on Fnatic.
And this round streak has now turned into 9 in a row, Jay. That is a very long amount of rounds in which we haven't seen a response, in which we haven't seen the majority of rounds be that competitive. You look at that one right there. 2 players on A to defend. Third player of the rotation coming through quickly from Crims too. Fnatic in a very good position to defend against that eco to A. And for Young Ninjas, I think we've always seen that they've at least contested maps across this tournament. This is the first time in which they've completely been blown out of the water.
Flashes forward to the T side, trying to make their way into mid. Crims is unaffected by them. Oh, Fnatic are running over the Ninjas now. Taps on Jocab, heard of the dink down on QB, even caught missed them for a little bit. The nades not quite finishing off the job, but I don't think it'll matter here. When they storm, Jocab's going to have very little resistance. AWP actually is left alone as Body does get caught off by missed them. Missed shot, actually, into a 3v3 situation. They've left the bomb back in spawn, though.
Yeah, they've been able to take the B site, and QB's got a low HP Jocab to deal with. The timing on that molly was well done. So it will be Silence to recover that bomb, but he's worried about an aggressive A play. And the issue here is, how does the bomb actually get to the site? I mean, you've got a double lane set up right now for QB and Matties.
Great entries onto the bomb side, but you are right. Like, now Silencer got across. Only utility. Perhaps not. Swing. Matties and QB lock it down. Jocab, 8 points of health to win the clutch. That could actually been a decent enough post plum, maybe with some HP difficulties from Nip, but that one mistake cost them. Fnatic now up to map point, 12-6. 6 in a row in this half, and 10 in a row if you count the 4T rounds.
And let's just take back a few rounds, Jay. Let's remind ourselves to the beginning of the game. We had that 4K clutch to come through from QB. They then lose the anti-force buy and go down 3-1. Let's just live in a world in which Fnatic close that second round conversion. Don't get force buyed. We could be looking at an even more one-sided scoreline. It felt like it was a recovery to the tail end of that half from Fnatic. But now when you really think about it, 6-2 to now 6-12, Fnatic have been all over them.
That's why scorelines are frequently deceiving. Even 13-11s can be one-sided, as unlikely as it sounds. Afro gets Mistem to start things off. Orp shot straight to the head. And QB bats up behind the smoke. Jocab is right behind it himself. Afro caught another kill. Nade to open up and see where Jocab is. Wins that fight against QB. That's something back, but charging right into Cheetah. Body is ready for him. 4-on-2 on the CT side.
And Fnatic have really looked untouchable in their map pick. Ancient's one of their best maps in the pool. They love picking into it. We saw some good performances. We saw that 13-3 against alternate attacks in the elimination game of the group. Matties gets caught off guard, but they still don't know about the other player towards Donut. Body just about gets caught off for Maxstar, but 1v2 and they know exactly where he is.
Still got Blue Phoenix before he went down. Maxstar all that remains. Flash is sent. Afro, quick shot. Unable to connect it. At least knows where he is. That bomb will still try and commit towards the B site. Side turned away. The burst almost missed out, and the bullet sails right past his face. Not quite the kill. Instead, it's up to Crims, the veteran. Here's the reload. Knows where Maxter is roughly on the bomb site. Where is he going to reposition to, though? That's the question he's asking.
Well, Crims is actually anticipating a walk contact to come to ramp. He's anticipating the likes of Maxter to bring the fight towards him. Now, a smoke and a HE is here, so he can actually smoke off Cave or the bomb, try and tap it and draw that fight into the open.
Smoke. Try and hunt for Maxter rather than going for the defuse itself. They've walked right past each other, but Crims has caught the right place at the right time. And there it is. 13-6. Fnatic take Ancient.
A very good performance coming through from Fnatic. A lovely touch to be able to close it in 11 rounds in a row. And if you are Young Ninjas, that has got to be not an encouraging sign. Yes, it was an encouraging first half performance, an encouraging sort of back and forth, scrappy affair for the first 7-8 rounds of the game, but then to not even have a look in. This is a strong Fnatic side coming into the semi-finals.
Well, it was their map pick, and Ancient on CT side especially. You said at the turn of the half, this is where they run away with it, and you can't get a better runaway than that. Not a single T side round gained by the Ninjas there. So for Fnatic, it's a confident way to end off that map and, of course, take your start in this series. Now, as we start to question Vertigo, again, I start to question where the Nip side lie at the moment. I mean, yes, I still have faith that they can win it because they've done it before against Big, but you are not so confident in that one, Dwayne.
Well, one thing to consider is that every victory they've had in this entire tournament has been a 2-0. The one time they lost the opening map of the series, they went 0-2 down, and that was against Bleed in that winners matchup. We've always seen them contest. Even against that series against Bleed, they got off to a 6-0 start on Mirage. Even out on Nuke, it looked like for a moment, especially in the second half, they were bringing it back. That was the first time in this entire tournament in which Young Ninjas haven't shown us anything. They haven't shown us that competitive edge that they did in the upset against Big, in the upset against Aurora, the upset against Amcal. So I'm a little bit nervous here for the Academy squad. They might just be running out of steam in this best of 3.
We have seen how sick their Vertigo can be. It's been brought out once to an absolutely dominant scoreline in this tournament. Can they do it against the return against Fnatic, who are up by 1 of the series? We'll find out after this short break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And now we move forward to map 2. Fnatic have taken the likes of Ancient, their own map pick, of course, going their way. Now it's Vertigo up to play. And I do keep the faith, Dwayne. I still believe that we're going to a third map in this one, but you can't deny how stellar that run was towards the tail end of the map up for Fnatic. Was it 11 rounds in a row or something? Is how far they brought back from the initial lead that the Ninjas had started with. You cannot count that out as a factor.
Yeah, just knowing that it's MR12 and you need 13 rounds to close and you win 11 in a row, you make a statement. And to be honest, I just feel as if here for Young Ninjas, like I know, again, it's quite easy to count them out. And I think a lot of the times I've definitely done that over the course of this event. But I just look at the way that Fnatic played and just see the lack of real competitive rounds, something that we haven't seen over the course of this event and the recent performances that Fnatic have had on Vertigo. And I think it is going to close in 2. I think Fnatic just have more depth in this Academy squad.
I mean, I will admit that I do see some concerns on the Fnatic side. Obviously, in that first half, it was just a QB show for all intents and purposes. It was all him without his teammates getting around them. But once they got going is where the concerns really spiked up here. So in my eyes, I do feel like the Ninjas need a good start and then they need to find a good follow-up because we've seen this position in the past, right? Think back to that Mirage map on Bleed where they get those 6 rounds, massive advantage over their opposition, and they lose back a massive comeback to allow the return in terms of the map victory. It happened in that Mirage. It happened there on Ancient. Vertigo is still their pick, though, and we've seen how well coordinated they could be against a squad like Big, so that's what they need to focus on most here.
Yeah, it's very true. Again, you look at that result against Amcal, that was the second game of kind of getting the eyes on this Young Ninjas side, the 13-9, that 13-2 against Big. But yet again, they lost to the Poles only a couple of hours ago, Jay, and had a very difficult second half to recover things. So for Fnatic, they're in a good position to try and close in 2. For Young Ninjas, let's just see if they've got some more surprises up their sleeve.
Their 5th back-to-back map today across all competitions and series is how long is fatigue going to become when will fatigue become a factor for the NIP camp? Pistols set in as Fnatic do take to their CT side with 2 sets of Julies for QB and Body. Body's positioned out here over at Ali. Maxter trying to prod in on Afro for mid.
And Maxter trying to see if he can create that opening opportunity. Afro's not even giving him much of a look in. Little bit of a jiggle, end up falling back. They want to try and see if they can drive in that stack of the Julies out here towards Gap, but it does feel as if for a moment, it still could be an A split. I mean, 2 players working mid and 3 to bottom ramp right now.
Well, Afro needs a bit of support here. They have managed to take a lot of mid control. Swings out, getting very ballsy about this, has finally driven them back, and now action happening over on ramp. The 2 CTs will fall away. Only 1 made noise here. They might think that Ali's completely cleared up, and he also looks to reaggress.
Yeah, this is all about timing, and knowing that there's only a single smoke, they can either do the left and right smoke or get that deeper one down to elevators and try and take headshot and take Sniper's Nest.
Also had a drop down out from the ladder room, so they must be aware of some sort of heavy A presence. Body and Matties will get mowed down by Joe Cab, though. Afro, his USP, picks up 1. Big gap to work with there for Crimson. The smoke doesn't cover all the way past the oranges. The Julies in of QB still holding back. The plant can be secured, cannot be denied by the utility. And QB and Crimson quickly storm the retake. Blue Phoenix good for 1 pick, and now it's all on him. Silence has been cut down. He's center of the site. Both players peek together, swapping out to a different Glock. Face forward, dishing out some damage, minimal amounts to Crims. Afro taps it, and now he creeps close to Blue Phoenix, trying to call their bluff, but he has to look back in the end scene, make their way forward. Afro goes for the swing, the defuse tapped again. Blue Phoenix low HP, but he's stalling out the timer here. He's running out of ammo, picked up that first shot, cannot connect that second, but I think he's won this anyway. Crims will get that connection, and he doesn't have a kit, so this will be a pistol for Nip.
That's a fantastic round there from Blue Phoenix, because you actually look at that entire segment, they get a very good opening couple of kills. That flash out there towards Gap completely blinded the 2 players there, and then straight away, once that bomb goes down, it is just an instant sprint into the bomb site. The CTs try and get up close and personal, and Blue Phoenix just has to waste the clock as long as he can. Fnatic tried to play together. They tried to offer up the peeks forward, but he didn't really peek in from Gap. And then right at the tail end, it's just the time that cost them.
Yeah, Blue Phoenix knew what to do. Stall it out as far as you could. Ninjas will find their solid start now to carry it forward. Fnatic went away with one man alive, but $2,000 per player if they want to go for the force buy.
And we've seen, especially over the course of not only map number 1, but also over the playoffs and over this group stage, that force buys have been quite successful. Crim's knowing, got 3 kills, get up to an M4, give yourself a stronger weapon going into that next round force buy. Young Ninjas, can they hold their weight? Can they not get reset like they were able to do out there in the first couple of rounds of Ancient?
Eagle lean on body. Rifles set into the ramp defaults on Nip. Fnatic. Happy to play these careful angles, and this Hero M4, part of a wider force buy. Keep as much info away from Nip as possible. They have seen nothing thus far.
There's some noise coming and presenting towards ramp from Mistem. And one thing to know is that coming into today, we saw a winning streak of 3 in a row for Young Ninjas on Vertigo and 7 out on Overpass. Both of those have been ended.
Molly set. Jocab is going to get caught by Crim's counter smoke there. The Deagle's body needs to get out of dodge. Onto the bomb site he'll go. Tag Max, the utility sent. Somehow a headshot gain, but Max stays alive. 23 HP, but a 5-on-4 for Fnatic.
Now, this is uncomfortable right now. This is where they need a recovery. This is where they maybe need a stance from the in-game leader. And it gets silent again. Very quiet out here to Gap. Missed him. Almost pre-aiming that boost position, but this duel could be everything. Matty spots the likes of the AK.
And shoulder shot, the wallbang connections don't quite come forward. Body Deagle catches Max the silence, able to respond. The 5-7 gets overwhelmed 3-on-3, but flashes keep silence blinded enough for Afro to get a decent kill. Blue Phoenix back in against the man. Crims has not revealed himself though. Smokes down on sight. Plant needs to get picked up on that bomb here. They've got to go back towards Ali. 13 seconds to do so. Fnatic are waiting this one out. Picked up, planted now for Blue Phoenix. Crims. Oh, QB! Wallbang headshot straight through the boxes. And Nip have just been smacked down.
What are the chances of that one? Now, one thing that we do know at home is someone like Sirison is very good with the wall bangs. And if you know the right position at the right angle, you'll find a lot of times CT's positioning themselves in wall bang attempts. And that one right there from QB is an instant connection. You feel for Blue Phoenix. He gets that underhand flash forward, tries to get that bomb down, and, well, you just get spammed.
Unbelievable. You need the headshot there. Very rare to see a Deagle get that kill. Or perhaps yes, but QB now holding up against Mistem. Did he see him? Yes, he did. Not aware of his white face, though. Allows a kill and a double. And the captain answers back.
I don't think he saw him at all. You could see that adjustment out there towards white. Still pre-aiming down to the bottom of the stairs. Missed him with a cracking couple of entries, but will Blue Phoenix give the advantage up? Afro needs to get some more assistance, and it doesn't even feel like they're that keen in for the retake.
No, hold on to the M4s. Wow. Back and forth for the first 3. Fnatic's force response, Snip. An AK, the hero of the round, around their own counteraction. Hero Rifle's been everything today.
And we know that Mistem is one of those guys, once more, for the Young Ninjas that can bring magic into rounds. Double entry out there to B is never easy. The timing on that first kill out towards white, the instant, I suppose, obliteration out there towards the Jenny. At least for Fnatic's point of view, they keep 3 alive. Now, they can drop double MP9s from both bodies and from Matties. They can even drop a FAMAS if they want. So they'll give themselves an okay-looking round number 4. But for Young Ninjas, this keeps going back and forth. And you'd think in this scenario, there's a very good chance that you can replicate what you did in the opening few rounds of Ancient. Get up 3-1, look to try and make it a little bit more, and just start pressurizing the international squad.
Kind of a gun buy here for Fnatic. Still 3 for Marses alongside those 2 M4s, so it's definitely not well defined. Ninjas. The smoke set as JoeCab finds a body, kicks things off on the right foot.
You can see Body trying to retreat out there from the mini-ramp position. Very good timing for JoeCab to make an overextension by himself. Crims even getting spammed up towards quad. He goes down to 24 points of health. And this has been an excellent start to the rounds.
Minute to play with.
It's turning into a bit of a gamble stack as well from Fnatic. You're in a position where you've lost Body, Crims is low, gamble stack towards A. If it isn't an A play, hold on to your weapons, bring it forward into the next round. And now, actually, because Matties is making an info play mini-ramp, they're going to start stacking up the B side.
Just missed the mark in terms of defense, or did they? QB's kill almost doubled up. A mid-walk can still come through from Maxter as Blue Phoenix has the man advantage back, but that HE quickly takes him back out. Jump face. JoeCab so close, but he plays patient and silent and sneaks past one man of the CT side. Matties gets Maxter, but he doesn't know of this one responder for Master Afro. Back in 23 seconds. Silence will finally look to plant the bomb here, but can he hold on to the clutch? Crims is low, playing outskirts. Silence is not aware of this. Checking both sides of the generators, checking for the CT forces, but doesn't even go past that AK. 1 HP for Crims as he stays alive, and Fnatic equalize again.
And I've got to be honest, Jay, I look at that round from JoeCab and think, is it necessary for him to go that aggressive? Now, if he gets aggressive out to Guardian and wins that first fight and transitions from CT to make it another, it wins you the round. But you also need to know that you're in a decent post plant right there to kind of slow it in, to play off of your teammate. He makes an aggressive maneuver through that generator smoke and he has no assistance. There is no way that his teammate directly on the bomb site is going to be able to work off of the back of that. So a high-risk play in the post plant does not work out. And we go back and forth for yet another round. But at the same time for Fnatic, you're working with what? Double M4s, double AK saved, and that for Mars. They've got a much better looking buy.
Fast-paced in for Ninjas as a result of this. The flashbang's going to catch Crims off guard.
Oh my goodness.
No way!
Done it again.
All right, well, just set the pace for this one. The South's going to go for the entire map.
Yeah, the B players are having a tough time in these quicker maneuvers. This is now another round in which QB and Crims have just been completely overwhelmed. Good utility usage there with the flashes. The Young Ninjas, 2 for 2 on those quicker B plays, and they have shown a lot of success off of the back of it.
Beating Fnatic with pace, because you can't beat him with firepower. Not in that round, at least. Cover a couple of weapons, and of course, Fnatic will have 3 back of their own right. Neither economy is really allowed to build, even with the Ninjas. A couple players can, of course, buy into the follow-up. And how can I have to force back on Fnatic as well? Just that flashbang from JoeCab caught both players so blinded.
And they won't be happy about that for Fnatic, because that was probably the best chance yet to sort of get away from the buy eco, the whole back and forth of both teams trying to reset one another, to get yourself up 4-2, to put a lot of emphasis forward on your opposition. You had good weaponry, you weren't up against a massive amount, and you've just blown the 2B players into just nothing. At some point, it's going to crack. At some point, one of these two teams is going to win 2 in a row. And for Young Ninjas, it could be the perfect start. Again, the scoreline shows 3-2. You win this one, you get up 5-2. Put yourself in a good stance where we could actually see more progression on the T side. So a swing round opportunity once more with the double eco.
Now cash basis truly builds for the Ninjas. Little bit in the float. Still got Max to rocking that Mac 10. Heavy-handed defense towards A. The flash is set towards mid. Of course, going to indicate that Max is pretty passive on that, but Afro still has to care in that position. Only AK on the CT side is in his hands.
They might think about that boost up at Danger or the boost up on the right-hand side of the railings. Looks as if it's going to be a molly towards White or even Quad, so QB's going to put down more of a distraction with that incendiary to stop the B hit. And the ramp players are getting quite aggressive. Look at Matties. He's all the way down at the bottom of the tarps right now.
They'll start pushing for info. Joe Cab is the forward player of that contact. Might wait him out here as he continues flashing, but the T's are most certainly formed up towards this B hit. Still only 2 players to hold it as Crims looks around for more alongside QB, just spamming his way on. I hope to catch some information past those smokes. Third player's going to have to finally join those 2 as Crims does get caught back. QB playing around that smoke, does find Blue Phoenix and try and fall away. Already aggressive. It doesn't quite work out against Jocab, who gets tagged pretty low but doesn't go down. Now Afro, the lone CT player that's back at spawn, waiting for his backstab elements to come into play.
And that backstab is presenting quickly. NIP might not be ready for this. They might think it's only one. They might actually think it's only Matties.
And goes down. Mistem still watches for it though, and Afro past the smoke gets caught by Max there anyway. M4 a body gets nothing. And the Ninjas have broken Fnatic at last.
Well, you could see in that round, Fnatic actually made a very good info play. And Matties started extending through tarps to bottom ramp. They knew that it was going to be B. The issue right now is this B defense. You could see there from Crims and for QB, they try and get on the front side of the utility. They're trying to slow that round down to set up the backstab, but it's been a couple of rounds in a row now, maybe even 3 rounds, you can say, over the majority of this first half, in which B has been the weakness. Fnatic have got to change that over the course of this first half.
Well, this time out, it's the USPs, so nothing they can change in round 7. Similar scorelines as well towards where we were in round 7 of Ancient. Inip up by 2. Fnatic let it go towards 6 before they brought back as many as they did. Slow walks of Joe Cabo has picked the right bomb site to farm some cash, so let's see how much he'll gain out of this. From range with that Mac 10. Afro does get caught, so that's 1 pick. Second player, I think third player was also seen there as well. Overwhelmed by the numbers game, probably should be going down soon enough indeed. But it doesn't make a difference to the round, and it certainly won't be a massive weapon that Fnatic would, or can make a difference with even in the gun buy.
Now that Vertigo performance against Big was certainly the eye-opener to just the potential of the roster, and especially the performances that can be given on this map. Look at the recent history, 3 wins, 2 losses across the last 3 months on HLTV. Again, had that winning streak, just took a loss a little bit earlier on today. And I'm sure, again, there's not a huge amount of time to kind of discuss what went wrong or what you weren't too pleased about in that Permitter series to then get up against Fnatic. But in between sort of the 10-15 minute break that we have between maps, that was more time for maybe Young Ninjas to concise and talk about what didn't quite work out on Vertigo. We knew that they had a pretty good first half. We saw them contesting on the T side, but they get into that second half and they just weren't able to win the crucial rounds. Didn't feel as if they were contesting the poles all that much. And for Fnatic, I mean, I start thinking to myself, well, when are we going to see the AWP out from Afro? The money's not in a great state in the first handful of gun rounds that we've seen so far, so it could even be a while till he gets it.
It was 2 CT rounds for Nip against Permitter. The rifles will be back for Fnatic. M4s across the board. Need to lock in a good rifle round here, else this scoreline is really going to go up for the Nip camp. Smokes involved, positions, Maxter playing the mid play, NIP focused heavily over on B, and they will make an adjustment in terms of that B setup on Fnatic. Afro joining the core 2.
It seems as if it's going to be the B lane. QB up here towards danger. 3 on B, this looks good.
Seen, dink down damage. It does catch 1 kill. Low HP, 1 HP in fact on Blue Phoenix. Afro burning back at quad, known about as Crimson. It's a pretty easy kill. A double up found, a triple in fact as they feed those 1v1s to the big vets. And Fnatic can get their third. Maxter, no chance at this clutch.
And that's always going to be sort of the cat and mouse kind of game, is that we know B's been weak. If you're the side of the Young Ninjas, you're thinking, right, we should be hitting B. And fairly consistently across the halves. We might default an NB or we might go aggressive B. We'll have some variation, but that's been the weakness. Now, you look at how that last round went down and think, do we need a mid-walk? Do we maybe need some more distraction elsewhere? Because Fnatic have found the counter to the B hits, and it's just bringing more players. It's bringing Afro away from mid and into B.
Majority of that round was still down to Trims and his 3K. 4K, in fact. Jocab trying to play the A lean instead. Defaults centered AK, ready for the swing, does deal with body, but Matties creeps up from 51. It's a double swing that the T's weren't ready for.
That's a great distraction there, and now you start seeing the pressure point in towards a B walk or maybe even a mid walk. Very successful for the international squad to get those opening couple of kills towards ramp. Now this is where the academy squad needs to find an answer.
QB's had to 25, so his advanced angle on B not quite working out for him this time. Nades trying to finish off the job from the T's, landing quite high of his position. Fnatic 2-2 split on their bomb site. So you have got Crims playing double duty to watch mid. Also got Matthews who can provide support from elevator.
A missed incendiary there from the Fnatic side. Wanted to try and bounce it off and get it down to the mid ramp. Very defensive. Now, Afro still has an incendiary, so he can put this down towards default, deny the bomb from going in.
Doesn't see anything right now. Silence is silent. Maxter not be seen. Blue Phoenix will be, but the kill does not go the way of Afro. 3-on-3 for the retake. Nade actually denies the bomb plant with 20 seconds to go. Maxter also got tagged. Matties is going to have that info. For Nip, it's a scramble to get that bomb back down. Flash sent forward. The AWP has seen him. QB has been caught. He's forced back though. Maxter trapped on the bomb site.
Now this is where Crims and Maddies need to work together off of this one. Missed HG to go deeper into the sniper's nest. And Maxter actually hasn't left the bomb site. He hasn't repositioned out towards Cap since getting that bomb down.
Smokes in the way of position. Tried to spray through it on the TT side. Silence waiting with the AWP. Utility sent back on the bomb's position. The lineup's right there for Maxter. He doesn't get either of them. AWP waiting. The shot pixels off. And as he misses, Crims is going to get his target. 4th on the board of Fnatic.
What a round to come through from Matties. Just when it looks like from Afro, he's in a position where he's kind of scaling the likes of Headshot. He's waiting to see if there's a walk or a contact. Blue Phoenix gives him an advanced angle, gives him a vertical angle. And it's down to Matties to recover the round. The HE placement is perfect to deny the bomb from going down. They slow it in, they peek together. Crims gets on top of default as it's being stuck. Matties with 4 kills, and this is now 2 in a row from Fnatic.
AWP and AK set in with the 2 M4s, but silences AWP, goes one better in the opening duel. Mistem catches Matties, who tried to also aggress, but staggered on both of their peaks, reduces them down by 2.
Now this is where there needs to be a fight from body out towards Headshot. Might need a little bit more in this scenario. It's already been very successful towards ramp. But Young Ninjas freeze. They slow it down for a moment. Now Maxter is still holding the backstab at the bottom here at bridge. Maybe thinking that QB might have over-rotated down from the bottom of the B stairs and set up that backstab. Because that hasn't happened, they're going to try and regroup again.
QB starts making his way back to that B bomb site, but has to play passive on it. Get 1 kill, fall away, try and see if he can maintain a 3-on-3, but losing even a 1-for-1 trade might not be enough for Fnatic here. Utility inbound towards that B side. Silences AWP, is looking for the first contact, and QB plays it passive. Incendiary on the default plant position. Will stall for backup to arrive, but smokes deep on the T side. That nade sent. Silence finally finds QB. Sees that second man. The flick is not good enough, and body gets mowed down by Maxter. Crims, all that remains. Mows through 1 kill and the second headshot. 2 more to go. That plant's finally going to be secured.
Now thinking that there might be a walk attempt, a little bit of a lurk out there towards the elevators. Crims does not know that both are on the bomb site. Could this be winnable?
Advanced angle of Jocab, actually. Mistem back sight. Watching for a peek of the outskirts. Crims has loved that position. Doesn't catch his kill, though. Mistem hits minimum 6 for Nip.
And this could actually be 7 or potentially even 8 rounds being gained on the T side, which would be a fantastic result. Economy is in an uncomfortable position here for Fnatic. They've won a couple of rounds in a row, but they haven't kept mass players alive, so they have to eco, they have to buy lightly around this. Young Ninjas. I mean, just it shows that winning out that force buy war, being able to at least force the double eco and eventually cause that reset, what the ramifications of men off of the back of that.
already this round has gone down to 2 kills. Trades not quite there for Fnatic. Down the B stairs we go, and Afro's even caught off, so this eco doesn't find much in terms of impact. Maybe Body can catch a shot on Blue Phoenix and make it somewhat expensive, but that doesn't matter at this stage in the half. Fnatic. There's a suicide stack down those B stairs to hope to catch off all these casualties and just run away with a round steal. That's a pipe dream at best, though. Again, save towards those guns. Get another good round out of the CT side before you go to that T half. Whereas the Young Ninjas will have the half.
Now, we saw both times against Preezy and Preezy again in the double matchup of the decider in the opening game. Vertigo was that third map decider. And the first time, it was 6 rounds on the T side in the first half gained for the international squad of Fnatic. The time after that was 8 rounds. So if we just take an average between the two, it's 7 T rounds. So kind of look at being 4-7 down. You can maybe give yourself a little bit of a lifeline right to the tail end and get yourself up to 5. We should expect a fairly competitive second half. We should expect it to be a contest right towards the end, even with this one-sided score right now. Young Ninjas, though, they'll look at this and look at the entire scenario and say, while it was quite awkward at the beginning, we've actually put up a good result. We've actually started playing a lot stronger, and they've shown a lot more. And you expect that to an extent, right? It is their map pick. It's not one of their weaker maps in the pool like an Ancient. So we anticipate a stronger performance in the Academy squad.
And it's certainly a performance that makes some amends for what happened over on the second half of Ancient. Ninjas, of course, looking to storm ahead. 8-4 half would enable that if plausible. Let's see what they'll get out of this final gun buy for Fnatic. A tactical was taken by NIP, so they took a moment to rediscuss tactics and strategy. And they still have the better buy.
Yeah, this is where Fnatic probably get on the front foot a little bit. Maybe try and see if they can work an aggressive opening pick towards ramp. I think we've seen a couple of times that Body's been sort of almost hard baiting, or at least setting up the likes of Matties for success. But when you're down at this sort of position, an opening man advantage could be pivotal.
Aggression from Body. Nades deep, damage done to Silence and Jocab, and this guy's going to sit here as the wallbang's even attempted from the orb to go sailing right past him. T's are wary of that push, so they counteract with a rotation away. Split play into B, perhaps.
Now, Crims and Kubi both have smoke, so they can just keep re-smoking the top of the B stairs. Crims actually out towards danger, getting H-Cheat and down to 54 now.
Blue Phoenix engages the central site defender. No one's watching mid right now. That might have to change on Afro and Matty's part. From Mars versus AK, though Matty's does trade it. M4 looks to fight on QB, but Crims is still undetected. Make their way past Flash, unaccounted for. Crims still gets his kill, not his second. He's stalled for time. Matty's on the site defensive. He almost lines up 2. But Silence's orb is just that little bit quicker. And Body is in a 1-on-3.
How close to some of those lineups did we see mass damage being done from Fnatic, but just not get taken? MP9 in the 1v3 seems very unlikely. Young Ninjas to close 8-4.
Oof. Good shot from range. Second player now needs to be accounted for. Edge of white, 1 man on the bomb site. Molotov sent away from him. He's rushing straight in. Looks towards the right. Doesn't see missed them just yet. Back will be turned towards one of these T-side players, and in the end it's Jocab that will shoot him in the back. 8-4 at the turn of the half for the Ninjas. Now we go to their CT side.
Well, I think it really shows just how vital the back and forth nature of the Force buys were. Remember, we didn't really see Afro on the big green. Because of the money state of where it was, where you reset, you have to eco, you go into the opening gun round, and you're kind of working with the M4s, the FAMASas, the MP9s. The majority of quote-unquote buy rounds for Fnatic in that first half was not strong. We always saw some level of limitation. Young Ninjas, with an 8-4 scoreline, will be very pleased. They've put themselves in a good position, there's no denying that.
Now it's time to run with it and take us to a third map in our best of 3. That is the aim for the Ninjas squad. Fnatic, though, have shown no signs of keeping away from their resistance. They will try to win this pistol, and if they do so, they can still close the gap against the Ninjas side. You mentioned T halves for Fnatic. Remember, it was 2 CT rounds earlier on today for the Ninjas. They themselves need to bolster up and ensure they are not putting a foot wrong.
And we've seen some really good Vertigo performances in very recent history from Fnatic. I mean, just look back at the RMR on LAN. They played up against the Movistar Riders Koi roster. That was the Spaniards map pick, and that went all the way to an overtime. You then think about the RMR Last Chance qualifier. They go up against Gamer Legion, a top 20 team in the world, a team that's pretty consistently playing at Tier 1 events. That also goes to overtime. So while you can look at the track record of at least the wins versus losses, and it doesn't look that pretty, when you actually look at the individual games and the individual maps that they've been playing against high-level competition, it does look quite important. It does actually show that they can hold their weight. Right here, they are being tested, though, and they need to bring a lot in this second half if they want to threaten a 2-0.
All in the T side for Fnatic. Young Ninjas have their Julies on Silence and Jokab. The pistol setups are set in the utility across 3 players for the T side. Only 2 bits of Kevlar. A lot of faith in the strategy rather than the firepower here.
And so you've got 2 players to peek on a contact, and Silence might be the one to hard stay towards White. Could it be a draw-in? Can the likes of Maxter's Jiggle take that attention up towards B? Maybe him and Mistem can both be the distraction to try and get the Julies in for mass impact.
Rotating that 3rd man into the B-bomb site, wary of mid, however. They're ready for the execution. Body popping his head, making some noise, trying to go for wallbang. Silence has blown through the man, sees the second player out towards stairs, and somehow QB and Matty's clap back all the same. Matty's low HP, the first man into the site, the flashbang throws missed them off just enough for that backwards player, but the bomb has committed and has been dropped. 3 on 3, the CT's play from behind the smokes.
A re-smoke comes down, and this is now a chance for them to try and deny the plant just with pace.
QB sneaking his way up to the generator. Jokab, similar story for him. That back smoke will start to clear. This one's about to clear in the next couple of seconds or so. Spam away for those Julies. They make their way in. QB gets his first pick. Blue Phoenix claps back. Afro, back sight. Needs to get a kill or 2. His teammate's been tagged up. Now Krim stands alone. Jokab with that kill. He needs to strike now against the diffuser. That's all he needs to do because Jokab does not have a kit. He's on the site. He's facing it against the veteran. And experience doesn't win out the fight, but it will win out the round.
And we saw it a couple of times over the course of this entire best of 3 that when Krims is in the 1vx's, it looks very calm. You can slow the round down, play out the clock. Right there, they felt like it could have been a backstab over Guardian or out from CT. And that whole round was so successful from the opening pick, but they get drawn in. The Julie struggling out there from White, starts pressing forward. Matties and QB to get a couple of kills. Wasn't much in that round at all, very competitive.
Number of key moments. Things went back and forth throughout the course of that entire pistol. Fnatic, of course, with the win, and the Ninjas will go for the eco. Will not apply extra pressure. Will not force back and try and go for a steal. That upgrade on Jokab will be all they've got.
And for Young Ninjas, I like this. Even though it was very back and forth in the opening, 4 or 5 rounds of this map, it got very gimmicky. It got very 50-50 on who was going to win out, so play it really safe. Don't get into that uncomfortable territory. Trust yourself in the rifles on your map pick.
Flash forward for these pistols, trying to stack their way in the mid. Body and QB have it on lock. Both players heavily tagged. Missed them. Can't get that kill, though. And Blue Phoenix now try to strike out from stairs. Try and hunt for the T side if at all possible, but that bomb's on its way to A, will get planted. There's nothing that he can do to try and contest the round. Maybe get one of those kills on the low HP players, but that's as far as it will ever go.
Fnatic, look at this next rifle round as a very good chance to start not only minimalizing the gap, but just start threatening the Young Ninjas. Put pressure back on the youngsters that this next rifle round, if it's not quite coming through, that's where maybe there's more risk. Maybe more gamble stacks. Try and see if you can adapt the way that they're going to play in the second half. I mean, again, I think quite similar to Ancient. When you're up 6-2, you're putting a lot of pressure on, and then it goes 6-6, and then, of course, the streak only continued. You look here at Vertigo, 5-2 up, 8-4 at the half. It shows how quickly 1 or 2 rounds can change a map, right? It actually can change a complexion to what the end result's going to be.
Talked about it before. Ninjas. M4 set now onto their rifles, trying to change the narrative again. Fnatic, quick swing of Afro, tanks that HE damage and also does get traded back by Mistem, but started off well with that Galil against Jocab. Smoke also baited in on to Mistem, who's known. Blue Phoenix want to fight against QB out towards mid, but advantage is taken by Nip.
Just when there was a lot of pressure building towards ramp with utility and gunfights, it felt as if QB had a timing to start walking mid, but not to be being watched. And now out towards the sandbags. Mistem's going to have to keep fighting.
Another molly there for Body. Is there a smoke back? Yes, from Silence. Still try and protect Mistem's position. Nade's trying to respond, so they've got info on where 2 of the individuals are. Silence still wins that fight. Back will get turned ahead of a flash assistance, and actually Mistem gets caught blinded by that. It's the Body enabled for 2. At headshot, he goes down to 9 points of health and needs to fall away because someone's got to grab that bomb. Crim's working into that B bomb site, still falls to Blue Phoenix.
And that kill is everything. Blue Phoenix dealing with the vet. And now on the B bomb site, the info is Blue Phoenix is low.
But so is Body. Body has to win 2 fights here. First one against the low, second one against the high of Maxter. I'll take a directive fight. Blue Phoenix. Finding a much more advanced angle. Seen there. The gun barrel just poking out Body. Just about got that kill together. And now it's a case of dealing with the last.
And Maxter doesn't have an incendiary or a HE for the retake. For Body, it's all about the positional advantage. He's got to try and give himself an edge when you're on low HP.
Didn't see Maxter on the jump face. And that's risking potentially a kill against his name. 2 points of health against that Dink. And finally Maxter comes up good with the frag. It was always going to be a little bit difficult. In the end, it doesn't work out for Body. Defuse coming in, 9 on the board of Nip.
I'd actually say that's a pretty good recovery there from Fnatic. That round looked done. That round looked completely over. When you just see the success that gets landed out there towards ramp, there's a slight team flash, maybe with just the communication, and Body actually deals with the sandbag individual and the rotator as well. I mean, this is a 4v2 scenario for a moment. Right here, Mistem completely blinded. And then Blue Phoenix comes up with an all-important kill. And then right towards the end, you know it's going to be rough for Body on low HP. But they get a bomb plant and they get 4 kills with it. So from Fnatic's point of view, they know that they can reset. From Young Ninja's point of view, they also know that this is a swing round for them.
One that could end off the map for Nip. One that brings Fnatic close or back to evens. Jocab. First engagement with that spray. Doesn't quite find anyone on the T side, at least not the damage to them. He knows that they're out there. Made to come back to Matties and to Afro. Low HP. Not quite what you'd say they're at, but they have been tagged.
Well, you know that QB is a lot more defensive this time around. He got caught off in the last round, getting aggressive out from mid. This time around, he's hanging back. Crim's just mollying out there towards a danger position, trying to see if they can force maybe a Blue Phoenix in the open if he was aggressive. Very silent and a ramp contact.
Walk of Silence and Mistem. Frag found, Body adjusts back towards Silence, trying to engage that M4 who starts to run out of ammo. But Jocab here at Alley, unaccounted for. Body's got the bomb and he will be removed. 3 on 3.
Oh, the lurk out from mid once more is denied. Blue Phoenix again up against QB.
Afro deals with Jocab, however. Maxter's up to task. Blue Phoenix is low again from Ali. He's going to swing again. He may well find the whole round. Afro with the frag. Keeps it together, keeps a chance. But where is that last? He does not know.
Now, QB will tell the AWPer that he's low. He will be able to communicate that Blue Phoenix is low HP, and they know that he was out in mid.
Round 16 hangs in the balance. The swing of a lifetime needs to be played to perfection. Afro's AWP does not opt to go up to the automatic weapon. He looks for the one shot. The M4 swings. Afro's back is turned, and Blue Phoenix has done it again. 16 deep in this map, the top of the board of Nip. And that is a swing and a half.
And that's so frustrating for QB. This is 2 rounds in a row now that you've been caught by the mid-lurk. This is 2 rounds in a row that you've tried to walk contact and you've lost the fight to Blue Phoenix. That just feels so demoralizing when Fnatic are actually in a pretty good position. There's a lot of back and forth trades out there towards ramp. Keeping QB alive could have actually been the difference maker of the rounds. Afro tries his best. The swing that comes through from Jocab on a timing. And then this one again, Blue Phoenix. I mean, QB can again say that he dinked him, but it just wasn't enough.
All positional advantages, everything. And the Ninjas through at that round at the right moments. Fnatic now on the precipice of conceding us to a third. Has to be an eco for this round. Can't afford, can't justify the full rifle force buy. Nip. In pole position right now, looking for number 11. Looking to try and secure their map pick. Run boost out from QB. Does fight onto one individual. Max is able to hold on to 2, 3 picks. So good efforts there to try to catch off the first man, but that's all they're going to find.
It was a very good attempt. Get that run boost in. Try and catch them off. The Glock just getting down dink after dink. And then the Deagle just couldn't quite find that trade. So a very strong looking scoreline right now for the Young Ninjas. 11-6 up. You can almost taste the victory. You can taste the defeat to Fnatic out here on map number 2 to send it to that finale of Overpass. A map that Young Ninjas have shown a lot of over the course of this group stage and of course this entire playoff bracket. And also a map that Fnatic quite enjoy playing themselves.
The Young Ninjas have shown us what they can do on this map in the past, and they're showing us what they can do on this map here and now. Certainly far better than that Permitter match. And Fnatic suffer towards that. 2 more for Nip to win out on Vertigo. Fnatic. Molotov's doing quite a fair amount of damage to the CT forces, but Silence still gets the opening. Afro has to respond towards it, and Jocab is also low himself. The Orc picked up on his position. They're trying to look for a blind shot, but not aiming to his exact position.
Yeah, they've got to know that he's insanely low. Tries to get out towards Gap. Resmoke comes down to Yellow, which is going to clear out all of ramp. Body, break out to that right-hand side, clear it up. Missed him. Is making an aggressive maneuver by himself right now.
Going back for the big green. An upgrade rifle rather than M4. The AWP's already in the hands of Jocab. Blue Phoenix from mid, been playing this position wonderfully. Maxter dives down to check out the bridge angle. Afro is caught for it. Drop off. Still got that one player that's trying to contest him. I don't know if he's been seen or if Maxter wants to continue the task for it. It's not an indication as where they're going to go. Advantage for the Ninjas instead.
You can see Maxter and Blue Phoenix go walking aggressively into mid, and it catches an unreal timing. Now even into the bomb site directly, you've got Maxter and Blue Phoenix to offer up a crossfire again.
Body looking to start swinging. Looks towards the back side, past those smokes. 2 kills come in for Crims, completely blinded. Blue Phoenix and Maxter didn't see that one coming. Nobody did.
And this is now a save opportunity. Missed him. Trying to actually see. I think he might have dropped a weapon to try and get another, and now he's got nothing.
Try and sneak back to grab it. M4 in his hands, but a retake off the table. Jocab has already gone back to the A save position, so Mistem will join him, and Fnatic will stave off map point for now.
I actually thought that was closing time. That was a really good position that Maxter found himself in. Good ability to be able to work the mid-round, try and create an element of surprise. Get in there from mid, fall off, have 2 players on B. And sometimes it happens. Double spam through the generator smoke just offers 2 kills for Crims. For Young Ninjas, the buy is going to come through in the next round, but the money's not fantastic.
Oh, perfect lineup from Crims. Right at the crack angle. We'll bring in all the rifles for the CT side, but you can see Mistem is being passed utility by his teammates. Try and balance it out. Only 1 kit in play as well for the captain. Fnatic. 4 rounds to make up against the Ninjas. Nades sent again down over at alley, evaded mostly by Jocab. who is still swinging. The AWP fires, and Jocab starts making moves. Afro's watching for it. Oh, he switches to his knife, but he gets out of the way, jumps out of the way, looks for the fight, and wins it.
That's a very good opener to come through from Afro, and this is where Mistim is trying to find that response. They're spamming through, but the counter utility is just too strong from Fnatic. You can see the way that AWP is even scaling top ramp, trying to see if anyone can just offer a walk-up. But Fnatic slow it right down. They're not even taking ramp.
Silence. It's an advanced angle against the T's here. The smoke's clear. He'll see nothing past the tops. Matties and Afro are still down there. It's a case of if any one of them want to go for faces. Afro's going to have to flash his way out this position. Matties has got no utility.
Yeah, they'll wait for one of the B players to get that flash forward. A regular time, you see a gap flash come through. So Silence should get completely blinded off of this. And this is should, at least when contact gets made with that flash, that's when they should start rotating bodies back over.
Body is the man of the moment. Afro starts walking. Shot from Silence does ring out. Afro not in a position to trade it, but he will make his way up towards the bomb site. Silence hears those footsteps. A second kill comes into the AWP, falls back. Flash blinded, does get caught by Matties. 3 on 3.
And Molly going down out there towards the sniper's nest ruins the chances that Mistim has of going aggressive. Looks up towards Crims. The Molly goes down, but it actually doesn't miss. Or it does miss, I should say. Doesn't hit. Doesn't force Crims out in the open.
So he's advanced past that smoke, looking around the sniper's nest, sees Mistim, will spray him down for very little HP, actually. Two individuals over at ramp. Blind sprays will continue as they try and hold their nerve, and Crims has picked up the AWP to apply it right to Mistim. Advantage T. Swing forward for more headshots. Blue Phoenix able to respond back. He's such low health to the quick swing. Maxter also diffuse kit on him. Going for the diffuse. In amongst the smoke, the transfers back and forth. He's on it now, and his body that needs to try and get the kill. He's blinded, but he just finds his man.
It just shows there from Afro, he probably cancels that call. So Body was getting ready with that flash, but because Afro takes a contact up ramp, they cancel it for a moment. They say, okay, let me see if I can work some space. And while it was a very good double frag that came through from Silence, that one flashbang eventually to get them into gap was the difference maker. Silence with a very good hold, but it just wasn't quite enough to get that retake on successfully.
No man stayed alive in that last round. Fnatic will take an economical hit. Ninjas recovering in the eco round. Lost bonus not lining up to a defiant buy or even a forced buy, and want to get Maxter back on the high amounts of cash. Everyone else just to invest into their guns into round 21. Fnatic will close the gap evermore.
And this is for the international squad, where they're just starting to find their comfortability now, putting pressure on their opposition. 11-6 up, now 11-8. Should be 11-9. I don't think there's too much fear in this one.
Well, Kiwi's bomb is a little bit isolated and caught up on his teammates, but in the end, the aggressive play doesn't quite do what they want it to do on the CT side. 2 to the good now on Ninjas' lead. Fnatic are really on the run up here. The rifles can be afforded by the CT forces. They've got this gun buy and then the gun buy at evens. And Fnatic, that's all they have to win to claim this map and still this 2-0.
Now, you mentioned in the last gun rounds that Mistim was the only one with a kit. Now this time, at least for the buy state, just before we've come into the replay, there isn't a kit to look at. So that's another thing that maybe we might not see a retake attempt. Of course, it depends on the situation and it depends on man advantage, how quickly players are in position. But Vertigo is a map that kids are very important on retakes. And it shows that the young ninjas want to try and prioritize the stronger weapons. So rather than going down to maybe a FAMAS to get the extra kit and the extra util, they're prioritizing the AWP from Silence and, of course, the M4s across the board.
Means the defense has got to hold strong. If it doesn't, well, perhaps this is going to be Fnatic steamrolling their way to the scoreline close. Smokes, mollies in as standard. Utility sets in play. The AWP alongside M4s will try and look for picks. The fire burns. And Jocab starts leaning forward. Matty's turned away from that flash. Bang! What an adjustment to the headshot. Somehow gets away with that kill.
Yeah, not sure how he does. Jocab's in a really good position there. Silence with that AWP out towards a sandbag. HEs are coming his direction. He's going to have to try and maneuver out. Triple HE doesn't quite catch him. The molly's going to burn him, and now Silence goes down. Missed him, not even there to trade.
Afro did look up the sandbags and missed him, didn't hold the advanced angle. He wants to fall back, needs to protect the bomb site. Again, he knows the position they stand in, struggles against Crims, does get Afro. Blue Phoenix steps up, tries to provide that extra support. So many players are low on the T-side line, but QB strikes, and Maxter is left to clutch.
He's got a HE, and he might be able to deal with Crims. Right there, that was a valiant effort from Blue Phoenix, who's been the power man here for Young Ninjas across this entire map. Fnatic slow it in. They group up together, and Maxter thinks that it could be a reposition to be.
Smokes down on the site, of course, will tell otherwise. A HE placed right would get Crims, but where does he go after this plant to rejoin QB? Maxter. Difficult retake to make happen with more smokes coming down on the bomb site. He's given no vision. At least make his way up to the site itself. Crossfire so tight from these two individuals. The T side QB sees him, gets him, and Fnatic. Wow, the streaks continue running for them. As soon as they get on top of Young Ninjas, they do not let it go. 4 on the trot with 1 more to go.
And it just shows that Matty cracks a beautiful entry. That is a difficult frag to land out there to the front side of the tarps. Just an immediate reaction, but it's the utility usage. I mean, look at the util that goes down. Triple HE and the molly, and Mistem just kind of knows he can't really fight. Eventually, it gets a bit scrappy. Players are peeking all up and around. A multi-frag comes through. The trading game is just immediate from both teams. And then right at the end, Fnatic closed the 2v1. Pressure is really on the Academy squad right now.
Yeah, credit to Blue Phoenix as well. Did so much, just didn't quite have enough behind it. Difficult angle, difficult situation to hold from the pistols now of the CT side. The upgrade half invest will try and see if they can rush down Crims. Molly sent into a system as he gets his 2 kills on Maxter and Blue Phoenix. Mistem will also be spotted further util back. Mistem does catch him. Rifle drops out of recoverable positions as Birdie and Matties get their kills elsewhere. And Mistem tries to look for Afro. His AWP does not hold or does not miss the angle. 11 apiece. Fnatic stand at evens over the Young Ninjas, who had a stellar start once again in this match. Felt like they were going to close it out on CT, but just 3 so far in this half. They need to win this by round.
And when you consider the Young Ninjas up 5-2, up 8-4, up 11-6, good scorelines, Jay. Strong scorelines. And now it gets to 11-11. Fnatic are really drawing in this comeback.
Slow approach.
It's got to be Matty's ramp, surely. Think about the opening attempts he's had up there in the tarps towards the gap position. It's very defensive as well from Young Ninjas. They're not fighting at the sandbag. They're not even really playing into gap. It's very defensive.
Lost a number of fights up here. Sees the utility. And Jocab pulled out. The HE sent deep against him. Not quite doing a lot of damage. Smokes will at least suppress the T's for now. Ninjas have brought a 3rd player, maybe even a 4th player to this A site.
Are they going to drop the likes of Jocab and trap him into the gap? You look at that smoke, the way that went down. Afro's going to scale. Oh, this is a very good chance of an opening pick.
Saw the hand peeking out. The flashbang sent. Looks up on top of White. Silence is backed up. But Jocab is actually top of the oranges, and I don't even know about this. Molly sent to the back lines. That will not affect the CT's 40-second silences. AWP desperate to get Matty's. Afro strikes first, and Silence hesitates. They all get picked apart, but Maxter and Blue Phoenix do all they can to recover the advantage. It's still not enough. Fnatic from the deficit right the way through to map, match, and semi-final points.
The round streak, it's so impressive. That round right there, look at the scale from Afro. Look at the shot that Matties is able to get. 2 kills from the AWP. Afro's had some very impactful sequences. And Maxter, you feel for him. This has been, what, 2 rounds back-to-back? Jay, what can he do? He's the B player. It's down to the A players to trade off of one another. It's down to the A players to find the success. You can't just rely on your B player to keep retaking A and win out clutches. QB's even trying a little bit of a hunt. He's even trying to see if he can squeeze this last kill really disrupt the economy. It's not going to happen. Fnatic, 1 to close. 6 on the trot. Can they make it 7 to close?
What a comeback, and one that may well succeed. We've seen them stopped in the past. We see how quickly that one fell apart. The Ninjas, their third and final tactical timeout. Because they need it right now.
And for Fnatic, they're very familiar with being in this position before. I mean, man, they just needed to win 1 best of 3 at the RMR to make it into the major. They know how to deal with pressure. They know how sort of these score lines and when you're backed up against the wall on how to perform. For Young Ninjas, we've seen them play less than 10 best of 3s on HLTV as a team. Always in these positions, you're going to back the favorites. Always, you're going to feel as if Fnatic are in the right position. Silence with an SMG. Think about the impact he could have had if he had that AWP.
Been quite a man. Not with this weapon, perhaps. Fnatic making tons of noise down the bottom of ramp, but still careful around their approach, understanding what they're about to do in round 24.
Yeah, for a moment, it seemed like there was actually going to be a boost up on the cone towards the right-hand side of Gap. Haven't seen that boost in play. Might even be a regroup to B. We have not seen many B hits from Fnatic over the course of this half, especially when we look at the recent round streak. Blue Phoenix with the FAMAS, Maxter with the AK. They're going to be up against the B exec.
50 seconds to play with. 2 on defense. The push comes in from Mistem. That will start to call in the backup to hard stack. The Molotov will stall for time, and slowly but surely the CTs will establish the best setup you could hope for here. Execution inbound. Blue Phoenix has struck QB to fall slowly but surely. Mistem can continue to make his way back. He's caught off by Crims. 4 versus 4, but Silence on the side gets 2 kills with the SMG. Afro and Crims need to swing, need to get these picks desperately, but they do not manage to do it. At the very last hurdle, the Ninjas will push us to overtime.
And how many times have we seen that for Mistem over the course of this entire tournament is making high-risk info plays in necessary rounds. That was a very good read. As soon as he aggresses down from ramp, you can see the time stalling. Yes, they're watching for the backstab, but it doesn't even matter. When you've got less than 30 seconds on the clock, you know you're running into that trap. You know you're running into a stacked-up B site. That info play, that was enough. That won the round. That is huge from Mistem to make that decision.
He's called a wonderful tournament. And in this moment, in this round, in this map, when the Ninjas are on the precipice of conceding elimination, he comes up with the right call. What a push, what a play. Info to gain, and Fnatic walked right into that stack, and now they have to play MR3, 12.5k. Guns in for both sides here, as you would expect. But from here, it all comes out to who has the better game plan, who executes on that game plan to more proficiency, and who makes the least mistakes. Nade set to start, shots ringing out from the CT AWPer, not gained against the T side yet.
And this is very heavy ramp. JoeCab loses that first fight. They're desperate for a trade, but nothing seems to be presenting, breaking open the smoke again, and this is going to be the call that there is a lot towards ramp, and they're starting to pressure mid because of it.
Bomb still needs to get recovered by Body, though he gets caught by Silence. Crimson's got to get it instead. Blue Phoenix, he's turned away from QB, who will strike back. Rotations will not go down from ramp, and Afro will catch Silence in transition. It will get recovered. Crims will put the bomb down on this B site.
And this is where Afro and QB actually want to try and keep that hurt up, try and threaten that Guardian position. AWP just over the smoke. Mister makes his way through, and QB drops as well.
How have they pulled this off? But look at Crims, his mid-lurk. He didn't come back through stairs. They don't suspect this at all. Closing the pincers. No! The spray doesn't get the frag, and Mistem takes the lead for the Ninjas.
You just wonder how that round actually happens. That entire timing out there towards B was everything. Body will be frustrated in himself that he wasn't able to work off of ramp, that he gets caught just on the edge of U2 and doesn't able to bring that bomb across. They knew it was heavy ramp. They knew that there was mass CTs. Really good timing in there at mid. Was it maybe too much of an overextension? Was Afro and QB looking for too much? And then right at the end there, Crims knows that he deserves that frag.
Quick up, straight spray down from Matty's fighting Mistem. The AWP missing his shot, mollied, naded to hell. Silence somehow alive at 3 points of health. His teammates are not, but he's missing more shots. And this one man of Maxter, flanked by QB, fast pace and absolute chaos brought by Fnatic. They come out on top.
Well, consider this, right? NIP have just brought heavy mid, or heavy ramp, I should say, in the previous round. They brought 4 players out, and they got success. Now, the young Ninjas are probably thinking, we can't do that again. We've just showed our heavy ramp. Let's try and work a little bit more of a default round. That is a huge change of pace. That is the quickest round in terms of acceleration that we have seen for the entirety of Fnatic's T side. That was quick, that was pacey, and that was dangerous.
Certainly the quickest round of this entire series. Fast again from Mattis to look for the entries ahead of the Molotovs, and HE's back to his position, down at half HP, not ideal for him. Can't stick around for too much longer, but Maxter's also going to take some damage of his own right. Body's looking for that kill, will burn slightly, sees the swing, adjusts to miss them, double up, not quite secured, and Jocab can get Matties. The AWP is seen, Afro responds, 3 on 3, the AWP at the CT side, ready for the 2 players down at the stairs. He gets his shot onto Crims. Advantage taken by Nip once again, and Blue Phoenix looks to hunt for more. QB, can he punish this over-aggression? Can he get both of the individuals here? They start to back away.
Now, QB wants to fight, but he's fighting without his teammate. Timing is everything. Blue Phoenix is still advancing the angle.
Loses the engagement. Silence. AWP versus Afro and Co. Shot flick doesn't connect. The Julies come out for Silence. And Nip win the half.
That's pure chaos, really, what happened there in overtime. You look at those last couple of rounds, some really aggressive maneuvers. Body nearly cracks a double entry. And that is very much what's going to happen when we get into overtime on any map in any late stage of a tournament, is that it's anybody's game. It's anyone that can take the map, can take the series. You just feel as if Body gets 2 there. If he just gets that secondary entry, it's a different round. It's Fnatic's round.
Finer margins. Individual fights will mean everything. Individual impact will make all the difference in the world. The Ninjas have found their advantage. They have pressed us to 14. Fnatic are now on the CT side.
For young Ninjas and Fnatic, it makes you wonder who's going to make the more highlight plays. Afro, one thing that we can consider, Jay, he didn't get the AWP on the CT side in regulation. The money was just never there. And with the form that he's bringing right now, this could be a difference maker now that we swap halves.
Afro, AWP posted aggressive against Maxter. Mistem's ready for the secondary swing, though, so this should be at least a 1-for-1 trade for Nip. AWP waiting and just holding his position. Meanwhile, action coming in towards the stairs. No 1-for-1 trade. Mistem did not strike quick.
You can see the way that instantly that AWP starts to move off elsewhere, and QB out to the B stairs. Oh, Blue Phoenix isn't even looking out towards the stairs. This could be a multi-frag to drop that bomb. QB struggling all around, gets out to the USP and still gets a kill. The AWP looking for the trade, and it's back to a 2v3, but look at the HP for Silence.
QB's done absolutely mad work. M4 kill, USP kill, transitioned it to 81 points of HP damage. And look at the CT setup here. Look at how down towards ramp they are. The bomb has got to wrap in. Meanwhile, Afro about to contest at close range. Mistem has caught that casualty. They're ready for the rotate. Silence just evades, just barely evades. And now holds his nerve right here. Thinks they might have rotated back. No scope through the smoke. And Body spray back, does get the bomb carrier. Now needs to win against Mistem, flashing his way forward. Counter smoke might also be in position. A smoke deep will allow him to grab that bomb.
And down to the molly. Body going to try and fight. The spam gets some good connections. Mistem's picked up the bomb.
Blind sprays, desperate to land one, but Mistem's going to get his way out of here. Put that Molotov and stop Body from chasing. It'll have to be the retake for him. He has the kit. He's got no further util. He's charging right up, but it's a safer plant. Flashbang sent for Mistem, turned away from it, looks in for his man and wins his fight. And the Ninjas will get to map point again.
I don't know how Mistem keeps doing it. I don't honestly know how he keeps clutching these rounds. We have seen so many over the course of the entire tournament from him. That whole round, it looked as if QB had done enough. The timing, the spacing, the kill towards Afro, in there towards CT, and then to win the clutch at the end.
Maybe that shot from Afro could have turned it. Maybe Silence could have missed that no-scope, and maybe it could have gone back the way of the CT side. So many situations where Fnatic could have taken this round, but they didn't. And the Ninjas now working with momentum again, working to try and get us to 16 and take their map, take us to a third. That's again what it's all about for the Swedish core. Meaning on Max, they're out from mid, nade straight towards him, low HP. Can Crims get the casualty? He'll look for it. Body similar story. There's the kill.
And now the response comes through quickly. A lot of players trying to come up from the B stairs.
QB forced port of call to the main attackers. QB does get caught. Jocab with that kill. Blue Phoenix Dink down. Crims eventually finishes him off again. Advantage maintained by the CTs. Nip forced to stall.
And they give themselves a little bit of a lurk smoke on that left-hand side, and that late lurk out from mid actually gets caught. That's the in-game leader.
Flash sent. Silence. Forced off angle. Molly sent deep, though. That might disrupt the CT setup here. Backstab closing in even more so. Jocab trying to press Silence, caught through the smoke. And Jocab, one pick found, not ready for Body, though. Fnatic push us all the way.
Now, we saw Fnatic in regulation have a series point to close. Our young Ninjas have got 2 map points to at least send it to that third map decider, to get it out towards Overpass. And that round was very quick. And I think we've actually changed a huge amount of pacing. You look at regulation, fairly slow, fairly concise on the defaults from both teams. Out here in overtime, it feels like it's pure aggression.
Mistem's already caught the opener. Crims has fallen. Afro, his AWP didn't see where Silence is. And wary of Jocab, the incendiary will go deep. Got Matty's also working in, seen ahead of the top. The AK spray struggles to get his pick in. Matty's is revealed, and Silence can get his trade.
At least he gets one off for the back of that. Now, QB's out towards quad and not looking to fight in here at B. Is it another B regroup? If it is there a molly going down to that quad position?
I'll move up to that B bomb site. That was so weak on Fnatic's setup when they had QB and Crims out there. It's only QB now. Rotation's gonna have to be quick from Body. Afro will hold down the A site on his lonesome with the AWP. Molly sent towards quad, so the QB's gonna have to use a smoke and get out of position. Counter Molly's towards the back. He does find Silence. Nipper caught up. I think they dropped off of the stairs here. 3-on-3 situation. They do find QB in the end, though. Blind sprays the Body, trying to open up gaps in those smokes. Advantage still maintained. What can he do from here? Flash sent forward. Re-smoke on his position. Get ahead of it here against Mistem. Doesn't see him at the edge of it. He spots him now. It's all Afro. 1-on-3. The Ninjas have finally seemed to have done it. Fnatic, their comeback did so well right up until we hit overtime. And even though they fought hard and fought back, it was just not enough against the Academy squad. A 16-14 result. As Vertigo will get wrapped up by the Ninjas. Afro still trying to give this a go. He's doing all that he can, but time is way too far ticked. Mistem's not fighting. Blue Phoenix does not have to. Kill found, but no time. Bombs going up. There it is. Map over.
And that entire sequence from Young Ninjas, I want to say, was won because of Mistem. I look at that entire whole scenario, Jay, at being, what, 11-6 up, thinking that you're probably going to close in regulation, but man, the in-game leader just keeps delivering. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Mistem.
Both in the tactics and as the individual basis, he has been absolutely stellar for the Ninjas. That much I cannot deny, and as a result, we will move to our third map. We go to Overpass to close out the day here. And at this point now, Dwight, with what we've just seen on that second map, it gets real wild, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could have seen Overpass coming through as a map pick for the young Ninjas. I know, of course, Fnatic like to pick into it as well, but we always know that they're going to go towards Ancient. So when you kind of look at the positivities for Overpass for both teams, this should be a red-hot series. And that was a very good end and a very entertaining end right there in overtime. And I expect that we're going to have some good fun on map number 3.
From overtime to Overpass, we're going to head towards a short break, but after that, we will conclude our semi-finals. So stick with us here on the Rest European Series, as we'll be back to find out who our second grand finalist will be.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
one chance, one dream, one match, one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one expert.
After what was nearly a choke from the Ninjas, they do manage to just push their last map across the finish line. Their pick of Vertigo is taken in overtime, and now we move towards Overpass. And Blake, for the Young Ninjas, surely they must be feeling good about that because it's a map that they played multiple times over rest. They beat Aurora on it yesterday. They beat Big during the group. They beat Amcal on it during the opening match of the group as well. Like, there's a lot of great success for the Ninjas here in this map.
Yeah, and again, they'll be very happy to go towards Overpass. It's a map that's shown a lot of depth. It's a map that even today, while it was a loss to end their winning streak, it was still very competitive. So they'll look at this and say, all right, we maybe had some struggles to close. We got it done. Now let's go out and let's take this entire thing. They'll know after the way that the second map went down that Fnatic are beatable.
Indeed they are. I mean, look, the way the things went out, you probably could have expected that Fnatic were on the prime position to get that last map and take that 2-0, right? But like, and especially given what we saw on Ancient with the dominant force that they had eventually with that comeback, like it felt like it was certainly on. That one round made all the difference. You're right about what Mistem was doing in terms of his in-server impact and keeping everything held together. So like, I feel like that without that individual, perhaps it would have ended up being at the end of the series and the end of Ninjas in this tournament. But now they've got a serious chance to make it happen. In terms of Fnatic's merits on this map, what have they got to work with?
Well, I think they showed a lot in their Prezi and 3D Max game. I mean, Overpass is like their second window, so a lot of the time they pick into Ancient. If Ancient gets permabanned, or maybe if Ancient is a stronger map for an opposition, they go into their Overpass. And what I saw even at the RMR was some good performances on this. So I look across the board and think this map is very comfortable for both teams, and it excites me for the third map decider.
Yeah, I think given the way that the end of that last map went down, I think we are in, as you mentioned earlier, for a white-hot series. So I think all bets are off at this particular juncture. But in terms of who's played the better series, like, do you agree with the notion that Fnatic, dominant map, close second, have had the better run so far today?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, it can sometimes affect the favorite team if they're not closing in 2 when they had the chance. I know that obviously at 11-6, it feels like it's almost done from that point onwards, and it feels a bit deflating to not bring that comeback through successfully. It also showed that there's going to be a couple of key rounds going into Overpass that are going to make the difference. I mean, that back and forth Force Spy Wars, I actually think that was what caused the map victory there for Young Ninjas. We can talk about a couple of individual rounds here and there, but the bottom line was it put Afro never on the AWP on the CT side. It put a very uncomfortable start of that 5-2. So I think what it's going to come down to on Overpass is just a couple of key rounds. Just maybe the reset round or a good clutch here or there. There isn't going to be much in this final map decider.
Well, Fnatic certainly must be understanding of that much. Had to bring the comeback into the previous map. Would like to start on dominant fashion here in this one. We know that their history is a little bit more CT-based, especially on that 3D Max and Prezi series. Some very good results in recent form, even losses to the likes of Virtus Pro that have gone quite far. Now it's all just a case of dealing with this Ninja side that have surprised all in this one. Knife round will go the way of Fnatic. They will get their choice aside, and the CT start feels very tantalizing to them.
Yeah, you would think so. And again, just for both of these teams, I look at the recent run of form that we've seen out on Overpass, and especially for Fnatic, I mean, we saw them pick it against 3D Max in the quarterfinal. They had a fairly comfortable first half, went 6 apiece on their T side, went into the second, closed it down quite easily. You look at that Prezi game in the opening game of the group, got another 6 rounds on T side, closed it down quite easily. So for Fnatic, anywhere in sort of the ballpark of setting yourself up to close with 6 to 7 T rounds is probably the extent that they're looking for.
Well, they will be on that CT side start of things. So let's see whether the Young Ninjas can do it again, whether they can pull off another upset series and send themselves to the grand finals of the rest European series. Dually set in for QB, utility set for Mistem. Let's kick it off, our final map of the semi-finals.
Now, opening challenge from Body to at least here. So waiting for the connector rush or waiting for the rush out from the park area and into party. Didn't hear anything off of the back of it. It's a very heavy stack out to be to start off the round. But look at the way that QB and Matties are creating all this space out the short water.
Kills on Silence and Maxter opening up onto QB and Matties. 5-on-3 situation, trades back against Silence position. Advantage still held by the Nip camp. Crim's got down at water. Blue Phoenix finds onto him. Afro did catch off Maxter, so it keeps that man advantage still at a single player. No extensions as of yet. Plant will be secured. Afro does go down. Body in a 1-on-3. Will look to try and engage. Miss them. Is going to close out the pistol for Nip.
It just showed very good timing there for the T side. You've got the CTs offering an overextension. You've got QB and Matties that are on the front foot. They're taking map territory away towards short pipe. And then instantly, Condor gets opened, QB drops, the flash comes in over high, and Matties just can't stabilize. Being completely blinded, it's tough to recover that scenario. Crims gets one returning kill out there from Pit on the side directly, but not enough. Being overwhelmed, and Young Ninjas get started with the opener.
Eco pistols for Fnatic, looking to get those guns very early on here. Nip. Mac 10s on 3, AK and Galils. Farm up some cash against the CT forces who have stacked hard. And play those defaults as you would expect.
And just knowing that for Young Ninjas, none of their overpasses was competitive in the group stage in terms of what their opponent did. You look at that result against Amcal, I think they surprised quite a lot with an 8-4 T-side half, closed it down in the second quite easily. Against Big, okay, maybe there was a moment in the first half where it was a bit touch and go, but as soon as they got into the second, that's when they won 6 or 7 rounds in a row to close out overpass. And then, I mean, against Aurora, it just felt like there wasn't even a look in another 8-4 half on T-side from them.
A site will be taken. Fnatic. Of course, even if they did rotate, would not be able to find anything, I don't imagine. So, second round on the board of the Ninjas. It's probably best not to feed those Mac 10s if you can avoid it here for the CT forces. You've still got Blue Phoenix hunting for them. But don't allow that economy to get out of control so quickly because, I mean, you mentioned in that last map how the back and forth affair really wrecked Fnatic's buy states. Well, Nip, we set to bolster theirs.
And this is, I suppose, again, one of these early halves where it can give us a bit of a tell on just how contentious it's going to be. You had an exciting tail end to Vertigo where, for a moment, it really did feel as if the favorites were going to be able to close. And they're actually throwing themselves at this. So they're probably going to try and see if they can drop a couple of these T-side players just to the bottom.
A couple of those back 10 frags and a rifle that does get dropped on the T-side bases. It does get recovered though, so no issues whatsoever. Actually, Max that does go down. They don't. They do recover the AK, just barely. That's a 2-0 start for the Young Ninjas. And quite, again, a lot of cash being gained by that quick stack. So the Mac 10s do their jobs. Can play bonus weapons for the guns that come back to the CT side.
So Afro invests into the glass cannon AWP, just had enough money for it. Try and see if they can get him set up, probably towards the bathrooms, maybe out to Divider. And when you are playing glass cannon AWP on the city side of Overpass, you don't want to risk too many overextensions greedily. As soon as you miss a shot, you're going to get punished instantly. So defensive AWPing from Afro.
Sprays blinded by Crims will dish out some amount of damage. Missed them to 28 shots and missed from the AWP. Afro not allowed the opening, and Body's going to get significantly surrounded here. Players down at Con, down the stairs at Con, walking right into Max through his body. He didn't know he was there, and that's the first casualty.
I actually don't know how that AWP shot didn't connect. That was right on for me. Matties gets that 1-for-1 trade out towards Connector, and QB can work off of the back of him. They're keeping eyes for a moment out here to the short pipe, but not into Monster. So B can get opened on a walk here, and QB's seen one, but does he know about Blue Phoenix?
Be ready for him. Oh, seeing that Mac 10 gets away. Incendiary instead will stop Blue Phoenix from pressing and trying to hunt for that kill. Maintaining the man advantage, setting up the backstabs as well. Very good nade placements. And QB still fights out here towards that monster entrance. Joe Cab gets the responsive. Needs to go back for the bomb, get it planted.
Now, this is very uncomfortable. This backstab out towards Monster I thought was going to be a round-defining play, but it actually got watched for a moment there. JoeCab with a very impressive shot.
And can plant the bomb. The round is back on. Afro. No real armor here. The AWP looking for long-range fights. Crims be the man to make his way up close and personal with the automatic, with the M4. Looking for Blue Phoenix. Backs our turn. They're so wary of what could well be a case. Afro shot rings out, dives down. JoeCab with one pick. Crims trying to fight onto the man. Wary of that AK. He needs to act quick, though, because he's got no kit. And I don't think he's going to have time for this here. It's going to be a bit of a close defuse.
Oh, yeah, it is actually quite close. I think that he does have it. Very good workability there from QB. I mean, think about the scenario that he finds himself in. He is pretty much on B alone, Jay. I mean, his teammate kind of goes down. He's defending out the short water position. He even puts a nice HE to do some chip damage onto Blue Phoenix, which actually makes a difference at the tail end of that round. So QB was the defining play. Yeah, I don't know. That orb shot looked on for me towards Afro, and then even Matty somehow doesn't get the kill towards JoeCab towards Monster. I feel like there was a lot of positives there for Fnatic that just didn't quite go their way, so luckily enough, they do close it in the end.
Not without taking tons of casualties, though. M4's still set in against the force buyback for Nip. Have those 3 AKs. Missed them at Blue Phoenix. And JoeCab taps and bursts forward. Two head players down to half HP or thereabouts to the utility. Missed them in particular. That AK in his hands. We weakened on his fight.
Just knowing that for Young Ninjas, you're in a very uncomfortable economical state. This is a swing round opportunity for Fnatic. You look at Mistem, you look at Blue Phoenix and JoeCab and say, okay, can we get an opener? Can we maybe take a bit more risk in this round? Can we try and get a dry face in? We've got Matty's on an off angle out there towards Pillar. Miss flash there for Mistem. So there may have been a chance to at least put some emphasis and maybe draw some more utility out from the B players. Not to be. Still very silent.
Seconds. And Blue Phoenix continues the walk-ups. AWP of Afro. You hear that utility coming in from mid. It's all a ruse, though. Blue Phoenix still gets cut down by Matty's. The rotation is committed to, however, by Nip. They think it might still be the A commit. No, they do end up reading onto what's going on here. 15 seconds to the execution. This bomb carrier falls. It's as good as done. Missed them, wary about potential players in from short. They will make their way up. Missed them with the kill. QB's caught him. That's round here. All the kills come back and even body there for extra insurance. Maxter was to hold on to that one rifle, but the round will go the way of Fnatic.
So one thing to note there is that it's very difficult to call off of just a lurk, and sometimes it's misdirection. Now, you can see the likes of Blue Phoenix is walking out Monster, and he's actually been able to get some decent space. He's cleared out Grill, he's almost scaling towards the bomb site directly, and rotations had already come through. And it just showed there that as soon as Matty's gets that kill, you've already rotated. You've already committed to the B play. You can't go back up connected towards A. You have to commit. They thought for a moment that there was an over-rotation. Felt as if there was a moment of opportunity that Blue Phoenix was going to win the round, but not to be.
Quick swing of body, mows through 2. Get out of here. 3 kills total. Mow through all those pistols as you would expect. Again, it is an anti-eco round. Fnatic have all their guns in play. Not a casualty should be taken.
HE down, very close towards Mistem. And while there wasn't a massive amount of investment, I think Fnatic actually deal with that quite nicely. Maxter goes in for a bit of a hero. There's a couple of upgrades, there's some util, and there's actually pretty much no success being gained from it.
A lead gained by Fnatic. You'll be seeing the buy on the Young Ninja side in general here. Rifles will be brought to the table. Galil's on Mistem, of course, trying to... Well, someone's going to try and deal with the concerning hero setup. Maxter, of course, still on that Mac 10. And they get a little bit extra utility for Mistem's lacked AK. Again, fast approach from the CT side, trying to get involved with these first kills. Nade sent, not doing that much damage. Crim's seen on the jump face, and he knows what's going on. At least for the one individual, can put the nade back and continue to tag away. Again, the HEs have done a lot of early impact.
I like the stylistic point of view that Fnatic are bringing right now. They are on the front foot. They are aggressing a lot of opening, I suppose, power positions of the map. Out there at Park, out there at Party. It's just containing the T-side default right now. You see the way that they even start maneuvering more players out to B. They kind of leave Afro as a single spotter out there to divide her. Everybody else is out on B.
Spray, not good for Blue Phoenix. QB comes up with the pick. Incendiaries come back. Nades further sent. Misdem's burning, and nearly goes down. Finally, QB body and Matties can strike. Remove 3 more. And Misdem is not long for this world. Fnatic now on a very confident position.
This is concerning. I think when you look back at map number 1, map number 2, one thing that we've seen quite consistently, good starts from Young Ninjas. Ancient, they're up 6-2. Vertigo, they're up 5-2. Now, they actually might be looking at a scoreline of 2-5 or 2-6. This is a very solid rifle round. There's a lot of AKs getting recovered too that could be brought back in the next round. Matty even working that Galil. Young Ninjas, for the first time in this series, are being pressed and pressured early on.
The half-bought pistols trying to return from Nip. Fnatic don't even want to bother given the challenges. Fall back from that initial contact in mid-control. Afro and focus down on long. Misdem saw the shoulder bait. Now the angle's being held by the AWP. Not able to get the kill. And with that initial engagement, they'll rotate a third player on the CT side.
A lot of info's been seen there from Afro. And just to try and get Crims up there for more assistance. Flash around the corner, they're going to peek together. Body goes 1 for 1, but the orb does fall.
Good shots from Jocab. Maxter's caught body through the wall bang. Advantage now for Nip. They're going to try and steal one back. Crims just barely holds his lifeline. Get caught on the jump face. Runs out of ammo. And still Nip have a man advantage. Silence with the latest. But Matties answers back. Sees that AWP. M4 also picked up by 1. Matties still striking with his Galil. AK also in the hands of QB. Jocab fights onto Matties. He's low HP in that exchange. With the bomb on his back, a 1 versus 1 still has to commit towards his A site. QB will be aware of that much. Slow walks out in the open. Jocab didn't see him. I think the gun barrel certainly has been seen now. QB holds the round. Very expensive one for Fnatic, though.
It certainly is. At the same time, when you consider just how much of a threat that was, I actually think that's well handled. You have Afro losing the fight to the Deagle early on. You have Body there at the signpost who kind of gets caught. He gets dropped. And unfortunately for Crims, firing accidentally jumps. That looks very awkward. That looks very uncomfortable, and they rectify it. Matthews comes up on that rotation. He does some good work in there from Dumpster, and then QB repositions out from Dumpster when the comm was. He's rotating up from B. Just secures the rounds.
The economy was high for Fnatic as well, so they'll also be in with a confident buy once again with cash to afford another investment in the next round, but now's a chance for Nip to try and fight a reset if they can win this rifle. Matties, however, doesn't want to let it go that far. Blue Phoenix caught, missed them seen. Nades onto his position will do some damage. Matties goes for the refight and wins it as well.
And Maxter coming out of this consmoke, going to get dropped to the boost, and Fnatic are putting up a lot of threat in these gun rounds. Now, we can sit here and say, Jay, that there was some awkwardness in that last round, but think about the last gun round, and now think about this gun round.
Yeah. It's those rifles, man. The one weak point of this Young Ninjas squad is the rifle rounds. And Fnatic taking that issue, dialing it up to 11 and adding their own CT twist onto it to really look like just a lights out unit here. Minimum 6 hit by the CT forces, and NIP, obviously Silence and Joke have got to hold on to these guns, but this scoreline is going to go very, very far.
It just shows there as well. Matties is quite comfortable. Went in for that first play, went in for the second for the double pump, and then just draw the fight in. Maxter desperate to trade, wants to try and walk out that connector smoke, deal with the likes of Matties, and then there's a boost up. Fnatic are showing us a lot of exciting Counter-Strike right now, and you would expect that when this round eventually runs out of time, that the CTs on B are going to get aggressive out there to short ward and recover those AKs.
Well, Nip aren't contesting them, obviously. I think the jump face is there from Crims, was trying to spot them. Actually won't extend towards shore. Happy with the M4s, I guess.
Yeah, maybe thought there was still a bit of a crossfire, want to stabilize their own economy.
Tactical taken for the young ninjas. This has been a very slow start. Fnatic again won their 6. They can only tie the half on the ninjas camp, and with the buy state being where it is, those 2 rifles saved, can't of course drop any money because they got no income from that round. I mean, do you force down to match the economy state of these 2 rifles, Dweg?
Probably not. No, I think you still keep it as a bit of a half. I mean, we said it and we were talking about it at the beginning of this map. Key rounds are going to be important to close out this final map decider, just because of the likeliness of either team taking it. And look at what Crims was able to do in that 1v1 at Heaven. Remember, that's the first round that Fnatic won on this CT side. Was that 1v1 between him and Afro that traded off one another in Heaven. And look at what that's shaped up. 6 rounds in a row now for Fnatic.
Straight shot from Silence kinds Crims, but Matties takes him right back here. The force buy will be in effect. CT side players at the advantage. Nip unable to respond to that 1 pick back. At least damage has been done to body. They fall back to passive.
Well, I can give you an answer to why this has been not as successful on the T side in comparison to the last few officials that we've seen from Young Ninjas on the T side. It's because they haven't been given respect. I think about the games that we saw against Amcal and Big and Aurora. We saw Young Ninjas taking long, taking bathrooms, working connector, and a lot of the time their opposition was deep in the bomb sites, not making many info plays, not pressurizing them. Fnatic have loved this overextension towards long, the overextension at Fountain, and it's meant that taking A space feels quite uncomfortable, and that's why we're seeing a lot of B lanes.
Afro shut down Blue Phoenix, advantage regained. Fnatic. Incendiary is even sent rather deep onto Mistem. Flashes even as well. Should keep him blinded for the cross back of that AWP. Unable to get any tags on the T side.
Very good reposition from Afro. And now here comes the exec.
Mistem, spray awkward against QB, ducks out of the way. Afro's Orb still holding the cross. Has to be worried about that short presence here. Shot still connects on Maxter. Great kill. Jocab with 1. QB still hiding in the gap in the smoke. Will get that frag. See Mistem, the last player, and overwhelm the save for Fnatic to win the CT half.
And just when you use the tactical as well, the last thing that you want to do is not be successful after the back of it. This 7-round winning streak has featured a single bomb plant, or I should say a single retake, realistically. The plants aren't coming in, which means, well, the money state's not going to be fantastic. And another thing that I kind of consider, Jay, is that look at what happened out on Vertigo, right? 6-11 down, and Fnatic nearly take it in regulation. They win 6 rounds in a row, 6 very threatening rounds in a row. Try and bring it all the way back. It doesn't quite happen. One thing that we have seen Young Ninjas struggle with across this series is stopping these round winning streaks.
And this one is going. Fnatic want to keep it going right to the end of the half. A 10-2 half would be extremely difficult to come back from for the Ninjas. I stopped short of saying impossible because, well, that last map. Hero rifle in for Jocab. Upgrade half buy around it. You mentioned the buy state of Nip not being defined here. Spread out to the mid positions. And now extending towards long. Fnatic, passive as ever.
And this is where Young Ninjas got to try and set up the likes of Jocab. Afro has been fairly consistent with that AWP. Bringing it out to the B side the last round. This time around, he's out on A.
Flash used on the T side. Smoke will come into the right timing for Afro. Perfectly placed. Stall out the Nip camp. Shots ring out, blind through wallbangs, no flash support. Silence does get Crims, but Afro and Body still deal with him. Afro's going to get heavily pressured by this P250. Body's going to come in with a little bit of support, and ultimately does get overwhelmed. The AWP also overwhelmed by JoeCab. So 2 versus 2, swing back in from JoeCab's position. He's tagged, as is Blue Phoenix, and both Fnatic players getting caught up on each other. Might not deny this bomb plant here. Retake still will be in effect for them. They know that they can still take this control. Lineup was right there for JoeCab. He almost got the second man. QB knows where that bomb's planted. Smoke on it. Look at the Blue Phoenix. He's that second player peeking together. The Ninjas will have a steal.
A very good pressure being applied up against the AWP. You can see there for Afro, he tries to get the pistol out, then tries to get back out to the AWP. Unfortunately for Body towards long, he just doesn't get enough in that one. The Crims on that rotation gets cancelled pretty quickly too. Out there at Truck, only finds one, and then right here from Body, overwhelmed. Good swing against the AWP. And then right at the tail end, you can see the way the CTs are trying to crossfire off one another. And eventually they work one. So a survival round right here for the T side.
And one that breaks the streak, something you said that NiP have not been able to do over the course of this best of 3. Can Fnatic get right back on it though? Needs to find a follow-up. Need to bring back some decent T-side rounds here. 7-5 is a very workable half for the Ninjas. They just need to lock it in.
And you can see how slow the map territory is to be gained.
Yeah.
This really gives an idea of just how pressured Mistem is felt on this T side. That there's always been those advances at Party and at Long. That you're getting to the minute 10 marker and you just started to take the front side of Bathrooms and Party.
Molly sent deep. Body leans in. Matties finds the opening pick down at underpass. Body undetected. Mistem might be pressured. AWP looking for JoeCab. Oh, right to his head. Bullet between the eyes. The Mistem does get forced back here. Has no more support.
Try to trade, try to work off of it, and yet again, Afro with another pick. QB to try and deal with this B-Walk has already seen the likes of Blue Phoenix.
That's back up right behind him. That bomb still up towards mid. Can still try commit towards A.
That should be a save, and they should be getting nothing out of this.
That's also true, especially with Blue Phoenix going down. Less than 30 seconds for him to hold on to the AWP. You've got Body that is leaning in to connector though. 1 round's all NiP's going to get. Fnatic might have lost the streak, but they gained so much more. Their 8th and now on for their 9th round for the CT side.
Fnatic will feel as if that's the perfect response. You've shown a lot over the course of this first half. You lose an eco, you respond back with 5 alive against the Rifles. Young Ninjas. This has been tough. You look at the numbers. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a huge amount of impact players to create opportunities, to work rounds. I mean, outside of Pistol and Anti-Eco, we're looking at not a single gun round, right? Pistol, Anti-Eco, and then Eco round. That's it. That is wild. That on a map that coming into today had a 7-game winning streak on, their highest picked map in the pool, they have yet to win a gun round.
AKs on 2, AWP on silence. Ninjas press on long. Hard stacking initially towards that B bomb site. Body has no idea the resistance he's about to face. Running straight into silence with his knife pulled out. I don't know how they thought there was nobody out on long. I guess they just didn't have the information because they were so focused on Con. Flash is sent. M4 does so much damage. Gets no kills for it though.
A massive misdirection of info. Even an aggressive approach coming through from Silence. Low HP with the AWP in bank.
Silence. AWP still set. Matties. Pixels away. Swings up. Silences AWP can get a triple. Incendiary is going to burn him. Runs right into Afro who secures that kill. Still needs to hold this 2 versus 4. QB with on isolated, seeing where the player on the bomb site is. Jump up on Maxter, now reducing the man advantage to evens, and the AWP's not done. On the bomb site, they'll go. Smoke down. Flash as well sent in. Spray through from Blue Phoenix, lights them up, and connects 4 to close the half for NiP.
And that really was a wild round, and I suppose to Body's credit, we've never seen an aggressive long play in the entirety of that first half. It's always been, like we've been talking about, so defensive. We've seen how slow the T's have been able to act, to get bathrooms and take long, so Body feels as if he's got that respect, he's got that time to maybe get out to long and jiggle down or jump face over. And just gets caught, looks like a fool. Crims can't really follow up with the damage, and considering that this was a 2v5 retake, they actually have a pretty good crack at it.
Got it down to one man. In case that one man lining up the spray against both of them. The Young Ninjas, 40 rounds. Fnatic looked absolutely stellar throughout the course of that half. Was the scoreline enough for them?
Oh yeah, come on. I mean, absolutely, right? There's no way that we can sit here and say that it might be or it shouldn't be. 8-4 is very good. 8-4 is a very good position. And again, this is an experienced team going into a semi-final matchup in a third map decider. Young Ninjas are going to have to claw really hard. They're going to have to show us, in all honesty, the best performance that we've seen from them in this entire tournament if they want to recover this. They've impressed us a lot. There's no denying that. They've been able to beat some very good teams of Aurora, Big, and Amcal. But in this scenario, up against Fnatic on Overpass, they're going to have to try and take it up a notch.
We saw a similar position in the last map. An 8-4 half that favoured the Young Ninjas. Fnatic able to get to 6 before they had to bring in that comeback. Young Ninjas would try and like to avoid that similar position because things got out of control. The Piston importance again for the CT camp. However, it wasn't all that important to start this map. As you mentioned earlier, 2 of their 4 rounds was just that pistol convert and then the 7-round streak of Fnatic.
You start thinking to yourself, these round streaks, what can we expect, especially in the second half? And that was a juicy position that Fnatic found themselves in. And I kind of look back at, again, some of the individuals that have caught our eye over the course of the entire group stage. We've seen Max to have some really good sequences. Mistem, in particular, to me, was a defining player in closing that Vertigo. Those couple of rounds in overtime, those individual moments from him, 2 and 10, not having the best of start here to close out the first half of a comfortable map in their pool. Like to see a bit more from Mistem. Blue Phoenix, I think another one of those players that struggled over the course of this series. Had a fairly good performance in the quarterfinal against Aurora. Struggled against the Permitter side a little bit earlier on today. Can they try and get some X-Factor out of him?
Well, Jocab's at least been delivering. Top frag of his team's board, but Fnatic have still overwhelmed him. He's matched with Body, exceeded by QB. And of course, Afra and Matty's 10 kills apiece. So there's 4 players on double digits over on the T side versus only 1 off for Nip.
All right, here we go. I wonder what the bait setup is here. So you got Jocab as a spotter out towards Party. You've got 2 players on B and a tucked spotting setup towards Long as well. This is very gimmicky.
Short attack coming in from the CT side. Mistem and Maxter win out against Fnatic right very quickly with those 2 kills. No trades found.
And Fnatic are in an uncomfortable position now. At least they've got a lot of time on their clock, but they're separated. And this actually might help them at least search around and try and see if they can work a pick. This P250 from Afro would love to strike on an A player right now.
A little over a minute. Afro continues pushing. P250 engages Blue Phoenix, unawares of that next man back out from the bathroom's entrance. Jocab tries to strike back, and indeed he does get that kill. Crims with a responsive upgrade into the P250. Rotations coming in from that B bomb site will bracket them in. They have to end A or get the kill on Maxter and quickly go back into that B commit. 45 seconds to make a call.
It's all about this connector walk, and unfortunately for QB, didn't catch the timing. Good shot there from Crims, but there's another player close left.
And Julie's on silence will win out that fight. QB now needs to fight on Maxter. Doesn't even know he's there. Nip, second pistol in this map goes their way.
Well, you can see that drawn distraction out there to the short sandbag and just how much that actually pulled into the round. You've got one of the Julies and one of the USPs quite close to one another. draw them in, aggressive approach. Mistum gets that first kill, and then Matties just gets drawn into the fight between two of them. Jocab, as soon as he gets that one kill in the bathrooms, you just know that round is over. Even if they get a couple of good entries towards A, that backstab out in Con, the reposition from CT, it's going to be tough. Young Ninjas with a very good pistol round, so 2 for 2 when it comes to overpass for them.
The Eagle fighting from range. Grim's trying to engage. Fnatic, of course, I'm going to sack off this round and just go towards those guns early. Nip know that. Want to hit 6. Jocab certainly should do. Afro caught first and foremost. Firing squad does engage. 2 kills found for him. Does run out of ammo in the end, so that's 1 pick back for Crims. That might be all that Crims gets here, though. QB's low. Dealt with SMG. Payday. And now we look to the rifles.
And now we look to try and see if Fnatic can pressure in early, or whether we're actually going to start getting a bit of a competitive second half. And Silence wants to try and get onto that AWP as quickly as possible, try and see if he can wring some impact out of it. Fnatic. I look at their recent performances out on Overpass, and definitely Afro and the likes of Crims are kind of the guys that dictate quite a bit. Work some good timings, work some good spacing. An opening kill could just decide everything come round 15.
Careful approach.
Oops, aggressive Con. Yeah, look at this.
Silence lands that opening pick that you mentioned, but Body's in with a very fast trade on Silence up top of Con. Jocab makes his way in, flushes down. Matty's spray does not connect to his man.
Hey, you can see that as soon as Matty starts hearing those footsteps, he tries to reposition ever so slightly, missed him, desperate to make something happen, and this has fallen apart. Just when it was an opening, fresh air. Just when it felt like there was at least some breathing room with that opening kill towards Con, there is a response instantly from Fnatic.
And a 4-on-2 that Maxter and Blue Phoenix surely can't fight back from. Blue Phoenix especially, the only player on that B site with an SMG to work with. QB would be easy pickings, but everybody else lesser so. Fnatic. Bomb outside a monster. Has rotation room if they want to go for it, but no matter what they do, 1 player per bomb site, it's going to have to be massive performances from whoever they hit.
Well, for Blue Phoenix, he probably needs 3 kills. I actually don't think 2 kills will be enough for him.
Yeah. Manages to get the first 2 kills, down to 3 HP. The bomb has been dropped as well, 25 seconds. The next player being called out for Blue Phoenix. Actually has Maxter's support. Body left alone, sees his individual, and will go back to grab that bomb. But Maxter knows what to do. Incendiary ready towards that bomb site. Flashes are sent, and a smoke down. Good call to make. The HE will dish out some damage as Maxter will see his contact and cold the round for Ninjas.
I actually don't even really know how that happens. Again, you look at that scenario, 2 in from Monster, 2 out from Short. If you're Fnatic, all you need to do is trade. All you need to do is go 1 for 1. And right there, bomb gets dropped. Maxter can rotate in quickly from Heaven. Fnatic win that round. They basically just win the entire best of 3. The economy's in a very uncomfortable state. Man, they are going to be so annoyed at themselves when you're in a 4v2 like this. The way that they freeze, they slowed it down. And then for Blue Phoenix, I mean, to be on 3 points of health on that second duel.
It's not even like it was an M4 or an automatic like rifle. It was a full-on SMG that got that sequence. Fnatic have allowed another window back in for the Ninjas here. Can they shut it down early like they did in the CT half? Because NIP break Fnatic here with a round 16 win.
A good info play out there towards a short pipe, but right now it's going to be quick. Up from Banana, and Jocab's already been seen.
Gets the kill on Crims regardless. Silence, pressure, damage has been done to both sides of the board. Matties gets the kill to respond back to the man advantage, but does not get Silence, who doubles up instead. 2 left standing on Fnatic. Bomb call off in mid. Got to see QB with an action, but Maxter's ready to save his teammate. The Ninjas on the CT side of things will look to equalize against the Fnatic squad.
This is getting very uncomfortable for a team that's won 7 rounds in a row. To now be tied up is extremely scary. Young Ninjas have looked very strong here in the second half. And I think it shows that that round has now been capitalized upon. Blue Phoenix has had an incredible 2K with the MP9. It's now been shaped up with an even better round. Another round in which no plant goes down, so the money is awkward on the T-side state. And for Young Ninjas, this is what you're looking for. This is the response that you need after what was a lackluster first half from them.
And at the turn of the half, I did ask whether or not it was enough rounds to contend with. For NiP, certainly it was. Those 4 T rounds have now enabled for CT to come back and equalize against Fnatic, and now look for the lead above Fnatic here. Upgrade pistols, half buy only.
And this is where, for Fnatic, you want a little bit of a gift. You know that the economy is going to be fairly low, so if you can get away with some damage, you could spiral something in that next gun round. There's quite a bit of util too. A lot of flashes to get them into B.
Initial bursts, blinded, utility set in, flash over QB, makes his way forward. Blue Phoenix cuts through Matty's, flashbang keeps him blinded, but missed NZ to bail him out, and double up against Body as well. 2 left standing, 1 left standing, none left standing, all 5 alive for NiP.
And this is where, for Young Ninjas, come this next rifle round, if you are the Academy squad, you think to yourself, we win this round, we're up 11-8 on the CT side of Overpass with a round streak, we're just going to close.
Yeah.
They are in a position, mentality-wise, that looks really positive. They know that they're in a good stance right now. Look at the way that last couple of rounds, you've been able to farm up a lot of economy, so even if you do give a bit of leverage, even if you do give a couple of rounds over to the Fnatic side, there's still workability in the funds.
We need to see the Fnatic that beat out 3D Max on Overpass, else we will not be seeing them at all here for the rest of the tournament. Admittedly, semi-finals, only one more match left in it for them. More upset of Afro. Molly is to drive Silence into the bathrooms. Early damage is minimal against Maxa and Blue Phoenix. CT side holds their cross. Blue Phoenix to open up the squeaky door, but no responses from Crims. Holds his back line. Going to get pressured here by Jokab, who's won this fight before here. Blue Phoenix with extra support. Spray the line up against both.
A lovely sequence there from Crims, but the response comes in elsewhere. A slight aggressive maneuver there from Silence. Deals with Matty's just on the edge of party. And they know that Crims is low, so even though this is a man advantage, it actually might be turning into a bit of a stack-heavy play. This is all about distraction. Can Mistem hold out towards the B side? Because he's got a lot coming towards him.
He's backing away, I think, to reposition towards the either Heaven or get towards the A site itself. I think it's the Heaven position that he'll hold with that M4. Does get caught by QB anyway. Straight headshot outside of T-ramp. Man down in Heaven. Save call for the last 2 of the Ninjas as Fnatic finally answer back to the CT-sided streak.
It just shows how much impact Crims really had in that round. 2 kills, aggressive plays. Both of those CTs looking to go 1 for 1. And unfortunately, dropping 2 casualties was just enough. Missed them, repositioning to play more of a defensive B setup and a slightly heavier stack to A. And just gets caught by QB, so 9 apiece.
You mentioned how the Ninjas, to win this rifle round, would have set themselves up for series closer, perhaps. Fnatic, not quite in a similar position, continuing to rebuild their funds, and of course there's another vibe back in from NiP. Started off with 2 facing in against Crims, who took so much damage but ultimately got those picks. Wow, QB, what a shot. Second tactical for the Ninjas, because this is a swing.
And right here, this is where we can just look at the mathematics of how this map has gone down. Now, we know that Young Ninjas got off to a 2-0 start in the first half. We now know that they've gotten off to a 5-0 start in the second half. Which one do you favor more? Now, 9-9, it's a tied-up scoreline. It certainly showed that when more gun rounds are presented, Fnatic have won more rounds. And that's where we obviously saw the round streak themselves. So, while it is 9-9, there is that mathematical point of view that more gun rounds have been won by Fnatic, but they're also on the T side now. So this is where other factors start coming in, the loss bonus, the money in the reserve, how many players are staying alive. It's going to come down to crucial moments, and one good rifle round in either direction could just choose who's going to win this entire best of 3.
Well, again, NiP don't have a lot of cash. Fnatic at least have a little bit of loss bonus, but nothing in saving, so it won't be a fully defined buy if they lose this one. The AWP of Afro is ready for the boost, and Maxter is caught for it. So advantage taken. That was one individual moment. Can Nip generate a response?
That's a very good start. But what else comes off the back of it? An info play towards long. Now, we've seen Mistem making these info plays. Jocab's going to do it. Who's got more patience? Who's going to win out this fight?
Matties is starting to look his forward. Jocab holding the rock, seeing the shoulder, seeing his man, gets the kill. Matties didn't realize what was about to hit him. And with that kill, with no further T side shown, Fnatic focus on the B site. Nip set with 3 on the defensive. Nade sent to do some damage. Utility comes back to respond and cancel. Silence gets the advantage over Crims.
I don't know if the T's can cancel. They might have to keep edging their way forward out towards B. Afro's trying to bait the AWPer, trying to bait the likes of Silence.
Smoke on Monster. Right call to make. He sees one body extend. Silence still catches him. Did so much damage there. The AWPer couldn't get the trade back. QB can only do damage on Mistem despite taking Blue Phoenix out of the equation. It's a 1-on-3 for Afro. And he knows there's no way he's going to win that B-side take. Back up to Connector. Jocab's hearing him. Shot in the back of the head. Nip take 10.
That's a very good performance there. After what was a very good opener. That one kill from Afro started the round, but the entry out there of the aggressive maneuver, Matties tries to work long, doesn't find that connection. And I think we can all see, Jay, that with Jocab that aggressively up to long by himself, they've stacked up the B side. Silence has done well towards Monster to get that much impact, but it was always going to be a trap. They were always going to stack up heavy on B.
Fnatic take their first tack. Bit of a while coming, allowing Ninja to take the lead, take it back, and then returns the other direction for a second time. They have a buy here. They can still get guns in. AWP, lesser justifiable. Especially with 2 Galils on Crims and Matties. As you mentioned, the T-side rifle rounds for Fnatic. Not as successful as the CT side for Nip. That might just be enough. They've connected their streaks. They brought the scoreline back to evens. They've taken control here in the second half. Can they take their map out and out? Silence, AWP straight into long. Again, the press. You have also got Jocab, who's working in the bathrooms. And just slow walk-ins from the AWP. The bomb carrier might get caught here. Afro has been heard. It's all a case of timing. Silence struck on the body, but Afro keeps the man advantage at evens.
Oh, what about Jocab, though? This is such an unorthodox position. Should be able to catch off Afro, but now Matties has been able to walk towards A. Oh, man, anything can happen. This could actually be him getting to heaven and them trying to end B with the bomb.
That seems to be the call here. Crims has gone back for it. Jocab believing that it's all clear on the A site. Matties, 60 seconds. Gonna get checked by Maxter, actually. This could be a fight. This could end up turning the round back towards some team's favor. All timing. M4 checks it as Matties was not ready. And the Ninjas have once again maintained control here. Mistem seen next. Incendiary's backed up. The T's try and act out, make their way towards the B bomb site, try and overwhelm the 3 players that are holding it, but this seems to be a CT round again. 30 seconds, less than that. QB and Crims caught off in such dire positions in the corners outside of Monster. QB caught next. Crims trying to walk up, trying to get some trades. No time for this clutch. Fights on the first. Second, not so much. 2 more to go for Nip.
Now, that whole round, again, was just pure chaos in terms of the impact of timings, right? I think we see for Jocab, he's in a real unorthodox position. He's on the front side of the bathroom smoke, on that right-hand side. Afro tries repositioning and gets caught off guard. And then from Matties, it looks like a round-winning play. Looks as if he's got himself out towards heaven, that he's going to come in, maybe trigger discipline, multi-frag up, they're going to crack open the B side. And then as soon as Maxter repositions, I mean, they can call that obviously no one was holding bathrooms and banana, but to catch that timing for Maxter is everything.
Fnatic are getting desperate now. Ninjas AWP set of silence ready for the long take, which has been very quickly moved up to by 3 individuals. Bomb on its way in. Body quickly ducks underneath its crosshair. Silence is called. M4 of Jokab can get 1 frag. Blinded by the flash and the smoke. Down 11 HP for him though, and back up quickly. Makes his way up to the bomb site. Nades will try and suppress Body, who doesn't want to overextend. Instead gets caught by Maxter. Afro domes him in. Looks for Jokab, who does get 1 more frag before he ends up falling. It's still a 3-on-2. He's still alive in this one. QB and Crims stand against.
And this is where they just get halted. Felt as if they could have committed off the back of that immediate entry, but they slow, they hesitate. There's a bit of body blocking going out towards long. Crims with the bomb has to try and get this double frag towards Bank.
Jokab leaning in. As is Crims. Bombs on his back, trying to find some sort of blind shot, a lucky kill. A pre-fire angle against the CT individual. QB needs to provide support here. Footsteps were heard over at Dumpster. Bank ball not being contested. QB covers off Jokab, and Crims can follow suit against the double. Fnatic trying to keep pace with the Ninjas, trying to get back to even stances. There's still going to be a buy for the CT side. There will still be rifles available for them. Another swing opportunity, one that would decide this map and this series.
I think it's quite likely we're going to overtime, Jay. Just with the way these rounds are going down, with the economy where it sits, the likelihood of overtime is quite high right now. Very good crossfire at the end there. 2 cracking picks from QB. To transition from Bank out to Dumpster is not easy.
I'm going to try play entry here on short. Nade sent his general direction. Will do slight amounts of damage, and Blue Phoenix is caught as a victim as it's missed them. QB, even a 3rd individual. Sailed by Crimson Connector. Maxter with 2. Body comes back. 3v1. Fnatic have finally broken the Ninjas.
And do you remember we saw a round like that out on Vertigo? I think it was in overtime, where it was just a pace changer. It was just something from Body that he called that was completely different. It's been very slow. It's been very silent for the majority of T-side rounds. And that one right there, they are quick in towards short. QB gets himself in a very good start. Get that first kill, get that second kill. And as soon as they get those 2 B players, it just compounds. They come out monster. They trade off at the back of it. A decent attempt from Maxstar, considering that he's lost his teammates so early on. And an 11th round gets gained from Fnatic. It should be 12 as well. They'll have to buy lightly around this AWP.
Such a frustrating half overall for Fnatic. That round will be pure euphoria. Squared up against the Ninjas, who have had control for a while. The AWP should be the only rifle, and I mean, there's been heavy investments in this round. I don't think they've got any loss bonus here on the Ninjas. They've been winning so many, so $1,400 bucks, 1,900 actually. Missed them. And Co in the 2nd stage of the double eco rounds. Force buy or eco is the concern and the call for the captain. You say it's best to go for the eco. Be light around the big green. A chance to think it over, because every decision matters now.
I mean, at the same time, I mean, this again takes a bit of guts. You know that come that next round, if that AWP is not staying in play and it's not being saved somehow, we're not getting an AWP next round. So that is something that they've got to consider. You also know that 2,400 loss bonus, there's going to be some players down to maybe a FAMAS to get some of that extra utility forward rather than just going up for the M4. But the right call here is to 100% eco. But for Young Ninjas, their entire tournament run has been surprises. I'd like to see if this call takes some guts. But the safe option, 100%, is to just play the AWP. That's it.
What are you going to do, Miss Dem? What kind of style do you want to take? The safer approach, the risky investment? So tense at this juncture. We will play out all 24 rounds of regulation. Who gets to map point first? Who pushes us all the way? Do we go to overtime? Is it 13-11? Can Fnatic work off of their 8-4 half and finally gain this map and this series? Indeed, it will be the lighter eco. Little bits of util. Orp alone on Silence, who has been stellar. Second top fragger of his team. Flashes sent as Fnatic go charging straight into B4. Pistol stack here. Crim's about to get a payday. Only one frag, actually. Blue Phoenix gets that responsive. Matties struggles against Jocab and his SMG, but does turn it onto Maxter all the same. Blue Phoenix finishing off the job his teammates had started. Bomb on the site. Afro executes the last, and Silence has to save.
There's another great call there from Body. You don't know if they're going to be force buying or not, but you go in for the B pop. And a lot of the time, in that scenario, if you are going down to the light eco, you try and play the AWP elsewhere. Try and save it if you can. But to call 2 aggressive B plays in a row, Body gets into that stack, deals with it easily. And honestly, this is a win-win situation for both. I think Fnatic will be very happy that they haven't just choked the round and they haven't fallen down at all. And at the same time, for Young Ninjas, you keep the AWP in play. If this AWP drops, you're not going to be able to afford one. So they'll be very happy with that.
Might get Body on the way out of it. Ooh, Silence. This is risky. He knows he's got to play defensive. Teammates on the way, but Body flash baited to the shoulder. Shot, second shot missed, and the AWP doesn't stay in. Dweg. Forget that point. Nothing to take away from the Ninjas.
That's a very good hunt. I love that from Body. Get out there towards Connector and put pressure on immediately. Oh, Young Ninjas will be so frustrated with that one. Having one AWP in play from Silence could be a difference maker when you're up to the last round of regulation. He tried his best, but just kept getting baited.
Map match and semi-final point for Fnatic for the second time in this series, for the first time in this map. The Ninjas just took attack. They're going to have their guns. They're going to have their buy. They will not be able to afford the AWP. We've been over that already. Rifles on all 5. M4s are plenty. Utilities decent. No kits in for them, though. Fnatic in this position in the last map. Comebacking again on Overpass. Can they close it this time?
Jocab trying to get aggressively that HE out towards T-Con. Double underpass for both Crims and Afro. 3 on B to start the round. You can see, I think, Body and QB scaling out here towards a short water. Trying to see if they can maybe get a boost up as well. QB making a little bit of noise, so we'll have to cancel that for the moment. Keep an eye on just how much utility is being held from Young Ninjas too, because they've already used a lot of it.
Nade stacks. Onto the bomb site, won't catch anything. Hoping there was a player on Wood side. There's a player on the other side of Monster though. No effect. The early damage utility for Fnatic. Molotov would again try and drive them back. Smokes will come in to respond to the CT forces.
Now, we've seen a lot of B leans in these last couple of rounds, but this is actually shaping up for an A attack. Matties, him and Afro are working off one another. You've got a jump spotter out towards Dice and a player close towards a trash can from Jocab.
Man of the series for Nip. Certainly of the map, 21 deep, but Smokes from his teammate protect him. Needs to strike at the right moment. It's not obvious where the T's are going to act. QB trying to pull information. Noise is being made. Smokes a body, trying to fake it. That draws Silence back away from the A site. The real execution now rests on Jocab to defend against that incendiary against QB. Now sends them moving. They're not going to move quick though. Utility comes out. Jocab needs to go find a multi. Crims caught first. Body down. Matties with the frag, but someone's going to go grab that bomb. They've got no time left here. Advantage on Nip. The site is secured. The plant comes down just at the right moment. The Ninjas now up for the retake, and it's going to come in quick.
Matty's aggressive out from bank, needs to get a bit of a crossfire going because there's a lot of players coming bank.
Here's those footsteps, aware that they're right up there. See signs of the shoulder, but he gets the kill, and the second, and the triple! The Ninjas The hype train has reached its final terminus as Fnatic send them out of the semis 2-1 in the series. They're in the grand finals of the Rest European Series.
And of course it's Matty's to close. Of course it's the superstar out here on Fnatic. What a finale of a round. The bomb plant just goes down, and then right there, triple swing in from Bank, and Matty's gets all three of them.
Wow, what a final performance there from Fnatic. I honestly thought they were going to choke it. They almost let it go over. They almost had the counter choke from Nip during that second map, but here on Overpass, I had a lot of high hopes for the Ninjas in this context. They weren't quite able to finish off the job. Even though they got that streak, even though they carried it forward, the Rifles in the first half set up the scoreline advantage, and eventually Fnatic were able to get themselves together. And again, they move on to the grand finals alongside Bleed, setting up tomorrow's confrontation as quite a doozy.
Yeah, and in all honesty, for Young Ninjas, again, a replacement invite coming through into this entire tournament. For them to go as deep as they did to almost beat Fnatic. I mean, you can look at that one and say, yeah, they probably could have beaten them. This is a real big surprise. This is a team that is very new into the creation of its life cycle, very new to the players familiar at playing at this kind of level in Tier 2. The upsets that they've been able to achieve, the result here today, this is now a team that we need to keep an eye out for the next couple of events and the next sort of few months. Maybe even get to see what some of these players are going to be like on the main NIP roster, standing in and helping out the main squad.
Yeah, the core is going to be playing in the showdown, so all eyes have been on this match, and I'd imagine they'll be on them from here on out because, look, it was a hell of a run, right? As you mentioned, there was zero expectations for this roster. They shouldn't even be in this tournament, but replaced the Guild Eagles side, made it through that group stage, took down Big, took down Amcal, took down Aurora. So many names to add to their tally. They have things to improve, no doubt about it, but look, the foundations are there. They've got a fantastic captain in Mistem, who I think is called a beauty of a tournament in my personal opinion. And going out to Fnatic, honestly, I wouldn't fear that too much for the Ninjas. They've got quite a future ahead of them.
Again, we said it in every single best of three they played. They were never going to be the favorites. They were always going to be the upsetting team. So the idea that you can press a team like Fnatic, who once again was literally one game away from qualifying to the major. This is a high-end Tier 2 squad. This is a team of players that we know quite consistently play up at the Tier 1 level. Okay, they might not be classified as a Tier 1 team at the moment. That's a tough team to play. And for that to be so competitive, for you to kind of bounce back after map 1, to come back into map 2, to get 11-6 up, to show us some really good ability out there on Vertigo, and then on Overpass to take it as close as they did, to recover a 2-7 deficit, to at least be able to get up to 11 rounds. I'm thoroughly impressed from the youngsters.
Absolutely. So hats off to them. Top 4, certainly something that will drive you home a decent amount of cash, and of course the points in the rest circuit, but the lion's share will have to be taken by either Bleed or Fnatic in tomorrow's grand finals. Dweg, I have to say that we do get at least one underdog in the playoffs finals.
Yeah, and for Bleed, I mean, this is another one of those games where I think when you look at their draw, when you look at who they've played and their recent run of form, they'll look at that Fnatic team and say, yeah, this is on. Right? This is very winnable for us to try and get into the position. I think for Fnatic, they'll also look at this and say, while we have been clawing out series, we've also been able to beat Preezy, to beat 3D Max, to now beat Young Ninjas. And while there's some testing moments, we're still here. We're still fighting. So both teams are going to really be hungry for that title.
Indeed, they are. The lion's share of the cash prize, the championship, and the rest points all up for grabs in tomorrow's proceedings, as Bleed will be taking on Fnatic at a slightly later start time of 5 p.m. CET. That best of 3 certainly is one that I'm looking forward to, Dwayne, and we're both going to be covering it, so I'm very excited to see how these two teams come up against each other. Any particular early predictions or thoughts?
I think for Bleed, they keep surprising. That's all I'll say.
Okay, fair enough. Save it for tomorrow. Save it for tomorrow. All right, then. Well, we're going to head off for the evening. It certainly has been an epic day of Counter-Strike. Our 2 semi-finals going down to the wire, but our last 2 teams now in tow. As we bid you adieu for the night, we encourage you to join us tomorrow for our grand final proceedings. So make sure you're tuning in for all that action as we conclude the first season of the Rest European Series.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.